Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Super Saturday here at King Khalid Racecourse. You are watching the Jcsa live YouTube coverage of racing here in Saudi Arabia. And remember, this is the English-speaking broadcast. We do have an Arabian-speaking broadcast, but this is the English-speaking version. We have 9 wonderful races to bring you, and I am not doing it by myself. I'm joined once again by the man on my right, Mr. Rory Delagi. How are you on this fine Saturday afternoon?
Well rested, Callum, I have to say, more so than yesterday. We got ahead of the game for Saturday when we got the cards early in the week, so it meant a nice night's sleep and about a reasonable hour to finish off the studies. So hopefully it'll pay off.
Hopefully it will pay off and we will find you at home plenty of winners. Talking of winners, here are some potential superstars who could light up the stage today at King Khalid Racecourse.
It will be a day of great excitement as the racing today has attracted multiple illustrious names. The 2 feature races are sponsored by the Jockey Club for horses sold in the 2022 auction. The competition begins in the first race when Infrared returns to 1,200 meters, which he previously achieved in the first victory of his career. Meanwhile, Groom appears to be more specialized in this distance after he won over the same distance when he overtook Etisalat by 2.5 lengths. In the second race, Ryan's party is looking to achieve his 3rd victory in a row, while Recall the Show hopes to repeat his previous performance and prove himself with this group, which is more powerful than those he recently defeated. After achieving 4 victories this season, Rakud Al-Ansari may steal the spotlight in the Arabian Fillies race. She's been super consistent this season and has dominated some powerful opponents. It's a quick turnaround for Soedad as we will see him compete in the Jcsa Challenge after he won an important title last week. He may be confronted by Mafrood as he won a local bred open contest in impressive style. After finishing 6th in the National Day Cup, Abu Al-Nawamis appears in the Jcsa Award over 2,000 meters, which should suit him, accompanied by his runner-up, Masroud, which seeks to take his revenge on the strong opponent. Ibn Laboon can't be overlooked if he gives us the same performance as he did in the King Khalid Cup when he finished 2nd. However, it is his first appearance this season, and that is perhaps using it as a preparation for Riyadh. $500,000 Rials are located to each of the 2 Jockey Club races for the horses sold in the 2022 auction. The Fillies race over 1,400 meters may represent a good opportunity for Naya to embrace the first victory in her career after she gained some experience by coming 2nd place in her only appearance. In the Colts race, Barik Al-Fawz looks the favourite to win after finishing 3rd in the Taif Cup. Busht Al-Hakim is considered the danger to him in the light of his consistent performance this season, coming 3rd last time out.
Big names upon more big names, Rory. What a day we've got to look forward to.
It's a cracking day, isn't it? I mean, got good races from the start. The opener's an absolute stormer, to be honest. We finished with a couple of auction races, which are very important for the bloodstock industry here, the nascent bloodstock industry in Saudi Arabia. A little bit harder to unpick those, but really interesting to see those 2-year-old contests on the end of the card, switching back to 7 furlongs as well for those where normally we expect to be going up and trip towards the end of the card.
Yes, 500,000 Saudi Riyal on offer for those two auction races. And someone else who is worth well over $1 million Saudi Riyal is Shamila, and she is down in the parade ring.
Oh, thank you very much, Callum. I think that's the best intro that you've done for me yet. Happy Saturday, everybody. And this is our last day of racing of the week until next week, which is our final 3 meetings of the Taif season. I cannot believe it. As you've already heard, race 8 and 9 are our features worth over... They are worth $1 million Riyals in total. So that'll be fantastic to see. It's a great incentive for people to buy horses, local bred horses here at the auctions in Saudi. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm really looking forward to race number 2, seeing how that plays out in between Ryan's Party and National Gallery. I think they're both very strong horses and have been very, very super consistent this season. So that'll be really exciting to watch.
That will be really exciting, Shamila, and we can't wait to get your paddock expertise as well. You've been in flying form this week, so hopefully you can keep that up. We've already mentioned Ryan's Party. Someone who always brings the party to the broadcast is Anthony Ennis, our commentator today. How are you, mate? How are you getting on?
I'm in great form, Callum. Looking forward to the action. Great to see you and Rory there again, and hear from Shamila as well. Right, race number 1 is coming up soon. As you can see, it's for non-winners of 4. We've got an open race then at 4:30. The fillies open at 5 o'clock. The maiden at 5:35. 6:05, the Arabian Colts take centre stage. Then we've got the challenge race over the mile at 6:35. And then at 7:05, the Jcsa award race. That's over the longer trip, 2,000 metres. And then we've got the first of our sales races to look forward to at 7:35, worth the big pot, 300,000 Saudi Riyal to the winner. And then again, similar prize money for the last race. The other sales race, 8:05 over the 7 furlongs, 1,400 metres. So that's our planned schedule for this Saturday, September the 30th. And race number 1, for non-winners of 4, we can have a look at the runners. Number 1 is Past Time for Alexis Moreno. 2 is Income, Khalid Al-Mimoni. 3 is King of the Night, Rakan Al-Abeid. 4 is Shanko for Ahmed Al-Shrar. 5 used to be trained over here by Johnny Portman, Felicia Beach. Now with the Al-Suhaimi team, written by Abdullah Al-Khamis. 6 First Line, Naif Al-Anazi. 7 Al-Haber, Adel Al-Faradi. 8 Mistrix for Tariq Al-Mansur. 9 Lord Paramount, Ahmad Al-Azari. 10 is Groom, written by Abdullah Al-Ajmi. 11 is Pennywern Taverner, had some time over here with the Haggis team, and Ali Al-Mamoni rides. 12 is Balb for Luis Morales. 13 Matching Socks, another ex-European, Mohammed Al-Shamari. 14 is Darnat Al-Asail, Rayan Al-Toesh. 15 is Majib, Rodriguez Jose. 16 Saad Al-Ayez for Turkey Yalofi. And 17 Infrared, Camillo Ospina. And 18 that runs is Assad Iyad Al-Tarisi. The other reserves not required, 19, 20 and 21. So a full field, Callum, for our first race.
Yes, Enzo, it's not easy from the start, and it won't get any easier because we've got big fields all the way through the cars. But this race is a cracker to get us started, Rory. Who do you like here?
Well, Groom ran an absolute cracker last time out. He was back to his very best when winning a 0-90 handicap last time out. And I thought this is non-winners of 4. I don't think it's any harder than that. And you'd expect him to go pretty close. Infrared draws back to 6 furlongs. I did want to see him at 6 furlongs, given that I thought he was a non-stayer over the mile last time out. His win prior to that had come over 7 furlongs. And he may well benefit from the drop back and trip, but I'd side with Groom, I think. Depending what happens in the paddock, obviously.
Absolutely. Well, as they're heading their way out to the paddock now, let's start from the bottom and then we'll meet them when they come in. Assad is horse number 18 on our race cards. Now, that was a horse who was second last time out back in meeting 46. We'll surely have a chance here if he can get the run of the race.
Yeah, he's got to get across from stall 18. He was thinking he was drawn to stall 1 last time out when he made most of the running. That's what he wants to do again, Assad. He's vulnerable in the latter stages, but he was a good second to former stablemate Rossmore Nation over course and distance last time out. This is a tougher race, though.
Yes, Infrared is horse number 17. We've already mentioned this runner as well. Coming across from stall 17 won't be easy for this proven non-stayer.
No, obviously, yeah, non-stayer at a mile. This is him dropping back to his minimum trip. 7 furlongs maybe his ideal. He was a winner of a 0-85 handicap 2 starts back over that trip. But he's been 4th in good races over the 6 furlongs and won his maiden at this trip as well. So this could well suit him, and I don't think he'll be too bothered by stall 17.
Saad Al-Ayez is another maiden winner.
Course and distance mid winner in his time, but little to offer in 4 starts this season, I'm afraid.
Majid is horse number 15.
His one good effort, his 4th on the card at Riyadh last year, came on turf, and he's got very little form on dirt.
Number 14 is Danat Alessiel.
Yes, several at least respectable efforts over course and distance this year. Not the most consistent in the world, and with a rating of 72 has a bit to find.
Yes, matching socks, horse number 13.
Yeah, one on debut at Kempton over 5 furlongs for Andrew Balding. Hasn't really gone on from that. And 2 runs here have been a little bit disappointing, to say the least.
Yes, that debut for Andrew Balding. Completely different change of scenery now for matching socks. Balb is horse number 12.
Was a winner of a cup race over 7 furlongs last term. He's been well beaten this summer, however. Needs to find his best form. Maybe hasn't trained on from 2 to 3.
He does have Louis Morales on board, who is Big Race Louis.
Big Race Lewis, yeah, he won't lack for strength from the saddle, but I'm not entirely sure how much ability remains there.
Pennywern Taverner's an interesting runner, horse number 11 on your race card. You can just see walking around the parade ring now. That horse caused carnage only 2 starts ago when running through the bridle and bringing down some rivals. It returned and seemed to be still feeling the effects of that. Are you hoping that this horse is now in a much better position mentally before this contest?
You'd hope so, but he seemed to cock the jaw. He got interfered with slightly, hooked the jaw, and then ran through, as I said, almost ran off the bend from the inside rail right to the outside rail and caused carnage. And then obviously he came back quite quickly and didn't disappointing. I don't know whether the idea was just to get him back on track, to get around him as quickly as possible, but he's now got a bit to prove, and it would get the squiggle for me.
Yeah, I'm probably going to go against Pennywern Taverner. The interesting thing about that horse is that he was travelling so well into that contest before cocking the jaw.
Yes, yeah, we know he's got the ability to win a race like this. It's just a case of whether he can show it.
A Groom is horse number 10, a horse that you and I both like in this contest.
Yeah, he's 3 from 21 on his career. So he's not exactly a win machine, but he was right back to his best when winning a 0-90 over course and distance last Thursday. I think this comes, 9 days off should be absolutely fine for him. And on that form, he's the one to beat.
Yeah, Lord Paramount is horse number 9, a horse that I was a big fan of in the UK. Thought he was going to go on to do very big things, but never quite lived up to the hype.
No, a son of Ribchester. He did win over 7 furlongs on Tapita at Wolverhampton for Roger Varian, but never really went on. He was only rated 70 in the end when he came here. Now rated 64 after a couple of disappointing efforts on both his Saudi Arabian starts.
I imagine that rating is going to fall further today. Mistrix, horse number 8.
Was 3rd in a non-winners of 2 at Riyadh in March. Well held both starts back this season. Dropped to 6 furlongs last time out without any sign of a revival.
And Alhaber is horse number 7.
Rated 73, he won a 7 furlong open early January last year, but hasn't been quite at his best since. Came late and wide when 6th to Rossmore Nation over course and distance last time out. So he's not without a chance of hitting the frame, but more required if he's going to get involved.
Yeah, it's number 6, First Line. This would have a chance, wouldn't it?
It would definitely have a chance on last season's form. He made all to win the 2022 Sprint Championship. But he was behind Groom last time out, only 11th in that race last week. Needs to find his best form.
Yes, Felicia Beach is another horse who will need to find some form once again.
Yeah, this is her debut in Saudi Arabia, and that's always very difficult, however good you are. She carries a UK rating of 70 here. Ex-Johnny Portman, winner on Tapita and on turf, but tough ask first time out here.
And Shanko is number 4.
Yeah, this is the horse that I said needs to race over 5 furlongs here. He's the 6 furlong winner in the UK, but his very best form for Stuart Williams came over 5, and he hasn't been getting home in his races so far here.
And now we can see them up close. Let's start with Pastime, horse we haven't talked about yet. Alex Moreno in the saddle, and Income, horse number 2.
Yeah, Pastime's only rated 62. He won a 7 furlong made in November last year. No impact since, though. Income, 6 furlong open winner at Riyadh last December. Was handy and faded late when 7th to Groom last time out, so could come on from that, and I wouldn't rule Income out entirely.
Is King of the Night number 3.
7 furlong maiden winner Jebel Ali in 2022, but very much lost his way since and hard to fancy.
Is the speedster Shanko will probably need a drop-in trip, and unfortunately that's not available to him today.
Yeah, he's not going to get one here, so I'm not sure. They've tried to hold him up and get at the trip, but it hasn't worked so far.
Here's the Saudi debutant, Felicia Beach. Nice looking animal, but again, you'd just be concerned first time up in Saudi Arabia. And that's followed by First Line, horse number 6, you can just see on screen now.
Yeah, decent horse last year, still has a rating of 87 First Line, but that 11th to Groom over course and distance last time does need improving upon.
Yeah, that's a big concern, isn't it? Because it wasn't a close 11th either. This is Alabare, horse number 7, a nice looking animal, quite long and looking around a little bit, but certainly not too many negatives.
No, 7 furlong, arguably the rest trip for Albert. Came late when 6th the Rossmore Nation over course and distance last time. This is a slightly tougher race as well.
You can see Mistrix in shot there, but we're going to go straight to Shamila, who's in the parade ring.
Thanks very much, Callum. My paddock pick for this race is Small But Mighty, number 17 Infrared by Pivotal. And in Pivotal fashion, they all look like this. They're all small, mighty, a little bit chunky, but they can get the job done very easily. He's rated 95, Camilo Ospina on board, and I really like him in the paddock for this race, so he will be my paddock pick. Another horse I have to highlight is a 4-year-old filly, horse number 14, Dana Alisail, Grey by Cat Thief. She is looking really, really nice in the parade ring as well. Only one I would have to highlight as a bit of a paddock negative is horse number 16. He was jig jogging and getting a little hot behind the saddle, so hopefully that doesn't hinder him too much. However, I will be sticking with Infrared. He looks glorious in the sun.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Great to have her down there, giving us a real good feel of the horses in the paddock. Interesting that Sardalez, who's had plenty of running and should have plenty of experience, is getting very warm in the prelims.
Yeah, not a good sign, and Sardalez's recent efforts don't read terribly well, so...
This is one of Shamila's eye catchers, Denat Alasel, the grey horse, looking lovely. You can certainly see why. Big, strong behind. Typical dirt look at this one.
Yeah, and it's got form that gives it place chances here, Denat Alasel. Third in meeting 7, second in meeting 14. Back to form when fourth last time out. Did run a couple of stinkers in between. It isn't the most consistent, but does look in good terms with herself at the moment, and that might be a sign she's going to run one of her better races.
Sardalez is the horse with a negative. You can still see it's still getting a bit jig-joggy. Here is Shamila's pick, Infrared. Tiny, but mighty.
He is. He's not the biggest, but he's a nice horse to watch racing because he does stick his neck out and try to get on with things. Ignore his run last time out because I don't think he's a stayer at a mile, and he comes back to 6 furlongs, having won over 7 2 starts back.
And we just saw Assad going through short there. Lovely looking animal, but again, that is a massive concern with the draw because his last run and the best run, his career best effort, he was skimming the rail all along down the inside and ran a very good race to finish second. Won't get that luck today.
He won't, and I think on his previous start when he was fourth, he was also drawn towards the rail there, so that may have been an advantage to him. But we've seen horses jump out quickly from outside stalls and get across over this trip before, so it's not impossible at all.
And remember, you tend to meet less traffic problems when you're drawn wide than you do in the inside.
Yeah, even if you break half a stride slowly, you're better off being drawn wide to get forward than if you're drawn on the inside because you immediately get horses in front of you.
Remember, we are live on the Jcsa YouTube channel, and it's wonderful to get a lovely welcome for one of our Arabic-speaking viewers, and thank you very much for tuning in to our coverage here from King Khalid Racecourse in Taif. Remember, we're on Thursday, Friday and Saturday next week, and then we take a cheeky little break and we return in Riyadh. We go back to the capital for a real bumper set of races. Plenty of excitement to look forward to. Plenty of excitement here on the track. This is Groom winning last time out on September the 16th. This was a really good performance, having to come from behind runners, weaving through traffic.
Yeah, he does. He does very well. You just see him pulling out in the red cap here. The gap opens between runners here and he surges forward. I suspect that, well, obviously, if he tried to go up the inside, there wouldn't have been a gap until very, very late in the day, and that might have made the difference between victory and defeat. But he's won by a good margin. He's going on strongly at the line. So, very good performance from Groom. And although this is a slightly different grade as a non-winners of 4, I don't think it's any harder for him.
We saw Assad coming home in 4th there. That was another one where he was drawn low and ran a decent enough race. This is Infrared winning on penultimate start. Now, this was a good effort over this trip. Afterwards, it all went wrong over a mile.
Yeah, this was in a 0 to 85 handicap 2 starts back. We'll see Infrared, and he'd been placed over a mile. He'd been 4th over a mile in one of his previous starts, but he definitely appreciated both the cut back and trip here to 7 furlongs, and also the slight ease and grade. He'd been running in slightly better handicaps than this, and I think he felt he was let loose on this occasion. Always handy. He does tend to race very handily and looks to kick early in the straight, and on this occasion they couldn't get back to him at all. As we said, in a tougher race last time out, up to a mile, he was disappointing, but I'm pretty sure you can draw a line through that.
He'll have to work really hard to get across from that wide draw in 17 to get involved in that race and be able to dictate like he did on that occasion, though, won't he?
Yeah, he won't be dictating here, and he doesn't have to dictate over 6 furlongs. He just tends to race pretty handily and then looks to use a turn of foot. you know, he races slightly differently than most dirt horses. He's not all power from the start and hanging on. He's got the ability to change gear mid-race. The question is whether the 6 furlongs is marginally on the short side for him, or whether 7 furlongs is going to be the ideal trip for Infrared. But we'll see as the race pans out. I'm not really worried about his draw unless Assad comes straight across him from the start. That's the one potential concern.
Yes, and you can just see Assad in shot now, looking lovely with those cheek pieces on. One of the other things I have to mention, Infrared had that beautiful head carriage. He really, really tries, and that makes him a positive for me. Let's go through selections right about now. Who do you like in this one, Rory? Who are you going to pin your hopes to?
Well, I do think Infrared can run a decent race, but I see no reason to desert Groom after the good win last time out. His run style means he needs a little bit of luck in running, but he's definitely just about the best of these. Conditions are ideal for him, and he's in form.
Yes, so Rory and myself are going to target Groom. Shamila has gone for Infrared, so those are those 2 horses covered. So number 10 for Rory and myself, and number 17 for Infrared. Very exciting to see how this race works out. Now, there's only one man left to speak to, and that is Anthony Ennis, our man in the sky. Anthony, are you with us, or are you against us?
Yeah, I wanted to go with matching socks, but I guess it's a bit of a risky pick, isn't it? So I think Groom is the logical one. I watched that race with you just now, and I did like the way the horse came from off the pace, and it's not that easy to do that, is it, here at Taif either? So yeah, I'm a Groom fan as well, rather boringly, but I keep an eye on matching socks. I did like him when Andrew Balding had him. I remember when he won that day, first time out, and he's not had a lot of races over in Saudi just yet. So I'd give him another chance, perhaps as a second pick, drawn out in stall 13. So the runners are gathered at the start for the opening race, and we are going to be seeing these nominals of 4 in action here, going 1,200 metres, so 3/4 of a mile, and again, good first prize here, 62,500 Saudi Riyal. There is number 18, that is Assad, the purple saddlecloth there, son of Lope de Vega. He had Al Tarisi riding. Just circling behind the stalls. They'll be going forward fairly soon here. Plenty of ex-European form to have a look at here. I remember quite well Pennyworth Taverner running over here in his time with William Haggis as well, and he's an interesting horse. And also Felicia Beach, and she was quite talented with Johnny Portman. Whether she's up to winning a race like this on her debut out there, I'm not too sure, but certainly showed a bit of ability. Number 1 there in the green is Past Time, daughter of Postponed, Alexis Moreno riding. That's been led towards the starting stalls. So 18 runners then, going 1,200 metres for race 1. So our nominals are 4 lifetime. There is number 12, that's Bulb in the blue and white. Caught by Ballada, one of the 3-year-olds in this race for Luis Morales. So we've got a few in the stalls. Coming forward too, there is King of the Nile, that is, sorry, King of the Night, that is number 3 for Rakan Alabay. King of the Night is a son of Empire Maker. So going in, Groom going forward. Expect to see Groom dropped in maybe to midfield early on, then finish strongly. Seven in the green, that's Alabay, isn't it, in the different shades of green. Last couple coming forward then. 7 and 11 to complete the line, Alabay and Pennyworth Taverner, and then we'll be set for race 1. Set to go almost. One just rearing up in stall 11, Pennyworth Taverner. And they're off. They're racing for opening contest over 1,200 metres now. King of the Night very slowly away and has dropped to last early on. Also missing it a fraction too was First Line. One that broke well towards the outside was Saad Al-Ayez. He's right up with the gallop too. And Saad Al-Ayez in the yellow colours got out very sharpish towards the outside, showing speed towards the inside. There was First Line who's going to head them off at the pass here, and right in behind is Bulb, who's also handy in the blue and white colours. They go through the first 300 or so metres. To the inside, First Line, to the outside, Saad Al-Ayez, and sitting between them is Bulb. This is the leading trio, and they're 3 lengths clear of the pursuing pack at this stage. They head towards the turn, further back to find Infrared, who's trying to get going now in the pink on the outside. He's making round 2, Infrared. Back on the inside is Pastime, the green colours, as they make the swing into the straight. Then comes Income in the white and maroon. Around the home turn they go, and up front, First Line and Bulb, these two. First Line fractional lead to Barb in second. Here on the outside comes Infrared running on strongly, and now here comes Groom as well in the white and red colour. He's suddenly switched on, Groom, from a long way off the pace, entering the final 100 metres. Is it too late for Groom? He's making ground. Up front, Barb has got to the front though, and it's Barb, Luis Morales, for the main prize. Barb to first line second, and third was Groom, who flew at the death, but just got going too late, but finished in third place under Abdullah Al-Ajmi. 12, Barb is the winner for Luis Morales. This Bellardo colt, one of the 3-year-olds in the race, has won it. Second, first line, number 6, and third, number 10, Groom, who just did it all too late. 1 minute 15.08 seconds the winning time, and the winning margin was 3/4 of a length. 12 the winner, Barb. Second, number 6, first line, and third, number 10, Groom, and the front three were well clear there of the others. Infrared in behind with Alabert, but it's Barb, first line, Groom, the first result.
Well, Barb was a cup winner last season and bounces right back to form after 2 pretty poor runs underneath the man, the myth, the legend. Big race, Louis.
Big race, Luis Morales does it again. Yeah, I mean, he was, as you said, he was in Riyadh last year. He won a cup contest. He was then unplaced in his next 2 starts at Riyadh, and 12th on both tries back. Made you ask questions, especially with the 3-year-old. You wondered, well, maybe they were just at their best at 2 and haven't really trained on. But clearly, he just needs a little bit of time. He's more of an autumn winter horse than he is a summer horse, Barb, and racing much more prominently than he has. He's bounced right back to form. Him in first line had a little bit of a battle for the lead. They had back class here. First line, of course, was well behind Groom last week, but has form not that far back. They give him a good chance of winning this race. They both needed to bounce back, and both of them have. And that's been a bit of a theme this week, I think.
Yeah, it's all about bouncing back. We are bouncing back, trying to bounce back after a tough day yesterday with selections, and it's not been the easiest start today. Groom coming in third for us, making lots of late ground from the back, but wasn't able to quite reel in those 2 leaders who had been front and centre for a very long time.
Yeah, they weren't short. I mean, in terms of what they've shown recently, you might have thought the front 2 would have been short runners there, but you know they had the back class to go hard early and keep going hard. And of course, with the wind in their favour up the straight and the track riding a bit quicker than it has done earlier in the season, time of 1:15.08 would have been faster than Groom did. He did 1:16.55 in winning here last week, and obviously it's not like he's meeting up. It's just the track is riding that much quicker, and he was trying to come from off the pace. He just gives them a little bit too much rope, but he did finish with a real rattle and clearly is right at the top of his game.
Yeah, so if you were a follower of Shamila's selection of Infrared, you must have been quite confident swinging into the straight, because Infrared made a big move but just wasn't able to maintain. I have to think that quick turnaround may have paid the penalty there.
No, I think he's run up to his form, to be perfectly honest. You've got to bear in mind this is a non-winner's a 3 with horses rated 90 plus in it. His win came in at also 85 over the extra furlong. I think 7 furlongs is ideal for him. But you know, he's effective at 6. I thought he's run his race, to be perfectly honest with you. Certainly ran better than he did over a mile when he was pretty handy last time out. He just couldn't make any inroads up the straight.
you've got to give credit to both Balb and First Line. They were going 67 kilometers per hour down that backside, and usually that's a speed, even at this level, which is a decent level of racing, that they can't continue to maintain, but they did today. Shamila is down in the winners' enclosure with some winning connections.
Thank you, Callum. I am with Louis Morales after the first race. Congratulations, Louis. How was that race for you? And it's the first time you've ever rode this horse.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. No, he's a smart horse. He used to be one of the best 2-year-old last season. Unfortunately, he dropped his, I think his condition and performance and everything. The last 2 races, he was very bad. Today, he came better. Still not in his, his 100%, but he could handle it today because I tried to relax him in the second and third position because we were really fast in the beginning. And then he responded very well in the last 400.
And he didn't seem to mind being drawn out wide either in stall 12.
No, because he has a lot of speed, I broke well, and I don't want to, come too close, too quick inside. So I take my chance, my opportunity to, to let him develop. He didn't show more the speed he used to, but he finished really good today.
And are you looking forward to any of your other rides later on today?
Well, I hope so. There is one, I think 5 more, so hopefully, inshallah.
Good luck, Louis.
Thank you so much, I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Louis. And if we see the start here, watch out for stall 3. King of the Night missed it completely.
Yeah, that was King of the Night's race over. He's just struggled to adapt to racing here. You see the first line was away well from stall 6, and the winner, Balb, away nicely from stall 12 as well. We saw pace to a degree from Infrared. Assad wasn't asked to go forward from stall 18, and you saw Saad Alays in the yellow colours going up there early from that wide draw in stall 16. And we expected quite a lot to happen in behind them here, but actually we got the first and second sitting in first and third positions at the moment, and they maintained that. I think the track is just suiting front runners at the moment, because the surface is quicker, but also because you do have the tailwind right behind them in the straight, which helps them conserve the energy. It's making those times that little bit faster. As I said, I don't think there's any better race on paper than the race that Groom won last week, but he did 1:16.55 off a strong pace. We're doing 1:15.08 here, which tells you that the conditions are that little bit faster and therefore more conducive to the front runners. The front two have pulled clear here. You see that Groom has moved into third and is finishing really strongly, but they've just got too much of a gap on him. He had maybe 6 or 7 lengths to make up, and they just don't weaken in front. These are decent horses. Both First Line and Balb are good horses, and Balb got the better of what was a protracted battle through the race.
Yeah, so I thought it was interesting that we mentioned Sardalez was the horse to try and take them on early on, but then Sardalez faded quite quickly. And it left the two of them, and they didn't fight each other. They seemed to actually be able to get into a rhythm, and it's so hard to do over 1,200 metres. They were in a rhythm coming off the bend, and they were able to find something extra down the straight. It wasn't much because Groom was closing, but they certainly weren't falling into a hole coming down the straight, were they?
No, they weren't, and this is the thing. On turf, if you're making the running, a lot of people will tell you that you want to go as slow as possible to maximise your chance of winning. But on this dirt surface, you actually want to go as fast as you're able to maintain. If you slow it down mid-race, that may help if you've specifically got a particular horse you want to get beaten. But it doesn't actually help your horse see the race out any better. You actually want to be going very close to your top speed. That kind of top speed that you can maintain for this distance from the start. And then the key is just maintain the rhythm, keep your form, and you will just about last out to the line if you're doing that properly. And we saw 2 horses who, at their best, are more than capable of doing that. Haven't been in great form this season, either of them, but they showed exactly what they can do under positive rides today.
A big boost for connections at Balb as well, because obviously a cup winner as a 2-year-old, you've got high expectations. This horse was running in the Saudi Derby, so clearly had plenty of ability, but just hadn't seemed to find anything. Connections have decided to stay in Taif longer than many people would expect. They've not gone to Riyadh early. They've waited for this race. And remember, he was last seen running in meeting 27. This is running off a break, and certainly much better for all connections involved, and they'll be happy with that.
Well, the interesting thing you heard from Luis Morales there was the horse lost condition. So clearly, physically, he wasn't thriving early in the season when it would have been, well, I guess, a little bit hotter than it is now. And I don't know whether that was the issue. And obviously, he's been doing his winning outside of the heat of the summer. but for whatever reason, he just wasn't himself early in the season, which explains his poor final run in Riyadh and his poor start here. So at some stage, something's gone wrong. He hasn't thrived physically. They've given him a break and they've brought him back. And he is, Louis says, he's not quite at his best yet, but he's clearly on the way back.
That's the exciting thing, isn't it? Louis saying he's not at 100% at all yet. He's still got plenty of improvement left in him, and we'll see that at Riyadh, no doubt. We move swiftly on to our second race on the card. It's another open contest, this one for 3-year-olds and a bit older, but we go over 7 furlongs in this contest. So a very exciting race nonetheless. Rory, out of these on the page right now, who jumps out at you?
Oh, there are plenty. We've seen a lot of these horses already this season, and we'll be seeing, I think, footage of 4 of them when we get the VT out. Ryan's Party is the obvious one. He's looking for a hat-trick of wins over course and distance. He keeps running into National Gallery. National Gallery beat him in week 33. Ryan's Party, meeting 33, I should say. Ryan's Party was third that day. He's won both his starts since, and on both of those occasions, National Gallery has been third. So they've been regular
Foes.
Foes, I suppose. Yes, I was looking for a fancy word there, and it just didn't come to me. They've regularly met each other on the racetrack this season over this course and distance, and I don't think there's much between them again. I think although Ryan's Party has won his last 2, National Gallery maybe didn't get the best of runs through last time, remains in very good form, and they've got identical ratings and are carrying the same weight here. So not much to choose between them. If you're looking at Riyadh form, we've seen Riyadh form come to the fore in our last race, and indeed a couple of times last night. Sunset and Vine's got very strong form in Riyadh, was well beaten on his reappearance here behind Ryan's Party. That was meeting 38, but he was entitled to need that run after a fair break. He won 2 of his last 3 in Riyadh over 7 furlongs, and he could easily bounce back to his best form as well.
Yes, a very exciting race for sure. Now, before we get into this contest, our production team have put together a series of clips showing just how quality the racing has been here over the last few days. I tell you what, it has been a wonderful place to spend 2 months of my life, and I've loved every second of it. Enzo, take us through the runners and riders for our second contest of the day.
So here we go. Yeah, looking forward to this one. Real flavour for this race. This is the second race on the card. Violent Star is number 1, Abdulaziz Al Yayesh on board. They're going 1,400 metres for this race, due off at 4:30 local time, 3-year-olds and up. Number 2, Karaginski, Alexis Moreno. 3 doesn't go, 4 doesn't run either. So non-runners are Tisalat and Puerto de Vega. Number 5, National Gallery, the horse that Rory was talking about, Turkey Alofi riding him. Number 6, Sunset and Vine, ridden by Ahmed Al-Azari. 7, Latihati for Abdallah Al-Hussein. 8, Ryan's Party, Ahmed Al-Shwa. Called him to win that last race last time. 9, Mujir, Eddie Castro. 10 is Ragadam, Khalid Al-Mimoni. 11, Realm of Law, Camillo Ospina. 12, Recall the Show, Mohammed Al-Sharima. 13, Motfael, Abdullah Al-Kradis. 14, Nigel Knott, who had some time with Mick Appleby. Iyad Al-Tarisi rides this one today. 15, Al-Mutib, Thurb Al-Tamat. 16, Taking Names, Tariq Al-Mansur. 17, High Ovation, double seeking jockey Luis Morales. 18 is Dullah Bati for Jose Rodriguez. 19, Altraef gets an outing. Rayan Altoash. And number 20 is also a runner here. Tepui runs as well. Means 21 misses out. But 2 non-runners, 3 and 4, means that 19 and 20 get in here and take up stalls 3 and 4 respectively here, Callum.
Thank you very much, Anthony. And yes, you're totally right there. It's an interesting thing to see those 2 reserves going to get nice draws in stalls 3 and 4, Rory. They have to come into the equation now.
Not off their ratings, they don't. They'll have to be stepping up markedly on what they've shown here if they're going to get involved. Stalls 3 and 4 might be kind, but the form book says they will struggle.
Yes, it's a cracking little contest here. I'm all about the Ryan's Party. I've said the line a million times before. There ain't no party like a Ryan's Party. But talk about a horse number 10, Ragadan, is ridden by Khalid Al-Mimoni, who is absolutely flying at the moment. What a rider. He's had 3 winners over the last 2 days, and I wouldn't put it past him having another couple today.
No, again, he will struggle, I think, to get Ragadan's head in front. He did come back in the Jockey Club Cup, which is a tough task for him. And he was beaten 28 lengths in a 0-75 handicap last time out. This is a harder race than that. He needs to get his skates on if he's going to get involved.
Yeah, so let's talk about some of these from the bottom. Number 20, Tepui, sneaks in, comes out still 4, but needs to find plenty of form.
Yes, 6 starts here and hasn't really set the world alight. 12th on his return. That's back in week 5. So he's coming off meeting 5, I should say. He's come back off a biggish absence. Not easy to fancy.
Let's talk about Violent Star and Karajinsky, number 1 and 2.
Yeah, Violent Star had just a course and distance maiden to his name, and although not disgraced behind Ryan's Party last time out, does have a bit to find. Karaginsky beat Pennyworth Tavern in a not-weighty handicap in meeting 27. He's been soundly beaten in both starts since, just seemed to have lost his form suddenly.
National Gallery, horse number 5. This horse has a serious chance.
Yeah, he certainly does. He beats Ryan's Party meeting 33 and has been 3rd to Ryan's Party over course and distance in his last 2 starts. Not much between them on any of those 3 occasions, and nothing to choose between them at the weights again today.
Sunset and Vine's been winning on the turf.
He has. He's been winning on the turf in Riyadh. He was only 11th behind Ryan's Party on his return, but that was his first start after a break. He's liable to do a lot better for it, and he's dangerous.
Latiati, number 7.
Was rated at 97 at one stage in the UK, was a 4-time winner for Roger Varian, but he's been unplaced on all 7 starts in Saudi Arabia and hasn't translated his form at all.
Here's the hat-trick seater, Ryan's Party, and he's going to be followed by number 9, Mujir.
Yeah, we all know all about Ryan's Party. Mujir won a 7-furlong maiden at Maidan on his debut. He hasn't gone on from that since, though, and he was disappointing on his first start here, meeting 48 last week, so plenty to prove from Mujir.
We've got Ragadan and Realm of Law, number 10 and 11. Realm of Law still waiting to come into the parade ring.
Yeah, we mentioned Ragadan already. He'd beaten 28 lengths last time out. Realm of Law cost plenty, $325,000. Was a US winner in October 2021. Lightly raced at a mile and further here, and he's been off since November last year, so a bit to prove for Realm of Law in terms of fitness.
Recall the Show, number 12, came flashing down the outside to win last time.
Yeah, came from a long way back to score last time out. He's often been highly tried, Recall the Show, but that was a 0-85 handicap he won last time by beating Karaginsky, and he's got chances again with a similar sort of run.
Mot Fayal, 13.
Only 1 from 28 here. His last one came back in 2021. He's been well beaten in good races his last couple of starts, so I think he needs his sights lowering.
One of my favourite names in Saudi, Nigel Knott.
Nigel Knott, former Mick Appleby inmate, was rated 90 in the UK. Bit of a lazy sort for Mick Appleby, but talented. He hasn't shown his best form here, and he needs to put his best foot forward. He does have the ability to win. Dropping back in trip will suit him, though.
Alma Tib is gorgeous, number 15.
7-furlong maiden winner in January 2022, but he's been well beaten subsequently. No closer than 11th in his last 5 starts.
Taking names of the horse who's been really, really disappointing. He was so impressive on his debut in the UAE and then struggled. Number 17 is High Ovation.
Failed to win for William Haggis, which is an alarm bell straight away, and he was 9th in a 6-furlong maiden last time out. This is a big step up in class for him, and he'll need to do a lot better, but he's got Luis Morales in the plate.
Dulabati, number 18.
Was with Michael Dodds in the UK. Back to form, wins 3rd to Rossmore Nation over this trip last time out. Does stay this trip. It can be a weak finisher at times.
Number 19, Al Tarif, the first of our reserves.
Yeah, 4 runs here. Disappointing on his 1 run this season, went 15th. A rating of 64 says he's set to struggle.
And finally, Tapui, horse number 20, jumping out of stall 4.
Yeah, similar comments apply. He was 12th on his only start this season, has a rating of 56. And although he's got a nice draw on stall 4 and seems to be on good terms with himself, I think he's set to struggle.
Having a jig jog in the paddock, someone who's already in the paddock is Shamila. Who is your paddock eye catcher here?
My paddock eye catcher is the one and only Ryan's Party, 4-year-old chestnut colt, and it's all about the chestnuts for me today. I also really like the look of Karajinsky, but maybe that's just me being a little bit biased because I used to ride him out in Dubai when he was at Zabil Stables. Now, the trainer Nasser Fawaz has 4 horses in this race, and I can almost guarantee that the tactics will be to try and get Ryan's Party in the best possible position and outcome for the race. So I really think Ryan's Party can do it, and he looks a picture in the parade ring, even though the sun has mysteriously gone away from some cloud coverage. A horse I also really like the look of is horse number 16, Taking Names. He is a 4-year-old gelding by the one and only Arrogate, which is great to see his progeny out here in Saudi Arabia, especially in Taif. Who would have thought it? And no standout paddock negatives for me in this race.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Now, Realm of Law, horse number 11, the dashing grey that's an American-born animal, hasn't been seen since November. How's he looking first time up after a break?
Well, like you just said, Callum, it is his first run after a break. He isn't looking the most fit. I mean, I have said this before, and the horses have absolutely hacked up in the race. However, he does look to be carrying a little bit condition compared to the other horses in the race who have had multiple races this season already. This could be just them using this race as a good prep to Riyadh.
And finally, we need to know more about your riding career. Tell us more about you riding out in Dubai, because you can't just drop that in and then expect us to move on.
I was a work rider / racing secretary at Zabil Stables in Dubai for 2 years. So that is part of my riding. Before that, I was in Ireland for 2 years working for Noel Mead and Gordon Elliott. And I've been riding Arabians, thoroughbreds, national hunt horses, you name it, I've done it.
Thank you very much, Shamila. And you've heard it here first. If you need a jockey, Shamila will be on hand. She'll do the business for you. Rory, plenty of angles in this race. I really want to give Taking Names one more chance, because if you go right back to his debut, he was so impressive. Won by 8.5 lengths in Dubai. Ended up running in group races immediately after that. Never got his head in front again. And has had a few runs here in Saudi Arabia, all of which have been quite disappointing. But they tend to be trending in the right direction.
Only 9th last time out, Taking Names. He's given his pedigree and given that good start, as she said, he's been bitterly disappointing since. He's dropped to a rating of 77 now, and he's been no closer than 5th on all those Saudi Arabian starts, despite not, he hasn't been in the toughest company either. So it's a wee bit disappointing that he's not made more of an impact. I know you want to give him one more chance, but you're too soft-hearted, aren't you?
I am. I'm just far too soft. And it is all about Ryan's Party for myself. And obviously, Shamila thinks that's the paddock eye catcher for you. Rory, are you going to join us, or are you going to go somewhere else? National Gallery, still waiting for a selection.
Yeah, I might go for National Gallery. As I said, I can find very little between Ryan's Party and National Gallery. Obviously, Ryan's Party has the marginal upper hand on the last couple of runs, but as I said, they've met 3 times this season. It's 2-1 to Ryan's Party. When one of them's won, the other one's been close up, and they race off the same weight again today. So I see no reason why there shouldn't be much between them. And I thought National Gallery caught the eye last time, so I'll give them a token selection, because someone has to weigh in with them, I think.
Absolutely. No, one of the horses we spoke a little bit about, Realm of Law, this dashing grey coming from the USA. We saw a USA bought horse run yesterday and run really badly coming back off a break. Is that a slight concern about a horse for a powerful organisation in the white stable? Camille or Spina on board, but there's got to be some negatives there for sure.
Well, yeah, I think the first thing you've got to deal with is what Realm of Law's form is like here. He was 14th at Riyadh last season, as in last year. He had 2 runs at Taif then last season, finished 16th on the first of them, did a bit better when 6th, turned out reasonably quickly. Then he raced one more time at Riyadh, which was in November last year, and finished 6th again. Now, the suggestion is that he's going to need the run anyway, but his runs have been underwhelming. But he's also shaped like he's needed the run after a break on both occasions when that's been the scenario for him. So I would have thought he's going to need this again. But it may well be that he's been here for a while, but he hasn't clicked yet based on his US form. he may click at any time, but it's not an easy race to be doing. And it's always difficult when you got a horse who's won once, and I think he's won just the one race in the,
yes,
in
he
the
won
US.
in the US. Yes.
You can't find him an easy race to start with, and therefore you got to be in these competitive races. But he looks well, doesn't he?
He looks really well. He's a gorgeous-looking individual, as is Recall the Show, who's in behind. Aroma of Law earned $97,000 in the States as well, so he certainly wasn't getting pumped every time he was out there. There's clearly a reason why the White Stable decided to make their investment into him, but it just hasn't really come to the fore yet. But we've already seen how a horse bounce back in our first race, and it wouldn't be too much of a surprise to see a horse bounce back in this race.
No, and there are a fair number who've got the level of ability required to go close here with the breaks, including some that we've moved over fairly quickly. You know, Karaginski's been disappointing a bit. He could bounce back. That wouldn't be a massive surprise. And yeah, there's a few of these who are just not quite showing their form at the moment. But as we've seen over the last couple of days, for whatever reason, horses are, refinding their form this week.
You can just see Khalid Al-Mamoni in the background of shot there, and you can see why he's smiling. 3 winners in the last 2 days. He partners Ragadan. That horse would have a chance on paper, no doubt, if he's to improve on the 8th place finish he showed last time out in meeting 43. So many storylines here. A race not affected by non-runners because we have the reserves in here as well, so a full field, which is great to see, and just so many chances. I am going to stick with Ryan's Party for me. But let's have a look at Ryan's Party right now, beating National Gallery. Now, this was on September the 23rd.
Yeah, you'll see Ryan's Party in the familiar black and white colours. He's got the blue cap. He comes through here strongly in the middle at the moment to win the race. And you'll see National Gallery is in those, again, familiar white, gold and green colours on the inside, and he runs on strongly to grab third. The pair of them never really engaged in battle this day. They raced apart from each other. Ryan's Party coming wider in the straight, National Gallery going for the rail. Not a great deal to choose between them. That was a strong contest. Other horses we've seen plenty have been in behind them that day as well.
This is Sunset and Vine. You can see it in shot now, and we'll have a look at this horse winning in March at Riyadh on the green stuff.
It's nice to see a bit of turf action, isn't it? And in this race, you see Sunset and Vine, one other coming well clear of their field in this turf contest. You can see the way he points his toe. He's really well suited to the turf, but he does have form on dirt as well. The surface isn't really the issue here. The issue is whether he's at peak fitness yet. He was only 11th on his seasonal reappearance here back at meeting 38 in a race that Ryan's Party won. He needs to step up on that, but he's more than capable on the form that he showed at Riyadh. He won 2 of his last 3 and was second in the other one at Riyadh.
And we've seen a horse with Riyadh form win earlier in the card today. Recall the Show is the horse you'll see coming right around the outside via the car park, gets up on the line.
Yeah, he must be at about 12th or 13th place as we join the action here, but comes with a withering run down the centre of the course to get up late to beat Karaginski. Karaginski, as we said, has rather lost his form a little bit since then, but Recall the Show was back to his very best. He's got a rating of 89. He's been a tad in and out in his career, but he's been in some really tough races. He's been very highly tried at times in his career. This is the right sort of sport for him, so you've got to consider him.
Yeah, he'd be one to consider, and probably won't have to come that far wide considering he's drawn from 12, so it might be a bit of an easier passage for Recall the Show this time.
I don't think it matters where he's drawn in terms of how wide. I think if you check where he was drawn last time, he wasn't necessarily widest of all, but if you get behind, you either got to take your chances and try to weave through horses on the inside, or often what jockeys prefer to do is swing wide for a clear run on the straight.
And you'll often see that here at King Khalid Racecourse. They'll be going 7, 8, 9, 10 wide on the bend because everyone wants to get a good shot down the straight and doesn't want to encounter traffic problems.
Indeed, and it's a short. Well, I say it's a short enough straight. It looks long from where I'm looking at this stage, but you don't always want to get too far back. You don't see horses making up quite the ground that Recall the Show did last time on a regular basis.
That is High Ovation in shot there with Louis Morales on board looking for the quick-fire double. Can you give High Ovation a chance here?
I didn't greatly fancy High Ovation, I have to say. I thought he really would be living up to his name of big race Louis if he was able to get High Ovation home in front. He's only had the 2 runs. 9th was the best he did last time out, and as I said, he was beaten a fair way, and he couldn't get off the mark even in fairly ordinary company for William Haggis. And there is no better trainer in the UK at finding spots for their horses to win races than William Haggis. So a horse that doesn't win for him is a horse you don't really want to be buying as a rule.
Absolutely, and it's interesting that this will be third start up in Saudi Arabia, so there has to be a key form line there. As myself and Tom Collins believe the 3 starts in Saudi is your third start that's always the best.
Well, he did at least step up from debut when ninth last time. He ran badly on debut, but as I said, ninth in a maiden. If he came here and won a race of this nature, having been well beaten in maiden company in his previous start, that would be a remarkable piece of training and riding.
Some of these haven't been particularly too exposed, but Violent Star, horse number 1, has had the 23 starts and has been fairly busy this season.
Has run in the last couple of weeks, Violent Star. Has won a course and distance maiden in his time. Generally speaking, has been below form. A little bit better last time. I went 9th to Ryan's Party over course and distance. That at least was a step in the right direction, but he needs to take another big step in the right direction if he's going to get involved here.
Yeah, he would even need to step forward once again, and they can't all step forward, that is for sure. Sunset and Vine, I imagine this horse is more of a turf horse. I certainly am not looking for him over this surface, especially this deep surface here at King Khalid Racecourse.
Yeah, not as cuppy as it used to be, though.
Not as cuppy, no. The big man himself told us.
Indeed. So I think if he is going to win a race here, it'll be the way the track is riding at the moment. But yes, you'd have thought that this is more of a prep for races on the turf later in the Riyadh season and early next year, essentially. But he's got the class to get involved, and I wouldn't be ruling him out very quickly based on the ability that he's shown. As I said, his last 3 runs in Riyadh, first, second, first. And although he was well beaten behind Ryan's Party last time out, you can expect him to show up better today.
Yes, I think he will have a much better chance of winning on the dirt here in the current conditions that we're encountering. Now, let's get selections in nice and early so we give Enzo plenty of time to see these ones get loaded. I'm going to go with Shamila with Ryan's Party. Are you going stecking with National Gallery?
Yes, I'm going National Gallery.
Perfect. So just to remind everyone at home of those selections, Rory is going for number 5, National Gallery, while Shamila and myself are going for number 8, Ryan's Party, who is looking for the hat-trick. A couple of other eye-catcher there you can just see in shot. Recall the show is certainly not without a chance. Remember, we're live on YouTube. All you have to do is like, subscribe, and keep watching our videos. Remember, we're live Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays on the Jcsa YouTube channel. Tell your friends, tell your family. We love having you with us. Time to hand over to Anthony Ennis. Anthony, who do you like in this one?
Well, Callum, having called that Ryan's Party race that you showed earlier, I'd probably stick with him. I really like the way he finished off the race. I think he was good value for that win, and I think he might confirm that form with National Gallery. But we shall see. It's a competitive race, isn't it? Lots of different angles into this race. Yellow cap, by the way, there for High Ovations rider Luis Morales. Obviously, we've got, I think, 4 in the same ownership here. Ryan's Party jockey wears a red cap. Ahmed Al-Shra, Latihati's rider, it's kind of like a purpley blue cap, and Karaginski's got the black cap and the yellow cap High Ovation, so that will hopefully help distinguish those. It's going to be fast and furious again over the distance of 1,400 metres here, 7 furlongs, and they're loading up, running for a first prize of 47,500 Saudi Riyal, 19,000 for second, and over 14,000 for third. So excellent prize money right down to 5th here as they load up for this 4:30 race local time. There's a couple of empty stalls left, 5 I think to go in. You mentioned the reserves there. They do look up against it on form, but they've got good draws. Al Taif in 3 and Tepuy in stall 4 as the runners load up. We're still waiting for Taking Names to go in, and also High Ovation certainly have a chance. High Ovation to go forward, and that will leave gate 16, Taking Names, the Arrogate gelding, to complete the line in the green colours with the red epaulets, and then we're just about ready for a start. All in, and they're off. Jumped away for race 2. 1 or 2 a little bit slow to go towards the inside, including Al Taif, who didn't get away very well at all. One that did break well was Sunset and Vine, the bright green sleeves, that's up there, and also showing good early speed is Taking Names, coming right across from a high draw to his High Ovation. High Ovation yellow cap has got to the front and is really tanking through this opening 250 metres. So High Ovation now leads them to taking names. Is going to sit second in the green colours. Just in behind those towards the inside, Sunset and Vine just drops in behind the speed. Also National Gallery's got a fairly good early position. Looking for Ryan's Party just off the speed at this stage. The black cap Karaginski is a bit more handy on the inside. Then comes Ryan's Party, the red cap in about 7th or 8th. He's right beside his old adversary National Gallery as they make the turn, and they're really tanking around this home turn. They're heading for the final 400 metres. And up front, the leader with the yellow cap is High Ovation. To Sunset and Vine giving chase in second. So High Ovation to Sunset and Vine. Now a shake of the reins in behind for Karaginski, who's making good ground. Sunset and Vine has gone for home meanwhile. And Sunset and Vine has kicked on for Ahmed Al-Azari. And he's shown them a real clean pair of hooves here. Look at this horse go. Sunset and Vine inside the final 100 metres is well clear of Karaginski as they go close home. Ryan's Party running on all too late. Sunset and Vine has bolted up. Tight second between the two of the same ownership, Karaginski and Ryan's Party, judged for that position, but well done to the winner. This was impressive. Sunset and Vine was up there early on, showed good gate speed, was able to kick again off the home turn. That was some run. The time will be interesting. 1 minute 27.56 seconds. It's well off Al Said's track record, but it was still a quick time. Second, Ryan's Party. He got up for second, the red cap. Ahmed Al-Shra got him through in the end, and Karaginski ran a mighty race in third under Alexis Moreno to finish in third. They were clear of the likes of Recall the Show and Ragadan. So sixth the winner, Sunset and Vine, by 5 1/4 lengths. Second, number 8, Ryan's Party. And third was number 2, Karaginski. It was close for second, but no doubt about the winner. Sunset and Vine was number 6.
Sunset and Vine. We said earlier on that this horse has got the best form is on turf, but if we're going to get any ideal dirt conditions for this runner, it would be today, and Sunset and Vine has shown them a clear set of heels with the best effort this season.
Listen, it's worth pointing out that he beat Ryan's Party 12 lengths on dirt last season at Riyadh as well. His very best effort came, his last win was on the turf surface where he pulled well clear, but he was a dual winner on dirt over 7 furlongs at Riyadh last season. And as I said, the question with him was whether he'd be up to full fitness, having needed the run in his return. Well, he certainly was. Sometimes they need 2 runs to get full fitness here at Taif, but Sunset and Vine, having had a fair break since that run in meeting 38. Ryan's Party's run since that. National Gallery was third his run since that, but he was kept fresh. Clearly a much better horse for that run, and right back to the form he was showing last season when he won 3 times over this trip, all at Riyadh, but equally effective at Taif on this evidence, and that was a monstrously impressive performance.
Really impressive. Ryan's Party ended up just getting up for second. The hat trick not available. Karaginski has turned his terrible form around. He's 14th and 15th last 2 starts. Flies home to run an absolute cracker of a race. Ends up finishing third, just nabbed on the line by the owner, mate, and stable mate. In behind, you had Recall the Show and Ragadan as well, finishing quickly. But Sunset and Vine blew this race apart.
He did, yes, and again we've seen now that the pace has become very crucial here. The plenty of races I've watched here, you can come from a fair way off the pace, but good horses who are closing are not able to get there fast enough from horses who are getting to the front and are able to build up a lead. And I'd expect there to be a bit of a bias to those pace-heavy horses in later races as well.
Yeah, we could just see behind us they're watering on the course here, trying to even up the scale, and they are harrowing as well. So they are both watering and harrowing the course after that, because I think it's clear to see that if you're on the speed early, you can run away from your rivals here. But two horses that were on the speed early, taking names, flew out the gates and looked to be taking the lead, but High Ovation got out even quicker and ended up taking the lead early on. Those two ran themselves into the ground, and they've ended up finishing well down the field.
Yeah, I get disappointed from taking names, because he actually wasn't all out to get to the front either. He looked very comfortable going forward, but there's just no end product with him these days. He's still, you know, if you watched him do a piece of work, you'd still be bowled over by him. And seeing him in the early stages of the race, you think he looks comfortable. He's holding himself well. He looks like a proper horse. But when push comes to shove, he just doesn't want to know and backs out of things. That's really disappointing for a horse with that kind of ability. You had four of them in the black and white Al-Ghuraban colours here, and you got the impression that High Ovation, going hard early, was trying to set things up for Ryan's Party, but it worked for Karaginski as well, and Karaginski almost had that second place. Ryan's Party typically giving his running and finishing with a rattle, but just as in the previous race with Groom, finishing too late to get on terms with a well-ridden winner.
Well, Sunset and Vine nicked about 4 or 5 lengths on the turn for home. He was already away and clear, and then we've already talked about when you build up such a lead, it's impossible to bridge the gap.
Yeah, what we've seen when this track is riding deeper early in the season was if you did make that kind of big effort on the turn, it would tell in the last 100 metres. You would get very tired. And obviously, you know, a good jockey is going to try to nurse their horses home and make sure that, you know, they're showing their maximum there. But they're not. The good horses are not stopping the way we've seen horses stopping at this track earlier in the season.
Let's just look at Taking Names and High Ovation having to come from very wide stalls, but they go right across. And like I said, Taking Names is cruising at this point, and I'm thinking, is today the day? High Ovation takes the lead. That's not a concern, because obviously he was acting as a pacemaker, but nothing really went to chase him, and it's at this point where Taking Names begins to drop through the field. Yeah,
I thought at this stage Taking Names was just going to move up onto the shoulder of the leader again, but no rush to get there. But you see immediately he's being closed upon, and I think
that's our winner on the inside.
It's the winner on the inside of the four stablemates. Karaginski's in the black cap, Ryan's Party in the red cap. We didn't see much of Latahasi wearing the dark blue cap, and High Ovation, who went forward, was in the yellow cap. So it's always worth picking those caps up when you're trying to decipher the picture from above. But the winner's gone on at this stage, and it just looks strong all the way through, doesn't it?
Yeah, just won the race from there. You can just see that move to go around the outside of High Ovation, who's falling into everybody's laps, but has already nicked a few lengths, and you can just see Ryan's Party at the bottom of your screen really working hard just to close the gap to second. The winner, the bird has flown.
Yeah, again, we're seeing the tactics that have worked all season. Ryan's Party's not been ridden out. If you were with him today and thought, well, why didn't the jockey move earlier? This is exactly the way he's been ridden in previous races. And in previous races, something who's in that position where the winner was today would be stopping in front, and Ryan's Party would be coming through strongly to win it. We just happen to have a very fast track at the moment, and as I said, that's tailwind to help them up the straight. But it also helps when you've got the class of Recall the Show, and indeed in the last race, when you've got the back class of Balb. Horses who are that good, when they're on form, don't stop.
Yeah, Sunset and Vine has done the business today. Clearly points his toe on turf, but can handle this quality dirt surface if he's able to, and that'll be a very big win for Connections. He'll be chuffed with that.
He'll be very happy with that, and of course he's got lots of options, turf and dirt, when he goes to Riyadh as well. And that's a top-notch performance. In ideal conditions, it has to be said, but he was progressive all through last season. He ended the season with a flourish as well, so there's no reason why we should assume that his improvement has stopped.
Now, I think it's key to notice that these Connections, if you've been busy watching us for a while, you'll know these really bright green sleeves and blue colours have been used to great effect on plenty of good horses. Drawing Clocks comes to mind straight away. That's by Time Test. This winner, Sunset and Vine, by Muhara. You can clearly see that the buying policy when they're investing in their bloodstock and bringing them over to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, indeed, some of your favourites.
Yeah, the big name sides all the way through there.
Indeed, and if you watch the colours are they're a lot brighter in real life than they appear on the race card. It looks like emerald green, but more like yellowy lime green on the course, and very, very easy to pick out when you're watching. But Sunset and Vine, he's only a 4-year-old, the son of Muharrar. He's only going to get better, I'd have thought. Obviously, he's going to be in some tough races from here on in, but this was a very competitive-looking open contest, and if he's able to win like that, the sky's the limit.
And at the end of the day, he is a 4-time winner in Riyadh, so he's clearly got plenty of ability under the hood. Shamila is in the winner's enclosure with some winning connections.
Thank you, Callum, but I'm not in the winner's enclosure with winning connections. I'm in the pre-parade ring, and I am with Faisal Al-Shamri. Hello, we spoke to you at the beginning of the season and you explained our job, but you know, it's near the end of the season. I thought, let's reintroduce the ponies, reintroduce you. Just explain to us what your job actually is.
Thank you, by the way, and hi everybody in the studio over there. Actually, my job, outrider, working in the morning, afternoon for training. We make sure everything, safety and security and racetrack. We make sure everybody wearing helmet and vest, body protector and boot, and everybody, and direction and the track for the trot and canter and everything. We have like a break time for the director, so we don't let any horse coming in the track. Sometimes we have accident for horses in the track, so we have ambulance crew. We have the team for the director, everybody over there ready. Horse ambulance, everybody. We work in team together. So and training time. And a race day, in case sometime horse run off with a jockey, we go help him. Sometimes, you see some jockey fall down, we have to catch the horse fast we can, because sometimes the horse wait in the gate, we have to make it 1 minute at least, So we try to make it fast all the ways. And sometimes the trainer, he know his horse, so he asked us to go with his horse, so he took the steward, and we lead the horse for starting gate. We make sure everybody go safe and security.
And I know your ponies pretty well now, but just introduce us. Who's this, and what have they done in their career?
This horse named Abu Ja'far. He went 9 races before. He broke the record that time in 1 mile, a minute 35 seconds. So the record for something else now, but he make the record now we don't see any horse make it 1 minute 35 seconds for 1 mile. Champion horse from King Stable. He win a lot of race, like we say. And he's still champion because I have many catch-a-loose horse with him, and I be famous with him.
And it's over 300 catches, isn't it?
More. The one I have it actually, I record it over 300, and the one I sometimes I miss my GoPro, so I'm no have the record for it.
And you're pretty famous on TikTok. How many followers do you have?
I have 113K. And I have almost now 8.5 million view. One video. The other video I have a lot. And I think my hashtag now over 30 million.
That's very impressive. Are you looking forward to the Riyadh season?
Always. Inshallah, we make success over there. And thank you guys. Thank you for everything. And I hope we make a big success in Riyadh season.
Thank you so much, Faisal.
You're welcome, Shamil.
Well, isn't that the coolest man on this race called Faisal? Superb at what he does. What is also superb is the action going on behind us, Rory. It's all kicking off behind. We've got microphones, we've got dancing, and now we've got singing as well. It's all going down here at King Khalid Racecourse on Super Saturday. How are you finding it so far? Are you feeling it?
Oh yeah, you got to. I mean, this is when you're here on a Saturday. There's always something going on behind you, isn't there? So it's great to have this. The culture and the heritage being celebrated on the racecourse. It's a bit hard to make yourself heard, but that's a small sacrifice to pay, I think.
It's a small price to pay for sure. Someone else who will be hearing totally fine is Anthony. And if Anthony, if you can see this, how awesome is this?
Yeah, I'm watching on my little computer here, but I'd love to be there to see it live, Callum. I'm sure you've got the best seat in the house there to enjoy this fabulous entertainment going on there at the moment. Look at that, everybody's so happy as well being out there performing. Right, we've got a race to come, haven't we? Race number 3, and small field here. Just the 9 of them, headed by Tagruda, one of the favourites here on the channel. Fawas Wanas on board this filly. This is a race for the Arabian breds. The fillies are in action here. And these are 3-year-olds going a distance of 1,400 metres for 47,500 Saudi Riyal first prize. 2 is ES Hudud for Rakan Al Abeid, a grey. 3 is RB Parks Lights, Naif Al Anazi. 4, Al Maha Al Jazra, ridden by Abdulaziz Al Yayesh. 5 is Rakud Al Ansari, Abdullah Al Khamis on board, another grey. 6 is Shihana Al Rayla, Abdullah Al Hussein. 7 is Al Anud, Abdullah Al Kradis. 8 is Hadla Al Mogirat for Talik Al Mansur, another grey. And number 9, Raya El Katayeb, 9 horse here, ridden by Nawef Al-Madiani. So, yeah, easier for me. Well, I say easier, just a 9. Used to these 18-runner fields, I've got half of that to worry about here. Just 9 runners for Ardex, but still a cracking race for the Arabian Breds. Back to Callum and Rory.
Thank you very much, Enzo, and I'm sure you're doing cartwheels wherever you are, enjoying this 9-runner field. I can't believe we're dealing with such a small field of Arabian horses, but this race is all about one horse, surely. Rakud Al-Ansari can't be beaten here.
Yeah, rated 100. Very impressive. Winning last time, has won 4 between 6 furlongs and a mile. The one defeat came against absolutely top-class opposition. This lot aren't top class that she's up against today, and she's already beaten most of these at least once before. So it's very hard to see Rakud Al-Ansari getting beaten. And what we're looking is for her to go from strength to strength and turn herself into one of the better Arabian bred horses around. You know, for next season, I think she's got lots of potential to do better still. But the form that she's shown today will see her home comfortably in front today, you'd hope.
Yes, yeah, I think she's got plenty of ability under the tank and plenty to look forward to in the future. Let's go through these now before we see them closely. Tagruda, number 1, a name I'm sure everyone at home will know. Not the same horse, obviously, but the love of my life. I adore her.
You do like her. Yeah, she's not quite as good as the Tagruda that home fans will know. She is a winner, though, over a mile in a maiden race. But she's been behind Rakud Al-Ansari on her last 2 starts, and it's not easy to see her turning the table. She seems to have plateaued for now, doesn't she?
Yeah, we can just see the 3 musketeers there in shot. We didn't get a good enough chance to talk about Faisal, one of the real big names in Saudi Arabian racing. He mentioned all his followers on TikTok and on all other forms of social media. I think he's got over 8 million views on TikTok for some of his videos, which is just, frankly, astounding numbers I can't even put into my mind how many people are watching his stuff. And it's all horse catching. He's catching all these horses, and he does it in such a cool way. He's got so much access with the GoPro cam. He gives people an insight into his life, and I think it's wonderful to see.
Yeah, that's a great setup, isn't it? He's got the GoPro. He also maybe it's not Faisal. He does the videos on the phone as well after
the Snapchat videos.
Yeah.
As well. Yes, so it would be one of his brothers.
Yes. So someone's got to do something else as far as that goes. Yeah, but it's really good because it gives everyone a very, very close insight. It's not intrusive. Everyone really enjoys that, and people, the racing public here, if you like, feel like they're very close to the action, and that everything's happening around them, and I do like that kind of easy access to the sport. It's bound to be a good thing for young audience as well.
And the sport understands its draw on TikTok and other social media platforms, but especially TikTok. When we were here earlier on, one of the first big meetings we had, King Faisal Cup Day, really big day for Taif, for the racecourse as a whole, and Taif, for the city as a whole. The amount of push that was done on social media was amazing, and it really was reflected in the crowds that we saw on that day. And a lot of them were young people coming to view racing, maybe some for the first time, but it was all done through advertising on social media, and the marketing department has to be credited for doing that all across this whole city.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's worth pointing out that when we're here on the big race days, when it's busy, we see a lot of young children, and they're keen to get involved. They're the keenest to come up and say hi to us.
Fearless, aren't they?
We were asked to sign race cards a couple of weeks ago, for example. But the children really get involved as well. And of course, there's no, we tend to have a sort of a view of racing where it's a boys' day out, rather than an opportunity for children to get involved, or a family day out. And again, I got my love of racing from my father. I would have loved to have been able to go racing with my dad. We watched it on TV religiously every week. It was a ceremony for us. I'd make him a cup of tea while he'd be working on the farm. He'd come in, I'd make him a mug of tea and a sandwich, and we'd sit down and watch the racing in the afternoon. And everything had to be perfect. I knew I had to make the perfect cup of tea, had to make the perfect sandwich, and we could enjoy the racing, and I make sure I didn't chat too much during races. But yeah, my love of the sport is so big because it was there from when I was 6, 7, 8 years old, and it was really fed at that stage as well. And it's great to see children here genuinely enjoying the racing and being allowed free rein, to do their own thing, to go up and have a chat with people. get close to the horses. And yeah, the way racing is framed here in terms of access to all people is terrific.
Yes, it really is. It's a vast space. There's plenty of areas to stand, to sit. They've got lots of options for whatever way you want to enjoy coming racing. It's catered to you. I think it's interesting that we don't actually see many people up by the parade ring. It's all very much down by the grandstand in front of us and behind us right here, but also in front of us in the grandstand where we're based. There's plenty of people stretched right across the length of the straight.
Yeah, and of course, worth pointing out that there's not an expensive an enclosure and a cheap enclosure here. No. Tickets are free to the races, and you get access to pretty much all areas. You don't get wandering in the weighing room, for example. But yeah, there isn't the jobs worth stopping you going in certain places because of the badge you happen to be wearing, and that's great. That's something we could learn from at home as well.
Yeah, something we could also learn from at home is the quality of Arabian racing on show. Hadood is the first one we'll look at, and Park Lights as well.
Yeah, Hadood yet to feature here in 3 runs and looks out of his depth. Park Lights, better effort by far, went 3 1/4 lengths second to Shihana Al-Rayla last time out, making most of the running over 2,000 metres. Dropping to 1,400 could be a help for Park Lights, and not entirely out of this.
Mahal Al-Jazra and Rakud Al-Ansari are next.
Yeah, Mahal Al-Jazra is a poor maiden who'll do well not to finish last year. So let's move on to Rakud Al-Ansari, who has won 4 of her 6 starts, all 4 this season, between 6 furlongs and a mile. She's got plenty of pace, and she's beaten most of these already. Or if she hasn't beaten them, she's beaten horses who have beaten them. She looks different class.
Now, this is one that could be a danger. Shihana Al-Rayla, this was the winner last time out, ending a run of agonising defeats.
Yeah, she's a consistent sort. She beat Park Lights in a maiden over 2,000 last time out. Was runner-up over course and distance 2 starts back, and was 3rd in meeting 30, the previous start, behind Rakud Al-Ansari.
Now you've got Alanud 7 and Hadla Al-Maghira 8, and number 9 Raya Al-Katab. We'll talk about all 3 of them.
Yeah, Alanud splits Rakud Al-Ansari and Shihana Al-Rayla at meeting 30, and we'll catch those 2 in a couple of minutes.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Who do you like in this Arabian contest?
Thank you very much, Callum. Well, there are only 9 runners in this contest, and I got to see them in the pre-parade ring as well, so I made my mind up while they were in the pre-parade ring. I really like horse number 3, RB Park Lights, ridden by Naif Al-Anazi, second last time out, 3-year-old filly by Al-Mamoun Manlao, rated 72, so she's done pretty well this season, fairly unexposed compared to some of the other horses in this race. Another one of my highlights is horse number 7, Alanud FBR, 3rd last time out, trained by Abdul Rahman Al Farhan. I really like this horse. I mean, she's been consistent every time we've seen her. She doesn't run a bad race. She runs her heart out every single time. One negative I would have to say is horse number 6. She was just getting a bit wound up in the pre-parade ring while there was music going on. I'm sure you guys heard it. And this is my paddock selection, RB Park Lights. She is a 3-year-old chestnut filly looking really, really nice today in the parade ring.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Now, talk to me about 2 horses. Firstly, very selfish reasons. How does Tagruda look?
Tagruda looks beautiful, by the way, and I just want to say that I'm matching silks with Tagruda. I said that to Fawaz when asked before he boarded the horse, so hopefully that brings him a little bit of good luck. And honestly, I would really love to see Tagruda win.
I would love to see Tagruda win too. I'll be on the track celebrating if Tagruda can get ahead in front here. And finally, Rakud Al-Ansari, a horse who's clearly the most talented in the field. You didn't mention as a paddock eye catcher. Are we slightly concerned about that?
Listen, you know, Callum, that my job is to look at the horses that I think look the best in the parade ring. I don't tend to look at the papers beforehand. I try to come into the race with a clear, fresh mind, looking at these horses, looking at how they're moving, how they're going around the parade ring, what their attitude is like. And Rakud Al-Ansari just wasn't a standout for me. Obviously, she does look really well. She's the highest rated horse in the race. She has to look well. However, you know, she didn't have a scratch on RB Park Lights.
Thank you very much, Shamila and Rory. I know we say it every time, but it is vital to have Shamila down there. And she doesn't look at the form, she's just judging them by what they're doing physically in the parade ring. And it's massively helpful to have that ability down there.
It is, yeah, and you don't want your person in the paddock just telling you that the favourite looks okay every race. That's no benefit to anyone, and it's very interesting that Shamila has looked away from the outstanding contender here, Rakud Al-Ansari, with a couple of others who look very well in the parade ring. RB Park Lights is the most lightly raced here. You could argue she's got a lot to find on the ratings, but she's got a rating from 2 runs. And last time out, the suggestion was she was racing over a trip that probably stretched her stamina when she was second in a maiden last time out behind Shihana Al-Rayla. And it may well be that she's a better performer at this trip, and I wouldn't want to be giving her a rating after 2 runs. So.
And what I was intrigued by was Park Light, sorry I can't even say her name anymore, Park Light was a front runner on that occasion. She made the running and she looked like she really enjoyed doing that. Now this is only a 9-runner affair. I don't think she'll have too much trouble making the running again.
No, and obviously we're running over a shorter trip, and it's dangerous to assume that a horse able to make the running over 1.25 miles is also going to be able to do that over 7 furlongs, because you tend to be meeting faster horses. So I wouldn't guarantee that's going to be the case, but you'd have thought if you had to put your head in the line and say what she's going to do, you'd guess she's going to make the running. So yeah, she's an interesting one because you can't tie her down. Obviously Shihana Al-Rayla has been beaten by Rakud Al-Ansari, and RB Part Lice has been beaten by Shihana Al-Rayla, but given she's only had 2 career runs, you'd expect her to be able to do better, especially over a different trip. So she's the one that you can't really nail down, and she's certainly interesting.
Yeah, she'd be an interesting runner, but it's very hard to go against Rakud Al-Ansari for sure. We'll talk about more of these in more detail now, because we didn't get to talk much about Al-Anud, Hatla Al-Mughira and Raya El-Kitab.
Yeah, Al-Anud has met Rakud Al-Ansari on multiple occasions and tends to play second fiddle. For example, meeting 30, Rakud won that day, beating Al-Anud into second. Al-Anud beat Shihana Al-Rayla, who was ahead of Tigruda, who was well ahead of Hadla Al-Mughira, who in turn was well ahead of Raya El-Kitayab. So we're giving those a mention for the first time. And meeting 40, that maiden race that Shihana Al-Rayla won, she beat Park Lights into second. Hadla Al-Mughira and Raya El-Kitayab were well behind that day as well. So although the pair of them have got, they look like they've managed to do better, finishing 3rd and 4th in the last 2 starts, they look to be outclassed here.
Let's have a look at this in action. Rakud Al-Ansari in the lead and cantering away from her rivals.
Yeah, not much drama here. Often we can point out various things happening in the footage here, but Rakud Al-Ansari has been asked to go and win a race, and she's not all out to come well clear here. You can't look back and probably find Tigruda just disappearing out of shot, for example. But yeah, Rakud Al-Ansari, different class on this occasion, and it looks like she can take her form up to another level. So, as we said, she's got the majority of this field covered, either in direct form lines or interlocking form lines. The one that includes Park Lights, but that's the one horse you could say, well, just could be a bit of a dark horse here, dropping back to this trip for the first time and open to improvement.
Well, I just thought Tigruda caught a stray there, Rory. That didn't feel fair. But yes, no, I think Tigruda's going to find it very hard today. I think Park Lights is a danger. Rakud Al-Ansari, I can't go against that one in this contest. Al-Anud, I thought it's been disappointing last run out. Was well fancied on that day and did nothing. And again, was well beaten when 3rd in meeting 45. So I think that horse is going the wrong way, really.
Yeah, but obviously 3rd, she couldn't have done an awful lot better than 3rd in meeting 45, because that race is run by Rakud Al-Ansari. She didn't get particularly close. She's not getting closer to Rakud Al-Ansari in the races. The one thing I would say about Al-Anud, I thought she looks magnificent heading out onto the racecourse. So she's clearly in tip-top physical condition, but whether that gives her a chance here is another argument altogether.
Shamila thought the exact same thing. That Al-Anud was one of Shamila's eye catchers. So was Park Light. Let's talk about selections nice and early. I am going to go for Rakud Al-Ansari. I went against her before, and I'm not going to make the same mistake again.
No,
are you doing the same thing?
Absolutely no reason to be against Rakud Al-Ansari. Every now and again you feel you want to be a bit clever with some of your selections, but I'm going to give that up.
Yes, I think that's the best idea, is to go with the horse who's got the best form in this race. She's rated 100. You mentioned at the beginning when we saw these horses going into the parade ring, Rakud Al-Ansari will be a horse maybe for next year to really take on some of the big names, certainly the Al-Khaladia stable.
Yeah, she's a good looker. She's strong. She looks like she will take more racing. And when she won easily last time, I should give the impression that she could have won by a fair bit further if she was required to. So, she's already rated 100. She needs to be a fair bit higher to be taking on the very best sort of 125 and thereabouts. But she's exciting.
So let's go through selections one final time. Shamila likes Park Lights Eye, and Rory like Rakud Alanzari. One of the negatives was Shahena Al Rayla for Shamila, and Alan Nude was another positive. So 7, 5, and 3 are the ones to watch out for. Anthony Ennis, over to you.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, it just looks hard to get away from this favourite, doesn't it? It's Rakud Alanzari. Looks like the 100 rating is there for a reason, isn't it? And would have to be my choice as well. Right, they're loading up. We're almost ready for action, actually, so not too many more to go in. Last one, in fact, number 4. Here we go. And we've got the 9 runners in the stalls for race 3, 1,400 metres. And they're off. They have jumped away. A little bit slow to go was Hudud towards the inside, one of the greys. Breaking well, though, alongside there was Rakud Al-Ansari. He's right up there early on, the green and white colours, and on the inside with the noseband. So Rakud Al-Ansari is going to settle down in front with the wide racing Alan Nude not far away, and then just off them is Parks Lights, who's now moving forward, actually. Parks Lights in the very bright green jacket. Behind those on the outside, Tagruda in that kind of pink and turquoise colours. And then just off the pace, we have Alan Nude, who's now wide in the blue with the yellow spots. Towards the inside, further back is Hudud, who's also in blue. And then looking towards the tail, we have Al-Maha Al-Jazra. Also towards the back is Shihana Al-Rayla. And then comes Rhea Al-Katayeb, and Hadla Al-Moghirat is the bat marker at the moment. They make the run then well past the halfway stage, and the leader is really turning on the tap in front here. This Rakud Al-Ansari is trying to get away here and just get it done right now. Rakud Al-Ansari opens up that lead to 4 lengths now to Alan Nude on the outside, who's giving chase in the blue colours. Back in third is Parks Lights under pressure. Tagruda is trying to get into it as well, might get a place, but turning for home, the leader has a clear lead. Looks an unassailable lead already at this stage, and that leader is Rakud Al-Ansari, and she's moving right away now as they enter the final 200 metres or so, and Rakud Al-Ansari is way too good for these and is out in front now by about 12 lengths. This is no more than a piece of morning exercise for Rakud Al-Ansari, who is a class apart under Abdullah Al-Khamis. Rakud Al-Ansari has bolted up. Second place in the end. We'll go to Tagruda, fair play to her, and third was Parks Lights. But that was straightforward. And that was impressive. Rakud Al-Ansari, just way too good for those, completely on a different planet, and wins for Abdullah Al-Khamis. And he won't ride too many easier winners, I'd imagine, all season in this one. Able just to sort of celebrate the last 50 metres. There's a little gesture there, yeah, pointing to her. Yeah, she's the star, he's saying. It's not me, it's her. She's the superstar, Rakud Al-Ansari, and she's bolted up. Second place in the end going to Tagruda. Third number 3, RB's Parks Lights. 1 minute 37.50 the winning time. 15 3/4 lengths. Don't see that very often, do you? The winning margin. Yes, 15 3/4 lengths. 5-1-3 the result.
Abdullah Al-Khamis pointed down with 50 metres to go at the superstar Rakud Al-Ansari, as if to say, I've done nothing here. She has done it all, and she is mightily impressive today. She seems to be getting better with each race.
She does, and we don't know how good she is because she's allowed to ease clear of her rivals, and then there's nothing else to do. So she won by a wideish margin last time out, without her jockey having to ask her everything. And again, he's barely nudged her out, has he? You know, as Enzo said in commentary, it's like a bit of early morning work for her. The rest of them are struggling in behind, 15 lengths and more back to the others, and she's clearly very classy. We talked about how good the very best Arabian horses are. You're talking about horses rated 125, 127, 128 at the very, very peak. Not just here, but in the world at large. We got a big race. Longchamp this weekend, for example, where the top rated, I think, is 128. So she's 100 at the moment. She'll be higher than 100 after this, I would have thought, even though she's beating the same horses, because she's doing it with such ease. But I think once she meets a better class of horse, she's going to show herself better still. And it'll be interesting to see how far she can go to bridging that gap from her current 100 rating to that sort of 128 stellar rating of the very best in the world.
And she's not the biggest of individuals there. You can see her in the winners' enclosure. She's not a giant strapping individual, nothing like Tagruda, who we saw running on for the places in behind. Much more petite, effeminate looking. I think this horse will grow into her frame a little bit more. She will,
but she's very well put together, isn't she? And you see a lot of, not all the purebred Arabians are the prettiest to look at from a from our stump, those of us who end up looking at thoroughbreds all day. But she's nicely put together. She does have scope to grow a little bit more. Obviously, I don't think she hasn't got a massive frame to grow into, does she? But she will grow a little bit more next year, and she will progress again physically. So I think she's something to look forward to, and it's good to see that the depth of talent in this pool just growing all the time, which is really good to see.
And she's only 3 as well, and she's doing the business increasingly impressively. And I thought Abdullah Al-Khamis made a really good decision early on in the race to say, okay, we're going too slowly here, boys, I'm going off. And he just kicked on. They did a 14-second furlong, and then they did back-to-back 12 and 12 seconds, and then she's back to 13. And it's great that hopefully, and I keep saying this, hopefully we can get the sectionals on screen so people can see what we're talking about when they're at home, because on course we've got the sectionals now, and I think it's a crucial tool to looking at how these races are panning out.
Yes, it certainly is. It certainly is an interesting one. I didn't scribble down the final time for the race, but clearly a decent time given she went to the front early on over the 1400s. The important thing is you don't compare Arabian times to thoroughbred times. Different kind of thing altogether. But here we see the start of the race, and as you said, she doesn't mess around. Park Lights goes forward early, but Rakud Ansari keen just to make sure this doesn't become messy, goes up the inside to take the lead, and she's going a decent pace almost straight away. First 100 meters or so, just a little bit of sorting out, then she goes to the front and she gradually winds it up to get a few of these off the bridle in behind her, but she's not trying to do anything heroic. She's just going at her own speed now, knowing that the rest have got a fair bit to find with her in terms of ratings, in terms of their ability to put back-to-back sectionals together, which we know that she can. And she's very comfortable in front. She's already about 4 lengths clear at this stage, and she just gradually builds this up to the line. She doesn't suddenly shoot 10 lengths clear. She just lets out a little bit, or the jockey lets out a little bit of rein, and she goes gradually further clear while still in her comfort zone throughout.
At this point, I thought Alanud was going to throw down a serious challenge, comes looming up on the outside, but Alanud fades very quickly, almost concerning how quickly she fades from this position to where she ends up.
Yeah, she looked like she was going to be the one to try to lay down a chase to Rakud Al Ansari as she briefly went past Park Lights and to Garuda on the inside. They drop out a shot now as we focus on the winner going on to the line. And as you can see, she's straight as a die, really, isn't she, all the way up the straight, which is more than you can say for Tagruda in the last 50 yards.
Yeah, it all got a bit messy over there, didn't it?
So I don't know whether we'd need to see that again to determine what's happened, but the 3 who were chasing got reasonably close together off the home turn, but then close to the line and got very tight between second and third.
Shamila is in the winner's enclosure. Who have you got today?
I'm not in the winner's enclosure. I am in the entertainment area. Hi, Callum. You guys can hear this better than me most of the days because it's right behind you, and they are very loud. This is called Bashka, and it is Saudi traditional dancing and singing. It's storytelling about war stories from the past, and it's great to see. If you're here with us on National Day, if you're here with us on King Khalid Race Day, we have the same entertainment, and it's absolutely fantastic. And I might lose my hearing down here, but it's absolutely great. The atmosphere is fantastic. We've got little kids wanting to join in. Everybody has got their phones out for social media, and we love to see it.
Full to see. As you mentioned here, the stories, this dance and this singing is all about telling war stories, and I'm no translator into Arabic, but I reckon they were winning this one.
Yeah, you sing a very different type of song about the ones you don't win. This is decidedly triumphal, it has to be said, yes.
This feels like a victory dance, to be honest. It would be shocking if this were the dance in a battle that they lost. And clearly, I just love the fact that it's clearly all very well rehearsed. We've seen quite a few of these performances throughout our time here in Saudi Arabia. But it's the drumming for me that I'm a big fan of. The drumming happening in the background, and some of those guys will eventually get up and get involved too.
Yeah, the interesting thing you say that it's clearly very well rehearsed, and it is. But if you watch the guys in action doing this dance, and indeed when we went back to the Ardad a while ago, what you also notice is that everyone is smiling, everyone's enjoying themselves. It's not like I've been training for this, I must not make a mistake. They absolutely love doing what they're doing, and it's the enjoyment that really spills over.
They really do, and it's fantastic to see, and it's infectious as well, because you can feel it from behind us. It comes right up into our studio, and we get very, very excited. It's a wonderful occasion to be a part of. Now, again, I feel really bad for saying this to you, Enzo, but you're stuck at home. We're here loving this. Take us through the runners and riders for race 4.
Yeah, we'll do. Let's go through plenty of them to go through as well. Yeah, great entertainment there going on in between races. Right, race 4, 1,600 metres. It's a maiden, this one, for the 2-year-olds, locally bred horses in action. Number 1 is Esraya for Khalid Al-Mamoni. 2, Sam Tawake for Feras Al-Sanaitan. 3 is Kisam for Abdullah Al-Khamis, looking for a double. 4, Moqtadi, Abdullah Al-Saidi. 5 is Faisal Al-Saad, a grey. Muhammad Al-Sharima riding... it was down to ride this one. It's now ridden by Abdullah Al-Qradis. 6, Amir Al-Maidan, ridden by Muhammad Ali Yami. Number 7 is Al-Azif, Alexis Moreno. 8 is Karibo, Naif Al-Anazi. 9 is Ramadan, Ryan Al-Toesh. 10, Sam Al-Garif, Luis Morales on board. 11 is Wakid for Camillo Ospina. 12 is Inad Al-Kail, Thurb Al-Tamat. 13, Multayem Nawaf Al-Madiani. 14 is Yata Gel, Abdulaziz Al-Yaish. 15 is Al-Dajur, Talik Al-Mansur. 16, Tho Al-Nur, Wigberto Ramos. 17 is Kilastafe for Jose Rodriguez. 18 is Sahal, who is the mount of Adel Al-Farayadi. They don't need the reserves here. 19, 20 and 21 not needed this time around, but a full field of 18 runners for Callum and Rory to get stuck into here.
Thank you very much, Enzo, for taking us through the runners and riders. 18 go to post in this tricky little maiden contest. We go over the mile. 2-year-olds, a lot of these have never seen the mile. Who do you like?
Well, not that many, it has to be said, but taking out the interesting ones, Ramadan is quite interesting. He stepped forward last time when 8 lengths third to Mohammadi in a course and distance maiden. Last time, looks like he should progress again. The trip should suit Ramadan as well, so he's one to bear in mind. And Wakid has been third in both starts. The better effort when beaten 13 3/4 lengths to Samo over 7 furlongs last time out. He was beaten a fair way there, but the time was remarkably quick. Almost suspiciously quick, I would say. The form hasn't worked out yet either, so 2 ways of looking at that form, but on times, Wakid stands out, but too many horses who were well beaten in that race were doing good times, and I just wonder whether there might have been an issue with the timing of that race.
Let's have a look at these starting from the bottom. We'll start off with Sahal, who's horse number 18, comes out of stall 18, had the 2 runs, shown quite a bit actually. I'm not going to say shown very little, shown quite a bit in 2 starts.
Yeah, 3rd and 2nd, and he improved on what was a fairly good debut when 2nd to Mohammadi last time out, finishing a neck in front of Ramadan, who we mentioned. So those 2 tie in together. We'll see them in video footage a little bit later. They're 2 of the more obvious ones in what looks a fairly weak race.
Yes, and had to do that from stall 10 on that occasion. Khilafati, who is horse number 17 on your race card, making debut today.
Making debut by Macho out of a mare called My Favourite 2, who won 11 times in the US. So she was if she passes on that kind of ability to this first foal, then that has to be a player as well, Kilastify.
Yes, thank you, Kilastify there. Saw Alanor is horse number 16 on our race called 4th on debut.
Yeah, finished well for fourth in a 7-furlong maiden won by Fell, finishing in front of a couple of these, Faisad, Al-Sad and Muqtadi. Now, the key about that race was there was the leader unseated on the bend. The race got very messy, but I thought Thoa Noah ran really well to finish strongly for fourth. But it's a race where a few horses were hampered, and you want to be a little bit careful of the form, but he did catch the eye.
Yes, we haven't seen Fell since, who won with a rare rattle down the outside, but missed all the loose horse chaos, so actually got the best run of the race. So not seen Fell since to work out how that form looked. Alajur is horse number 15, 15th on debut, meeting 36. He's had a bit of a break, but concerning. Very
concerning. That was over 6 furlongs. Maybe it was too sharp for him, but he was beaten, or her rather, which was beaten a long way and not easy to fancy as a result.
Yes, Yartajel is horse number 14. Now that was 8th back in meeting 1. Hasn't been seen since.
Yeah, beaten 30 plus lengths that day as well. Started very slowly and finished 8th of 9. So he would need to improve considerably on that.
Malta M is horse number 13. Unlucky for some, but has 2 seconds in a row. Has to be considered here.
Yeah, has been running a better class than this. Been running a non-winners of 3, which is obviously he doesn't need to. Was second over 6 furlongs here before keeping on late over 7 furlongs last time out. There were the winners of 8 races in that contest, whereas normally in these maiden races you're running against what will be the winner of 1. So I think the fact that he's been keeping better company, the form figures don't look terrific. He was staying on late last time. Looks like this trip will suit, and definitely one to put in your short list, Malta.
Yes, he'll be one to watch. Let's start from the top now. Esare, horse number 1.
Didn't stay a mile last time, I didn't think. Having shown a bit of speed, so not easy to fancy. Kept to this trip, but obviously will be able to get a handy position based on that last run.
Number 2 is Sam to Wake. Had the 8 starts, so plenty of experience.
Yeah, it was in a non-winners of 3 last time out, so you can kind of forgive that moderate one and finish 11th. But to be honest, he's been nearer last than first more often than not, so others preferred.
This is Kisam just slotting into place, and in behind that is Muqtadi.
Yeah, Kisam might do better. It was 12th on debut, but looked green, and that was over a shorter trip, so could do better. Muqtadi was slowly away and made some late headway over 7 furlongs on that Fell race on debut. He may do better. He looked green and off the bridle from a long way out on that occasion.
Faisal Assad, number 5.
Better effort in 2 starts, was 7th over 7 furlongs last time out, meeting a bit of trouble in running, and it gives the impression that he will improve for stepping up to this trip.
Yeah, he started on one trip, then got up and has got up again. Now this is Amir Al Maidan, horse number 6.
17th on the debut over 6 furlongs, and it's difficult to say anything positive.
Al Aziz had a little better form to look at. 3rd back in meeting 35, and then 12th last time out.
12th last time out, that was in the Taif Cup, so I put a line through that at this level, and was a good 3rd to Zain Al Zain. 2 starts back over the course and distance. Zain Al Zain impressed you that day. Disappointing next time, stepping up massively in class. So
and very quickly as well, and I thought that run behind Zain Al Zain was really good as well. They put it up to that good horse for a very long way.
Yeah, so ignore the last run, and Al Azif looks interesting.
Karibo and Ramadan are the next horses we'll look at, 8 and 9.
Karibo plugged on late to be beaten 8 lengths in a 7 furlong maiden last time out. That's his best effort, but he needs to do a lot better to win this. He does at least shape as if the trip will suit.
Now that did say 10, Sam Algarif, but it's not. That was Wakid, horse number 11, so we'll just wonder where horse number 10 is, and we'll keep you updated with that. Wakid is number 11, and Nad Arkel is number 12, and Multaham is number 13. We've talked about all of these.
We have indeed. Who would you like me to mention now?
Go on, give another mention to the one on screen now, Multaham.
Multaham is, I like him. He's been running a non-winners of 3, and although he was beaten 8th of 11 last time, he'd have been 6th in another 2 strides. He was never competitive, but that was a strong race, and he kept galloping even though he was off the bridle. So I thought he would run well, and I thought he would hit the frame at least in this contest.
One that needs to step up massively from debut is Alad Dajor, and also we've got So Al Noor, who also has a chance here.
Yes, So Al Noor is one of the more interesting ones. He was 4th in that race that was won by Fell early in the season. 2 of these behind him that day. Obviously a messy contest, but he stayed on as if that he would benefit from this trip, and it's clearly interesting.
Kalastafe makes debut, and Sahal is another horse to watch out for. 2nd on most recent start, and 3rd on penultimate start, and that was his debut.
Yeah, 3rd on debut over 6 furlongs, then stepped up on that when 2nd to Mohammadi, who looks an above average sort over course and distance last time out. Ramadan was a neck behind. Obviously a player on that basis.
Shamila is in the parade ring, I think, but you could be anywhere. You're flying around the course today.
They've got me running up and down every which way of the racecourse today, and I've returned to the parade ring only with about half of my hearing than I did at the beginning of the day. However, hopefully my eyes don't deceive me, as horse number 16, Tho Alanor, is my paddock selection for this race. Beautiful dark bay colt, 2 years old by Highlander, will be ridden by Wigberto Ramos, just absolutely strutting around the parade ring. And you wouldn't even think that he was a 2-year-old. He is that big and muscular. Now, another horse I have to highlight is horse number 8, Karibo, another 2-year-old caught by Salute the Sarge, 4th last time out, this time being ridden by Naif Alanazi. Looks really good in the parade ring. Horse that I should highlight is horse number 12, was just getting a bit worked up in the parade ring, and they have indeed taken him into the naughty corner, and he is the smallest horse in the race by far. I mean, he looks like he could be an Arabian filly. I had to do a double take to make sure they hadn't saddled up the wrong horse and put him in the wrong race, because all these horses are so big, they're so powerful. But I will indeed be sticking to my original selection, horse number 16.
Thank you very much, Shamila. And just a little bit of housekeeping as well, just for you. Yartajel, number 14, that horse doesn't go. Sam Al Garif, number 10, that horse also doesn't go. They must have been very late withdrawals, and there'll be no reserves to replacement. Shamila, had you heard anything about that beforehand, or had you seen anything about that in the pre-parade? I know you had to run back from the band, so no worries if you didn't catch it.
No, sorry about that, Callum. I hadn't heard anything. However, when there are late scratchings, it does mean that the reserves cannot get in, as they don't have time to be prepared and brought to the races. So there must have been some reason for that. I can find out, however, from the stewards what happened with those horses. So I'm sure they haven't gone completely missing. But the horses that are in this race do look very, very good. It's a very competitive race.
One more question for you, Shamila. We're going to make another steward's request. Could you ask the stewards what the outcome of the Tagruda Park Lights incident in our previous race was? That was in race 3. Tagruda and Park Lights got very close in the final strides.
I'm not sure there was a stewards' inquiry. Obviously, Naif Alanazi and Fawaz Wanas spoke after the race, but they didn't look too upset with each other, honestly. So sometimes it is up to the jockeys whether they would like to raise a complaint or not, as we've seen in the past. And we asked the stewards, I think, on Thursday if there was a stewards' inquiry, and they said no, there wasn't, as the jockeys didn't want to bring it up. So sometimes that is the case.
There you go. Thank you very much for that information, Shamila, and hopefully your paddock selections can run well today. Rory, I think that's a crucial bit of information. Sometimes the jockey, they're able to raise things to the stewards. I know it's something we have in the UK, but it's not something we often see.
Well, listen, I'm older than you, and I remember all the time as a youngster that you would hear an objection raised before a stewards' inquiry was called. These days, if the stewards aren't going to call an inquiry, there's no point in objecting, because they've, I think the idea is that they've already made up their minds. And of course, jockeys have to pay to object as well. And if the stewards deem that to be frivolous, then they retain the deposit as well. So that's one reason why jockeys, and everything should be there on the camera. And again, when I was watching racing in the first place, there wasn't a scout camera. You didn't necessarily have a head on at every track, so you couldn't always see what had gone on. And quite a lot used to go on, of course, in the old days when it was out of sight of the stewards.
There were dinosaurs roaming the course at the same time, obviously, so you had to avoid the T-Rex. That was always a problem. But no, it wasn't that long ago, was it? It was still colour TV, I imagine.
Not when I started watching, no. We heard that people did have colour TVs, but we didn't have one of our own.
You weren't allowed to go to their houses, though. They were far too mod-con.
Yeah.
And we can just see in shot here, Wakid, horse number 11. Gorgeous animal. You made the comment about the clock there, and clearly must have been some sort of errors going on, but this horse had finished third last 2 starts. In a race that doesn't look particularly the strongest on paper, surely Wakid has a big chance.
Well, he's got a rating of 78 as well, and as I said, he was third last time. In what looked a very good time. Well, as I said, the winner won by 13 odd lengths. and he delivered an exceptionally good time. But the horses who were beaten were still beating at sort of average times for the distance, and yet nothing's come out of the race and won since, and that's going back to meeting 23. So if this race was so much better than all the other maidens we'd seen over that trip, you'd expect winners to come out of it. So I just think something might have gone a little bit haywire with the timing. But the time's not so bad that it's clearly wrong. But I just wonder. I wonder if again it may have been when they had a strong tailwind in the straight, which might have resulted in a faster time as well. But I'm a little bit dubious about it. But listen, he's been third in 2 starts to date. There's not an enormous amount of depth to this race. There's maybe half a dozen horses you could consider. So Wakid has to be on your short list, as do Ramadan and Sahal, who met each other last time and were separated by a neck.
We can just see Alex Moreno heading down to the post. He had a winner yesterday, riding full of confidence, and Wakid is by Premium Tap. And what do they say about Premium Taps?
Yes, they always improve, don't they?
They always improve.
They also always win on debut. So, you know.
Let's have a look at these in action. This is Wakid, who we're having a look at now, in the green cap and the white stable colours, plugging on. Now, this is an effort to get third in the end. No match for the leaders, but it's not a bad run. But again, it's not a run that gets you off your feet.
No, the one thing about the run is you'd say he looks like he's ready for a step up and trip. The winner is quite impressive. The runner-up closes it down. As I said, the time was very good, but you'd have expected either the winner or the second to have come out and done something since. You see Wakid just stays on well enough to grab third on the line, but he didn't particularly catch the eye that day. But we have to reiterate that the official time suggests that he's above average.
Now, Sahal and Ramadan bumped into an absolute weapon on this day, but it was a good run for the two of them nonetheless.
Yeah, you see, Ramadan is the one who sets off in pursuit of the winner here. This is Mohammadi who wins the race, who is very impressive. Ramadan sets off after him, ends up finishing third. And the runner-up is Sahal, who stays on from further back. They actually were reasonably close together coming into the turn. Ramadan then kicked away to try to get on terms with the winner, and I think he's the better of the two. And what happened was later on, as he found the task beyond him, he set a target, and Sahal catches him right on the line. Now, I'd have the third as the better horse of the two.
Yes, I think I'd agree with you on that one as well. I think Sahal's a nice run, but he kind of fell into his lap with the way that, at least it was good to see the eventual third trying to take it to the winner, who was in a different planet on that day.
Yeah, exactly, and that looks like a pretty solid form. I mean, they're not superstars. Sahal's got a rating of 64. Ramadan, unsurprisingly, also 64. They were separated by, the width of a cigarette paper that day, so they should have the same rating.
Yes, looking at those drawn low, Sam to Wake comes here with plenty of experience. Is this horse too exposed and should be looking at handicaps maybe in the future?
Yeah, he's not really going forward either. That's the problem. The race he was in last time was a tough one. But he'd been 8th, 9th, 10th before that. It's just an ordinary maiden race, so he's not easy to fancy at this level. Yes, handicaps give him a slightly better chance because he could run at a 0 to 55 or 0 to 60, which are pretty weak affairs. Anad
Al-Khail is another interesting runner. I think in the naughty corner earlier on, we'll have to see how that horse gets on down at the start, waiting to see that horse come through still. I think that might be the one towards the back of short, not quite sure yet. My eyes aren't that good. But Anad Al-Khail it'll be one to keep an eye on because that horse was getting very, very worked up in the parade ring. And negative for Shamila for sure.
Yeah, negative also on what he's done on the track so far. Well beaten bull starts, including over this course and distance last time out. So he has something to prove.
We do have one just getting checked over in the vet section as well. For those who are joining us on YouTube for the first time, you'll see the horses circling down at the start. Those in the middle are getting their tack readjusted, while those at the back on the other side of the tape will be getting assessed by the vet in case something has got amiss on the way down to start. Sometimes horses are kept there just to keep a lid on them as well, so they don't get too worked up in the stages just before they get loaded.
Yeah, that's worth bearing that in mind. It's rarely that something has gone amiss, but again, we highlight how strict the veterinary procedures are here and how important horse safety and welfare is, and therefore any potential issue has to get looked at. And 19 times out of 20, the horse is deemed fit to run. But if there's any question mark about their well-being to compete in the race, they're taken out.
Yes, and that is always the best way to be forward. You want to be safe than sorry. Also, when it comes to loading, I know some people will be tuning in for the first time. When it comes to loading up, they don't hang around here. The loading process is done exceptionally quickly.
Yes, it's something we again take for granted. We're constantly told in the UK, oh, our stalls handlers are the best in the world, and I don't want to knock British stalls handlers, but no one's making any comparisons there. It's just an assumption that we must be best in the world. What if an American thing that you know you assume that your golfers are the best in the world, then you start off with the Ryder Cup and you get absolutely wiped off the face of the earth. Assuming you're the best is not the way to be the best. You have to keep working at it. You have to see what your targets are, and you've got to get the job done properly. And again, I've just been really impressed with race administration here, with the way any issues are dealt with the speed that the stalls are loaded, the fact that the races are almost always off dead to time. We did have a delay with damage to the stalls a few weeks ago, when I looked at we were going to be half an hour behind time, and I'm absolutely certain in the UK it'd be like all races now half an hour behind time. We caught time up in one race.
We were 3 minutes behind. We had a 3 minutes delay for the next race. It was unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it.
They were in the pre-parade ring 5 minutes before the start of the race, and we actually got that race off 3 minutes late. The next race was dead on time.
Yeah, it's
just really impressive.
Yes, really impressive indeed. Let's go through our selections here because we haven't given the good people at home our choices. So who do you like in this one, Rory?
There's a few that I could give a chance to here. Obviously, we've seen a few in action, but I like Malta M because he's dropping in class. He's got a rating of 73. He finished 8th last time out. That'll put a lot of people off being with him, but I thought that was a perfectly respectable run against much better opposition than this. He does look like a bit of a grinder, and I think he'll give you a good run for your money.
Yes, I was really tempted to go with Ramadan, but I feel very dodgy about leaving a white stable runner unattended, and I think Wakid will hopefully step forward from the break that he's had and enjoy the step up and trip. So I am going to go with Wakid. So to go through those again, Rory likes Malta M, horse number 13. Shamila likes So Al Noor, horse number 16. And I like Wakid, horse number 11. Those are our selections. Enzo, our man in the sky. Who do you like in this one?
Well, I found this a really tough race. A couple of, I thought Wakid would run well, and I thought Moqtadi might perhaps surprise as well and run a better race than on debut. So yeah, 11 and 4 for me. But again, so many unknowns here. We've got so many horses that could easily take a step forward from their debut run. 2-year-olds, as we know, this time of year could easily find some improvement. They are loading up for this race. As you said, there's 2 late scratches. They must have been pretty late because they were still on the lineup sort of 25 minutes before the race. 10 is out, as you say, and 14, Yard to Gel and Sam Al Gharif have gone. So 16 runners. And the first of them has gone in. Having a bit of a problem with this grey going forward here at the moment. And doesn't want to go in. I think it's Kissam who is reluctant. Runners behind the stalls. We've got 1 in so far, so still plenty to load. So they're going 1,600 metres, which is the mile trip for this maiden. As you say, it is a stamina test, isn't it? A mile at this stage of the career for some of these horses that are kind of bred for speed and do tend to go pretty fast from an early stage here, so it could turn into quite a stamina test. We have got 1 horse in, which is Sahal in the red with the black cross sashes on the outside there. So that's the only one I can see in so far. And there is Sahal then just being kept calm by the stalls handler. Might be a bit of a wait to get the others in, but as you said, they're normally very good with the off times here, aren't they? As Rory was saying, really impressed by how they get the races off to time, nearly all the time. Any delays are usually quickly dealt with. And yeah, I think UK racing could learn a lot from what we've seen over at this meeting at Taif over the last few weeks and months. Very efficient. Loading up process normally goes pretty smoothly. And runners are going forward. There's number 15, Al Dajur. I didn't get much of a look at her going down. Daughter of Dance with Ravens. Tariq Al Mansour on board. S. Ray will have the inside stall here. Number 1 goes in. So about half the field in now. Waiting for Karibo, Naif Al-Anazi, to go in. In goes horse number 5, Faisal Al-Sa. That's now written by Al Credis. 17 is in. Kilastafe. 16 and 15 still to go in. So that's Toal Noor and Al Dajur. There's number 7, Al Azif, Alexis Moreno in the green with the white braces. 2 still to go forward as well. The white saddlecloth of Sam Tawaik. Try and get this 7 in. Al Azif. Down to the final 4. Al Azif, Wakid, Malta M and Sam Tawaik is the other one to load. This is 11, Wakid, Camille Ospina. All this premium tap colt. Thought he did look well on the way down. Really impressed in his slower paces. Malta M, Sam Tawaik, and the last one coming in now, Sam Tawaik, so we're almost set. Here we go, race 4, 1,600 metres for the 2-year-olds. Over the mile, we're ready to go. And they're off. Flagman scurries away as they race away the 16-strong field now without numbers 10 and 14. And some early pace towards the centre from Al Azif as they begin to sort themselves out. Also up there is S-Ray towards the inside. And S-Ray it is, who's now coming forward, the black cap and the red jacket on the inside. Right up there too, though, is Amir Al-Maidan in the maroon jacket. A little bit wider out in the green, we have Al Azif as they sort themselves out. Towards the outside is Kilastafe, who's not that far away either. And also Sahal from that extreme draw in the red and black is prominent too. So a line of about 5 up top at the moment. Sahal on the outside is bang there with Kilastafe, who's in the light colours. And also right there too is Al Azif as they go through the first 400 metres or so. Just off the pace but making ground. Wakid, a green cap. You can see Camille Ospina now latching himself onto the coattails of this front quintet. But the front 5 still with a line around the turn here. On the inside, S-Ray is poked up there to hold that rail advantage at this stage. Toal Noor is just in behind the speed as well as they make the turn. Kilastafe's right there, the grey, and on the extreme outside, Sahal. Under pressure now in behind is Wakid as they make the turn. And up front towards the outside, Sahal in the red and black colours is right there with Toal Noor, who's also got a chance as they make that turn into the straight. Now Ospina is getting a tune out of Wakid on the outside as they make the home turn. But up front now it's Wakid who's swept to the front and has gone on here. And Wakid is now turning the screw and going away from Sahal, who's come under pressure in second place. Toal Noor is in behind them as they go inside the final 150 metres. And Wakid, this is impressive from the son of premium tap, drawing right away. Wakid is going to bolt up in the end and beat Sahal and Toal Noor in behind them in third. And they were clear of the others who were headed by Ramadan, I think it was, back in fourth place. But that was a nice performance. Camillo Ospina, rarely a meeting goes by without an Ospina winner. And Wakid delivers there for the Mohamoud stable, caught by Premium Tap. That was impressive on his third run, drew right away. 11 Wakid is won by a space in the end. That was a nice performance to see off Sahal, who ran really well despite that wide draw. It's not easy, is it, out in stall. 16 of 16 for Sahal, has finished second. Winning time 1 minute 43.44 seconds, so about 3 seconds outside the track record. Sahal in second, and it was Toal Noor, number 16, who got third place. 7.5 lengths the winning margin. 11 Wakid the winner, 18 Sahal second, and 16 Toal Noor finishing back in third place.
super impressive win for Wakid. Congratulations, Camilo. Take me through the race. Oh, how were you feeling in the first 600 meters coming out of stall 11?
Yeah, thank you very much always, I'm appreciated with Prismita Vinagdula, Talal Bin Sharai, and Ahmed Neri for giving me support. He's a good horse, he ran the first time, he finished second by 6 furlong. The second time, he finished third again, but 7 furlong, and today, mile, I'm very good, And the first meter, I was scared because he don't come in strong, he's a little bit lazy in the first meter, but I tried to push in and keep in the same pace behind the leader. And thanks God, when I asked him at the 600 meter, he responded very good, thanks God.
The finishing final meters were very impressive. You must have been really happy with his performance to keep him over a mile.
Yes, sure, yeah. This horse distance is mile or more. He's a very good horse. Thanks God, he ran very good and he won very good.
Thank you very much, Camilo.
Thank you to you.
Camilo Ospina says a mile will be good, but further will be even better, and he's absolutely right. This horse has a future over 2,000 metres plus, I'm sure, because he's got absolutely no pace, but he responds to pressure. We saw it in the video footage beforehand, and we saw it again today. The further he goes, the better he gets, and he's a monster of an animal as well.
Comparatively speaking, yes, he's got size. I'm not sure he'd jump a hurdle, but I know you're always looking at that when you see these middle distance winners here. But yeah, he's improved the step up to a mile. As I said, the run last time out, there was two ways of reading it. He looked a bit paced as he plugged on late in the day to get third, but he was out of shot for half of the VT footage we had. But as we said, the clock said that was a good performance. It was hard to set that up with what you saw visually, but it may well be the race is now beginning to work out with him putting in this very good performance the second time out. We haven't seen the winner against Sumo, so it may well be that was a very good contest over 7 furlongs last time out, and the time will tell. The only problem with Wakid going forward, he's going to go up a chunk of the rating, 78 already. I mean, it's 78 for beating 13 lengths last time out. Yeah. He's now won by a big margin, and he's going to go up. He's going to go up to 90 odd, isn't he?
Yeah, well, he's just run a 1:43, which is very fast.
It is very fast.
No doubt about that. That's quick.
Yeah, he's done it without looking very fast himself. As in, he looked like he was just tapped for toe coming into the straight before staying on very strongly indeed. And that would be the worry would be stepping up in class next time out. Yes, he'll go to 2,000 metres, I would have thought. But stepping up in class, is he going to get himself in trouble in the early stages of a race and end up with a mountain to climb? Because it's not that easy, certainly at this track. If you lose your pitch early on in the race, it's not easy getting back into it. Against this class of opposition, you can. And clearly he's got the ability. But I think what he wants is a race which will test stamina.
Oh, we can see him jumping away here. He's in the middle of shot in the green cap and the white colours, and there's clearly he's leading the second wave. But look at Camilo Ospina's arms. He's always nudging away. This horse is behind the bridle from the off.
That's not usual for Camilo either. Camilo usually gets them going forward, but he doesn't have early speed.
He's really working on him as well.
We saw early speed here from Esrai and from Faisal Al-Sad, who actually broke very well to lead briefly. Camilo wants to keep his good position, so he's nudging away to make sure that Wakid is within hailing distance of these. He begins to move forward now, but essentially he's a long strider, isn't he?
Yes.
He's not a horse who quickens his stride. He's got a long stride. He knows that he's probably not going to come round this bend as well as some, because it wouldn't be big horses don't come round this type bend as well as others. 5 of them in line.
It's a beautiful shot, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous bit of footage there. 5 of them battling it out.
Yeah, on the inside it's Esrai. You've got Faisal Al-Sad in there as well, and Thuwal Noor has moved forward to lead the race at this stage with the eventual winner Wakid
is also there as well. That's a big run on debut.
That is a big run, yeah. Against these horses, that is a decent performance. Now we saw Wakid just get a little bit top for toe. Now he gets into the clear. Now he's strong. He's got round the bend and he's using his stride. And he doesn't quicken away from them. He powers away from them, doesn't he? He outstays his rivals from this point onwards. I think, in fairness, the second and third, they stay this trip very well. And they've kept on perfectly well, but this horse just relished the straight when he got into it. Didn't relish the bend particularly, just had to work there to maintain touch around the bend, but once he got out of the bend again, he was very, very strong. And once he got on terms, he was always going to win it. So he's exciting, but there's also that slight worry that his lack of tactical pace is going to catch him out in classier races.
That's the thing, isn't it? For me, I wouldn't even go to 1800. I'd go straight to 2000 and go to Riyadh, but you've got a long straight to make up that ground and use what is clearly his asset is powering down that straight and out galloping his rivals.
Yeah, we mentioned the length of the straight in Riyadh. I think the important thing as well is you've got a more sweeping bend into the straight of Riyadh as well. That helps horses. We've heard the jockeys say if you've got a big horse, they tend to have to work their way around the bend a little bit, whereas the smaller horses, the local horses, the tight bend suits them perfectly well. This is a bigger horse who he doesn't struggle badly to come around the bend, but he's unable to quicken as well as other horses are through the turn. He has to wait until the straightaway before he can actually pick up again. And the fact that you've got a more sweeping bend in Riyadh, and you do have that long straight, which suits horses making late headway. I mean, again, you'd still rather be in front at most tracks. And if you're able to steal 10 lengths of Riyadh, you prefer to be there. But as we've seen from some of the replays at Riyadh on the dirt, you can get behind and make up that ground at that big galloping track, which is harder to do at Taif. We'd see it occasionally here, but Riyadh is a better track for that kind of tactic.
Yes, keep an eye on the grey horse in the blue cap and white and blue silks. That's Kalastify. That horse is number 17 on your race card on debut. That was a mightily impressive debut. Keep that in the Saudi notebook. Certainly one to watch in the future.
Yeah, he was interesting on paper. Kalastify is a son of a local stallion, Macho, out of a US bred mare, my favourite too, who hasn't had a runner here before, but she won 11 times. Now, if you're good enough to win 11 times in the US, and again, we're not looking at the absolute gaff tracks there either. That's worth noting, and it's good to see that she's instilled some of that talent into her first foal to race.
Yes, and certainly one to watch going forward. Sahal ran a very good race in second as well. Taking nothing away from So Al-Noor, Shamila's selection as well in third too. Both running good races as well. So plenty to like. What happened to Multuem?
Multuem, again, he looks like he wants even further than this.
Okay.
He got behind, and then he started staying on the straight. He wasn't given a hard time by his jockey. He's finished about 9th in the end. But he did begin to pass rivals, and then his jockey thought, there's no point keeping up with this. Just look one-paced. But he'll be suited by deeper ground, I think, more than anything. But yeah, he clearly wants this trip at least, and possibly a bit further.
He misses the start here, our eventual winner, gets really bogged down at the start, and you can just see this is Camilo Espino. I think this is when he's at his best, because we always see him doing it from the front. He's done it from behind runners quite a few times this week as well, and he's clearly showing his ability, and he's running full of confidence, but he's really getting behind this race winner early.
He is, yeah, and again, this is an unfair criticism of him that he has to do it from the front. The bottom line is that he's able to get horses to the front without having to, he doesn't decide, whatever happens at the start, I'm going to push this horse to the front. Yeah. He rides the race as it comes. And with a horse like this, who clearly is more about stamina than speed, he knew that he had to push him forward to get a position. But you mostly see Camilo going forward without having to ask for an effort, just leaning forward in the saddle, his centre of gravity a little bit further forward than most of the riders, and the horses just naturally take that as a cue and go forward for him. But you've got to have natural pace to do that, and horses who don't need to be ridden in a different way. He's not under the illusion that he can do that in every horse. He knows his horses. He's an intelligent rider. You hear that when we speak to him, and he's ridden an intelligent race here, even though he's ended up winning by a wide margin. If he just sat there with his backside in the air, waiting for them to come back to him, it wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, and he'd really used his horse's best asset, which is his ability to power away down the straight. We saw it again in the bit of video footage. Shout out to our video team. I think they've had the winner of every race so far. They are flying along at the moment, and they continue.
Never second guess the videos.
Never second guess their video team. They've been doing really great work all season, and we can just see here Camilo Espino at his sparkling best in the saddle. He was great with Shamila, talk about how this horse needs further, and no doubt we'll see this horse in Riyadh, maybe over 2,000 metres.
Well, yeah, listen, I imagine this time next season, there aren't that many races over the trip, but I think he could be a 2,400 metre horse.
Yes, and let's look forward after seeing a really talented young horse. We're going to see some other talented colts as well in short next in race 5. Plenty to look forward to here on the racecourse, and someone who has been getting all around the course today is Shamila, who's in our hospitality section trying to see how the other half live.
Thank you very much, Callum. I am indeed. I've managed to escape the hustle and bustle of all of the activities and dancing and singing out on the racecourse, and I have come to the hospitality area. Now here in this restaurant, you will mostly find the jockeys, owners and trainers in between races or after their races enjoying multiple delicious cuisines prepared by Chef Pascal. Now, the location of this is absolutely stunning. We are right next to the pre-parade ring. You can watch all the horses get saddled up here. We have the grandstand right behind us, and we're right next to the parade ring as well. So you can enjoy your meal. You can go out and watch the horses in the parade ring. There are multiple TV screens here for you to watch the racing in comfort and style. Now, I also wanted to show you the beautiful buffet we have here, where there are multiple desserts, eclairs, mousses, ice creams, anything that you could get your hands on. And Callum, we were talking about this, and I bet you are jealous that you are not down here right now. We've got beautiful, we have chicken, we have salmon, we have vegetables. Everything is prepared fresh and absolutely perfectly by all of the chefs here. Everyone does a fantastic job. The hospitality is just top notch. We've also got rice, salads, and everybody comes and enjoys the hospitality here and all the food, and it's a great way to come and relax, settle down, have a coffee in between races. It's so quiet and it's so luxurious. All of the furniture is leather and it's just absolutely stunning.
Oh, Shamila, I bet it's absolutely stunning. Rory, I know you and I are going to try and make our way down there as soon as these cameras come off us. So guys in the production studio, go back, go and look at something else, because we need to go and get ourselves some delicious food and some wonderful coffee and sit in those very comfy leather chairs.
I think it seemed to most people that Shamila was selling that to people who wanted to come to the races. I'm pretty sure she's just winding us up.
She was absolutely winding us up. She knew how much we'd love to be down there. But let's move on to our next race, our fifth contest of the day. Anthony Ennis, take us through the runners and the riders.
Yeah, we'll do. Salmon and potatoes for me, please. Right, Arabian Colts Open, number 1. Abar Al-Siham is the mount of Nawaf Al-Madiani. 2 is Al-Dafa Jordar for Abdullah Al-Kradis. 3, ES Tara for the Al-Zaman. 4 is Barzan Al-Rayla, Kamal Juaidi. 5, Shibal Gouda, Abdullah Al-Khamis looking for a double. 6 is Sharaf Al-Muntakaba and ridden by Abdullah Al-Hussein. 7 is Gaith Al-Dahab for Iyad Al-Tarisia Gray. So 7 runners here for this Arabian Colts open race coming up for these 3-year-olds. And we are going 1,600 metres. Back to Callum and Rory.
Thank you very much, Enzo. As per usual, totally professional going through the runners and riders for this, our second Arabian contest, happening very early in the card, unlike what we've had over the previous couple of days. And this is another wide open contest. I think there's one horse I really like in here, but there's certainly others who have got plenty of other chances too.
I'd like to hear how you pick between Shibal Gouda and Al-Dafa Jordar, because the pair of them in the same colours have got, I wouldn't say they're remarkably tightly handicapped. Well, they are tightly handicapped. One's weighted 80, one's weighted 79. There's not much between them. But they've met recently on 2 occasions. On one occasion, one of them was 30 lengths clear of the other. On another occasion, the other one was 40 lengths clear. So, yes, they've got similar levels of ability. But it depends which form line you look at, which one appears to be the absolute certainty.
Let me tell you how I've been looking at them. I based it on the form of ES Tara. And now ES Tara ran against Shibal Gouda in meeting 30. And although ES Tara finished 6th and Shibal Gouda finished 5th, Shibal Gouda was a country mile clear. And that's how I based it. I think that's the best level of form that I've seen. That's the toughest race that I've seen Shibal Gouda in. And I'm hoping that this massive drop in class means Shibal Gouda can get the head in front.
Yeah, that was the obvious thing. I started from the bottom up and came to much the same conclusion. And then I happened to look at the race at meeting 21, where Al-Dafa Jordar was 5th and Shibal Gouda was 9th, and a long way behind. Obviously, that race at meeting 30 involves a few of these. ES Tara, as you said, Al-Dafa Jordar, Shibal Gouda in there, and that was a good effort in a strong race to finish 5th. That's good enough to win this race. But it does highlight the fact that they can be inconsistent. And there's a few in here who are not easy to fancy on any line of form.
Well, I was about to say, let's draw a line through Jcsa Al Dahab, who I think has no chance in this contest, having been soundly beaten twice. Although, firstly, it was against Food Pine in a 3-runner race, so there's no point in discussing that. It was a very hard first time up, but second time up was just as disappointing.
And second time up was the following week, meeting 45. He made his debut and finished well behind. Last of 3 behind Food Pine, been an awfully long way, and then turned out again at the very next meeting and was tailed off 8th last time, although it was at least clear of Barzan Al Rayla. So we can say that Barzan Al Rayla now looks like the least likely winner of this.
Let's have a look at number 2 here. This is Adafa Jada, who is running in the same colours as Shibble Gooder. Now, this horse came 9th last time out in meeting 30.
Yeah, and not easy to fancy on that form, because he was a long way behind Shibble Gooder at meeting 30. He was 9th and Shibble Gooder was 5th, and it's easy to put a line through him based on that run. But you go back to the previous run where he was 5th in a decent contest, or 2 runs back, and he was 5th in meeting 21, and he had Shibble Gooder 30 odd lengths behind him that day, so that gives him a decent chance as well. And it's a case of guessing which one of those two is going to put their best foot forward on the day.
Well, we've also got Tara and Barzan Al Rayla, both horses who will probably struggle here. And Shibble Gooder is the one we're looking at now. Gorgeous grey, lovely looking animal, but hasn't had all the best luck so far this season, although was a winner back in meeting 1.
Yeah, it was a winner at meeting 1 over 6 furlongs. Clearly has a little bit of speed. Was well held last time. It was 13th last time out. That was the King Faisal Cup. That's against the very best in the division. You can pretty much ignore that run. And it's a possibility that you could say that, having run against those really good horses, Shibble Gooder will appreciate this marked drop in class and should go well. And I'd imagine, these races where some of them are running poorly are big field races. And I think, as we said before, sometimes when they get crowded, the pure bet Arabians, they can just drop the bridle straight away and run well below their best. So in smaller field races, Shibble Gooder looks just about the pick of these.
Yes, and we'll talk about the bottom 2. An absolute nightmare for Anthony Ennis is Sharaf Al-Shand Al-Muntakaba. Try and get that one out first time in a tight finish, but hopefully, for Enzo's sake, this horse who has struggled recently probably won't be involved in the final skirmishes.
Has run twice, has been tailed off last on both occasions. It's one of those you might want to just use one of the names in commentary, but you shouldn't have to say it too often, Enzo, so it won't be too bad a day for you, I wouldn't think.
And Jcsa Al Dahab, the horse we've mentioned already, one of 3 here that I think can draw a line through pretty quickly.
Yeah, again, tailed off both starts to date. It may do better at somewhere down the line. You'd like to start off in the easiest company possible, and that hasn't happened with Jcsa Al Dahab, but not easy to fancy on those 2 tailed off efforts.
Abar Al Saham is horse number 1. We haven't talked about that one yet.
Was behind 2 of these over course and distance at meeting 25 and finishing 13th, and then was 23 lengths 5th in a 6-furlong maiden last time out, but at least finished ahead of Barzan Al Rayla and Jcsa Al Dahab on that occasion. So not a complete no-hoper here, and might sneak into the frame.
Yes, beat 2 of these last time out. I think that horse has improved with each run as we see them going down to the start. Shamila, I don't know where on earth you've got to now. You're enjoying the luxuries of hospitality. Are you back in the parade ring? Well, unfortunately, we couldn't hear from Shamila there, probably bragging about how much she was enjoying the hospitality anyway, so we didn't need to hear from her anyway, but hopefully we can get back to her as soon as possible. I think she was there at the chute watching the horses go down to post. Have you managed to get between Adesa Jawad and Shibble Gooder? But don't worry, Shamila is ready right now, so we can go right back to her.
Yeah, they probably cut me off, Callum, because I was bragging about having a great time in the hospitality area, getting to know the chefs, and everybody giving me all sorts of cakes and desserts. And, you don't have to be jealous, Callum. I would have brought you up some cakes. You didn't have to cut me off completely. Now, of course, I couldn't miss my paddock selection in the last Arabian race of the day. I'm going to have to go with horse number 3, ES Tara. Now, this is for the colts and geldings. He did look the best to my eye as I sprinted back into the parade ring, and all the jockeys got on board and left as soon as I could, so I really had to cast my eye very quickly, but I'm going to stick with ES Tara.
No doubt ES Tara will probably run quite a decent race in this company, certainly not out of form, and you can see a gorgeous looking animal as well, dark dapple grey, looks very well in the paddock.
Yes, and not without a chance here. I know it's worth pointing out that ES Tara, or Tara,
yes,
maybe just Tara, was well behind. But 7th of 18 on debut. He's beaten a fair way. He was beaten a fair way, rather. But he has beaten most of his rivals on that debut in a big field. And then was 20 lengths behind Shibal Gouda last time out. But as we've seen with Shibal Gouda and Aldefer Jota, they're both capable of running below form. So you don't take a 20 length beating as being absolute guidance on a horse's ability, especially after only a couple of runs. And Tara may well progress again, and it's possible that either or both Aldefer Jota and Shibal Gouda will not read the script today and run below form. So I certainly wouldn't be ruling him out. It won't be my pick in the race, but I'd respect that as a shout. And he does look very well, doesn't he?
He does look gorgeous. Just seeing short-haired walking behind the stall. Certainly you can totally understand why Shamila made that selection. Tara looks lovely. Now, for those who are joining us for maybe the first time, firstly, where have you been? But now you're here. Welcome along. Feel free to stay. People will be looking at these two Arabian races and thinking, we're in Saudi Arabia. We're in the home of the purebred Arabian. And we've got absolutely no runners for two Arabian races. Now, the reason for that is quite simple. This is the first time in the entire Saudi Arabian racing calendar that we've seen two Arabian races per meeting, which is one thing. So the horse population isn't quite enough to sustain that, but it always is a positive start. And secondly, we're right at the end of the season. A lot of the Arabians have made their way down to Riyadh, or are in the process of making their way down to Riyadh right now. So although the fields are small, it doesn't mean that will be the same case when we get to Riyadh.
No, of course not. And also, just because you get small fields in purebred Arabian races doesn't mean you get boring races, as we've seen several times in the last week or two. And hopefully, sometimes it can be one-way traffic, as it was in the last race. But you often look at these races and go, "Oh, this is an awful-looking race on paper." But they tend to be really intriguing races when they actually set off.
And it's not particularly intriguing tactically either. It's more like, oh, who wants to win today? It's really what happened. And you'll see your selection travelling up really well. I know people will be bored with my quotes of Arsalan, who was absolutely swinging about 3 weeks ago before finding absolutely nothing in the dying strides and drifting right out to the stand side. Wanted to say hello to all the fans and ended up throwing the race away. So there's plenty of drama, and the race doesn't tend to be over until it's over.
Absolutely. So again, this could easily serve up a treat. It'd be nice to see a battle between the two at the top of the ratings here, Aldefer Jota and Shibal Gouda in the same colours. That'd be nice to see, a proper battle up the straight between that pair. And both greys, of course, as well, which is always nice to see. We tend
Not
to get
friends, though.
We tend to get more than our share. Well, and we've got a full colour palette in this race. Just because the horse is a grey doesn't mean it looks like the grey next to him. We do have various shades of grey going on here.
We do.
Which should be easy enough to tell apart from each other. But we got more than our share of greys in Arabian races, and they tend to be popular with the public, don't they?
Yes, they do. A lot of people tend to latch onto them. I think Ragad is another one of those greys who, although it's very frustrating on the race course, is absolutely gorgeous. If we just see 6 Sharaf Al-Shams Al-Muqtaba looking a little bit feisty in the prelims, just out the back of shot there. You can just see him now coming across, having a bit of a kick out and a strike. But as they're circling out and beginning to do the loading process, we'll get a final selection from you, Rory. Who do you like in this one?
I'm going to go for Shibal Gouda. But I will point out that even though I'm going for Shibal Gouda, and Shibal Gouda appears to be the obvious one on recent form, Aldefer Jota does have a 1 point higher rating, so it is possible that we will have a bit of intrigue here, but Shibal Gouda just about shades it for me.
Now, usually I would love to take you on with Aldefer Jota, but I've dug so much into this form, I can't go away from Shibal Gouda. So you and I, Rory and myself, are going for number 5, Shibal Gouda. Shamila likes Tara, horse number 3, who looked gorgeous in the parade ring. One man who's always looking gorgeous is Anthony Ellis, our man in the sky. Over to you. Who do you like?
I'm going to go with number 2 here, Aldefer Jota, in this race. Looks an absolute picture, as you say, one of the greys in this race. But I like the way this horse went to post. Looked very relaxed now and looks ready to do the business. So, that rating of 80 suggests that he should be good enough to win this. Right, they're loading up the 7 runners this time. This Arabian Colts and Geldings Open race here. Due off at 6:05 local time. They're loading up in good time. 47,500 Saudi Riyal. First place will be picking up the connections of. This is Shibal Gouda going in. number 5. Shibal Gouda, the red cap, loading up. So won't be too long here. Shibal Gouda in. This is number 3. This is Tara. To go forward now. Red cap Shibal Gouda, if you are following that runner. And in goes Al-Daifa Jordar. Sharaf Al-Shams Al-Muntakaba completes the line. Just about ready for a start. 7 Arabian Breds are ready. A bit restless on the outside, Gaith Al-Dahahab. On stall 3 as well. Right, the flag goes up. I think we're ready, and we are. They're off and racing. Jumped away then the 7 runners for this race for the pure Arabian Breds. The Colts and Geldings racing over 1,600 metres. They're going the mile. One of the first to show up the red cap is Shibal Gouda, and then towards the inside Al-Daifa Jordar, and these two race on together. Al-Daifa Jordar's jockey has the white cap. Wider out, the pale blue and white, that is Sharaf Al-Shams Al-Muntakaba, who's advancing, ridden along to be prominent. Just behind those in 4th then is Tara as they continue their journey. They're followed by Abba Al-Siham in the black and white towards the inside. Barzan Al-Rayli is next, kind of orange and green colours next in the field, and then towards the back another grey in the green and white is Gaith Al-Dahahab as they continue their journey across the top of the track, and they're tanking along as well here at a fair rate of knots. And up front towards the inside, the red cap of Shibal Gouda still has the advantage as they continue their journey. But now on the outside, getting a bit closer, is Tara, who wants a piece of the action here. Also bang there too, the white cap of Al-Daifa Jordar. These 3 are clear. So inside rail, Shibal Gouda, the outside the blue and white of Tara, and between them Al-Daifa Jordar. These 3 race clear, and Al-Daifa Jordar is being ridden along quite sternly. It's about 8 lengths then back to find Sharaf Al-Shams Al-Muntakaba, and then behind those Barzan Al-Rayli. But the front 3 are well clear, turning for home, and this leader's going great gun. Shibal Gouda, the red cap jockey, has a look in behind there. Al-Khamis, he likes what he sees, Abdullah. He needs by a length and a half to Al-Daifa Jordar, who's going off in chase now. The white cap once completely run off at the bend in behind. Barzan Al-Rayli is taking a tour of the track in behind them as they turn for home, and it's Shibal Gouda clear by 9 lengths now to Al-Daifa Jordar in 2nd place. Tara back in 3rd. This is one-way traffic here because Shibal Gouda is in a class of his own. He must be clear by 11 lengths entering the final 100 metres, and horse number 5, Shibal Gouda, is going to bolt up. It's a double for the rider as well. Abdullah Al-Khamis again, easy. Al-Daifa Jordar will be 2nd. Tara ran on to be 3rd, and they were miles clear. Daylight back to the 4th, who was Abha Al-Siham. Shibal Gouda has bolted up here. That was impressive. And wins for Abdullah Al-Khamis, who notches another winner. He, of course, had an armchair ride on Rakud Al-Ansari earlier, and he doubles up in these Arabian bred races today. This was over as a contest, a long way from home. Shibal Gouda stopped the clock at 1 minute 54.91 seconds. So 5 the winner. 2nd will be number 2. That was Al-Daifa Jordar, who was no match for what we thought was his main rival. And 3rd, number 3, that was Tara. 16 lengths. That tops, I think, the earlier winning margin that we had. So 16 lengths, 5-2-3. Shibal Gouda, a class apart in race 5.
If there's something strange in the neighborhood, you should call Ghostbusters. But if you've got a sure thing Arabian horse running in Saudi Arabia, you call Abdullah Al-Khamis, because he always gets it done in these contests. What a ride, easy as you like, and the form has worked out, and all that late night form study has come to the fore here.
Oh, yes, indeed. Yeah, you've worked that one well, haven't you? Who are you going to call? Abdullah Al-Khamis.
Al-Khamis. Absolutely. He's certainly a jockey to follow in these Arabian races. And the Al Khaladir stables, the real powerful ownership organisation in Arabian racing, do the same thing. Abdullah Al-Khamis is always on board.
He is, yeah, and he's unflappable in these races, isn't he? Having a good season. And interesting that the two in the same colours, running in the colours of Hossam Abdullah Al-Damer. It's not just a different cap colour, but the stripe is a different colour as well. That's almost black, isn't it? Rather,
it is. It's sort of browny black, isn't it?
Which makes these colours look remarkable. Yes, it's very, very dark brown if you look very closely. Reminds me of the colours of the American Peter Thompson. Seems like a long time. Who owned a horse called Knock Hill, who ran in very similar colours to this, white with a black hoop and armlet and a red cap. He was a specialist in what was a regular 4-mile handicap chase at Cheltenham on New Year's Day. He won that race. He won that race 3 times. He's one of my favourite horses of all time. And when I see remarkably similar colours, there's another hoop theoretically.
Yeah, it's one right to the bottom, isn't there?
But it's tucked into his breeches. There's no point having it there, really, is there?
It's good that the groom's showing it off at least. The owner's getting some of their money's worth.
Exactly. Yeah. So that sent me into a little bit of a reverie for days long gone. We're talking 1980s here, by the way. You know.
Yeah, I was about to say, it must have been really hard to see the different colours, considering you were only available to listen to on the radio. That must have been really hard.
One of Tony McCoy's colours, his big winners came in these colours as well, as in one of his landmark, either his 3000th or his
3000th was at Plumpton. I remember that, so I don't think it was that.
That was in Lynn Wilson's colours, wasn't it? I think it was maybe his 2000s. A horse called Mighty Montefalco.
Oh, it's a name I actually know. So
I think that was at Uttoxeter. So that was one of the last horses to run in the colours of Peter Thompson, and famous because of that. But Knock Hill was the one who carried those colours. So.
Whenever I think of the name Knock Hill, I always think of Nakara Bow, who is definitely, when we talk about Cheltenham favourites and horses who absolutely adored every meeting at Cheltenham, apart from the festival, Nakara Bow was that horse.
Yeah, I was a big fan of Nakara Bow as well. I've always liked the Charlton family horses, and I did manage to have a few bob in Nakara Bow the day that he entered Big Bucks'.
Yeah, that's it. He did. Yes, Jan Falterzak was also the regular partner. What a man he was.
He was not a jockey to follow in the UK. Get him over the taxis.
Yes,
and he was an absolutely fine jockey in the Czech Republic.
Velka Pardubici, wasn't it, that race?
Indeed, yeah.
Well, let's get back to more pressing concerns on
funny how the mind works.
We've gone right down a little rabbit hole there. But yes, let's get back to action on these shores, because that's what you're watching for. Shibble Gooder, dominant today. Very easy. Get to the front, get to the rail, and the rest of them will have to catch me if you can. And it was quite simple from the jump, really.
Yeah, again, we've seen Abdullah ride like this quite a lot, where you don't set off to go as hard as you can. What you do is you go forward and you race with your opposition and you wait for them to crack. You know you're slightly better, but the thing about the Arabians is you can't put them under too much pressure, because they do have a habit of just dropping the bridle. What you do is you sit alongside your main rival and you put it under a little bit of pressure and wait for it to crack.
Yeah, so we can see the full race here now. Now, Shibble Gooder isn't even drawn nearest to the rail, so it has to work quite hard to get this position.
Yeah, it's actually Aldefa Joda on the inside, who's away well and drawn closer to the rail and stalled too. But Abdullah wants to go forward and Shibble Gooder, and she gets to the lead. She's immediately pressed on the outside, and there's a few of them who want to go forward here, realising that you don't want to let the likeliest winner get on with it. But we briefly have a little bit of a bid for glory for Sharaf Al-Shams. Al-Muntakaba.
That horse will have a nosebleed, it's safer up the field. Never this high up in a race before.
No, and it didn't last very long. Was pretty much, certainly among the back. I think second last to finish, because we don't know quite what happened to Barzan Al-Railer. But it would be better. It wouldn't be a railer if it was a greyhound. They would definitely be a wide runner, because he's run right off the bend and ended up under the stand side rail. That runner, as well as being limited ability-wise, he seems to have his own ideas about the game as well. But joining the race again. Nothing much has changed except for the fact that the outsider Sharaf Al-Shams has dropped off them. Al-Dafer Al-Joda is being driven to try to get on terms with Shibal Gouda, who's gone to the front, and Tara is the only other one with any chance of getting involved in the finish. But you see the second and third are under strong pressure. The winners being nudged along, but just being asked to leave the others behind, and that soon happens. You can see, first of all, Tara drops out of the picture, and given a couple of seconds, Al-Dafer Joda is also going to slip below that line, leaving Shibal Gouda in glorious isolation up front to win by 16 lengths. These sort of margins, not unusual in such races. And again, it's worth pointing out that she's already beaten the runner-up by further than that in a race. She's finished over 30 lengths ahead of Al-Dafer Joda a couple of runs ago. But that horse finished over 40 lengths in front of him. Again, they're both colts. If I've called any of them a filly, I apologise. But yeah, it does show that although she looks like she's at least
Hey, there it is.
Although he looks like he is clearly in a different league to the runner-up, we've seen the runner-up beat him by further on previous races. So these horses can have two ways of running. But at this level, I think Shibal Al Gouda is the best horse. I think if you run this race on a regular basis, he would win most of them. I think Al-Dafer Joda might put his head in front once or twice. But you stick them in a big open race, and where they finish is open to debate.
Well, that's what I was just about to discuss, because Tara is the horse that finished in third, loomed up like he was about to make a good challenge, but unfortunately found very little. But what's interesting about Tara and Shibal Gouda, they finished 5th and 6th in a big open company contest. Now, they finished miles and miles apart in that contest, but I thought it's clear to see that when they're running in these bigger races, these classier races, when they end up behind the bridle quite quickly, a lot of these Arabian colts can spit the dummy out very quickly. And we saw Barzar Al Rayla. We should name that Barzar Al, where on earth are you going? Because that horse was so far wide on the turn, and again, spits the dummy out when under pressure.
Yeah, he cocked his jaw and wanted to run out, essentially. There's not enough lot to run to off that bend. It's not like there was, he was heading back to the stables or the horse boxes or somewhere nice to chew some grass. Maybe to the toilets. That's one possibility I'm thinking from.
And there's the hospitality section around there, so maybe he's trying to get into where Shamila was at one end of the hospitality. There's another hospitality section down there, so maybe he's heard Shamila enjoying the comfort of the leather chairs and the lovely food, and it's I fancy a bit of that myself.
Perhaps he heard there was going to be some music later on and wanted to get a good seat for that. Either way, he's taking a bit of a detour. Interestingly, we talk about how unreliable some of these can be. It's worth pointing out that Shibal Gouda probably finished pretty much as far clear of Tara as he did when they met last time out. I think it's 20-something lengths between them that day. And it would have been, actually, in fairness, it's probably closer to 30 this time around, but it makes sense in terms of where they've been finishing in recent years.
And that's why, if you were a supporter of Shibal Gouda, you wouldn't have been too concerned when Tara loomed up in a challenging position, because you knew deep down that this horse had far more ability as we see them jump away. I was intrigued that the jockey aboard Al-Dafer Joda didn't make more of a push to get that rail run on the inside, because it seemed to be quite happy to allow Shibal Gouda to get across. As you can just see right here, beautiful camera shots here. You can see Shibal Gouda's made that move across, and it's not been hard work to get there.
No, but they are racing for the same stable, essentially, aren't they? So that may well have been tactical instructions.
Shamila is with the winning trainer, and Shamila must be over the moon with that success.
Rayhan Al Ibrahim is the man of the moment, a double on the day. Congratulations, 2 winners. Tell me about Shibal Gouda. Tell me about his race.
Thank you, alhamdulillah. Shibal Gouda, alhamdulillah, first race number 1. Today, finished season number 1, alhamdulillah.
And you won 2 Arabian races today. The first race you won with Rukud Al Ansari. She was the highest rated horse in the race. Were you expecting her to win? Were you happy with the results?
Alhamdulillah, Rukud Al Ansari, same queen with me, same my heart. Rukud Al Ansari. Alhamdulillah, maybe after, inshallah, cup.
And are you going to wait? You're going to bring the horses now to Riyadh? Or one more run in Taif?
Inshallah, Riyadh. Inshallah.
And cup races for both of them?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Rayhan. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much, Rayhan, saying that his star filly is his heart and there's no surprises there. She is a superstar, and he's also got a nice horse in Shibble Gooder as well, who won the last, so he is at the double. And we see quite an awful lot of Rayhan. He's certainly a trainer to follow in the Arabian space, and he'll be making his way down to Riyadh right now and be hoping for more success in Riyadh. We are hoping for plenty more success, and that will be purely in the hands of Anthony Ennis, who can take us through the runners and riders for race 6.
I certainly can, Callum. Yes, it'll be a pleasure. 1,600 metres. First place, 75,000 Saudi Riyal for this race for 3-year-olds and up the Jcsa Challenge. And good race this, actually. Number 1 is Al Wahif, ridden by Alexis Moreno. Number 2 is To Al Aslal, Naif Al Anazi. 3, Raid Al Sara. Luis Morales looking for a double. 4 is Sayadad, ridden by Eddie Castro. That's out, in fact, isn't it? Sayadad is out. 5 is Al Haba, Turkey Alofi. 6 is Moaz, Mohammed Al Yami. 7 is Floret, Tariq Al Mansour. 8, Barma Allah, Camille Ospina looking for a double on the card. 9, Motta Bain, Rayan Al Toesh. 10, Shagmoum Al Khail for Khalid Al Mimoni. 11 is Forway, written by Adel Al Faredi. 12 is Mafrood, and Mohammed Al Sharima rides that one. And number 13 is Ayn Ozaid, the mount of Abdulaziz Al Faredi. So the absence of Sayadad. 12 runners to have a look at here, and the runners are just making their way into the paddock for race 6, and Callum and Rory will have a look at them.
Thank you very much, Enzo. And yes, this is a cracking contest, Rory. We're back to the good stuff, an open contest, a JCSA challenge over the mile. Fantastic field. Shame that Sayadad doesn't run. That's a late withdrawal, but understandable. This is a very quick turnaround and maybe not over the ideal trip that this horse would have wanted. But I think there's one talking horse here, and it's Mafrood, who is rated 105, and I cannot, for the life of me, see why.
You're putting your reputation on the line here by being against Mafrood, who's rated 105. We see the horse below him rated 62. With Sodad out of the race, who's rated 97. Who's next in line? Bama
Allah, 99, and
also in the same
97.
Motabane also in the same colours, rated 97.
Shagmoum Al Khail, 89 as well, another good chance.
I think you get a reasonable point here in the first place. I think what happens with a lot of these white stable horses is when they win their maidens, or when they win in open company or whatever happens to be, and the opposition is sort of fighting shy of them, they tend to win by a big margin, and there's no question that the jockeys are asked, try to win cheekily if you can. So they do tend to win by big margins, and Matru won by 11 lengths last time out, Mafrood rather, and yeah, we'll see whether he's really worth that, because he hasn't gone so well in open in races of this class before.
We first looked at Al Wahif, and now we're looking at So Al Atlal, and the next horse is Rayad Al Sara.
Yeah, 6 furlong maiden winner, 3 starts back, Rayad Al Sara, beaten in a 75 handicap the last twice, which makes him up against it here.
Yes, what about So Al Atlal? That horse has got some serious form.
Well, Al is interesting. We'll see him in action shortly. He split Edafa and Arras, and of course, this is open last time out. And we saw the third run really well in a cup race last night, so that boosted that form.
Yes, and this is number 5, Alaba.
Al-Haber won a weak course distance maiden, 2 starts back, but only 5th in a 0-60 handicap last night. Pretty much, you know, I think a rating of 70 flatters him at this stage.
Yeah, looks fit and ready to go, though. Number 6 is Moaz. This horse, a little bit of a smaller build, really short backed.
57 on our race cards, his rating, but he's actually gone up to 70, having won a 7 furlong maiden by a wide margin last time out. He didn't stay 1.25 miles, 2 starts back, so you can put a line through that awful run when he finished last. But it was an improvement out of the blue last time when he won by a wide margin. He's got to back it up now, and I think it's a tough race to be doing it in.
He didn't just win by a wide margin, he actually bolted up, didn't he? And this is Floret, number 7.
1 from 19 in the career, and recent form figures are uninspiring for Floret, so hard to fancy your chances against these.
Number 8, this is the first of the white stable runners, Bama Allah.
Looks really well, ready to go, Bama Allah. Came back off a break to finish 5th to Badr Al-Lelia in a jockey club challenge contest over course of distance last time out. I think that run was needed after a break. Had previously been seen in winning action, taking the King Abdulaziz University Cup at meeting 18. So you could say that he was disappointing last time out. I think that was to tee him up for this race.
Yes, he's a real good horse. This is Motta Bain, who scrambled home last time.
Yeah, has 1 2 course of distance opens. Wins have come at 7 furlongs to 9 furlongs, including 3 cup races, but only won by a nose over coursing distance last about in a weaker race. Also beat Badr Al Alia, meeting 11. That looks better now. Badr Al Alia was an impressive winner of a big race last night. So you respect Mosaban on old form more than that last run.
Here's Shagmoom Al Khail, who put a couple of poor runs behind him to run very, very well last time out.
Yeah, that was in a 0-85, a bit more required at this level, but it showed that he was in form. You'd say he's carrying a bit of condition, but obviously he's fit, having raced last week. And good to see him up in back in form last time out, but a bit tougher today.
He landed an open contest over a mile in Riyadh, so there's certainly form to keep an eye on. Number 11 is Four-Way, lovely, big, strong horse. I'm a big fan of this one. May Fun is a bit too tough today, though.
Twice placed at around this trip, 7 furlongs in a mile this season. Lesser effort in a 0-80 handicap last time out, and this is a harder race than that, so we need to leave that behind.
Here's Mafrood, rated 105. Julie bolted up last time. I can't see him doing it, having the same way again today, though.
He was impressive 2 starts ago, the race before his final run in Riyadh last year, and then he ran in a big cup race on his final start, finished 12th. He's also, when he's stepped up in class before, he's disappointed, but he's capable of putting in big performances against slightly lesser opposition, as he did last time out.
And this is Aino Zayn, number 13, unlucky for some.
Fair enough, went 6th on his return to action, but ran poorly last time out, and with a rating of 62, he's eligible for much lesser races than this.
Yes, it's interesting that they come for this, maybe trying to seek some prize money, because remember, the winner gets 75,000 Riyal, the second gets 30,000 Riyal, the third gets 22,500, fourth 15,000, and fifth 7,500. You can understand why you want to come into the 4th or 5th position if you're a lesser fancied runner.
Yeah, absolutely, and sometimes in certain races, in cup races, they do tend to be no prisoners taken, and sometimes if you just sit off the pace and try to run through horses at the end, you can pick up some minor prize money.
We saw it in the Taif Sprint Cup for 2-year-olds. We saw a lot of horses who probably were quite exposed to 2-year-olds, but they ran the race tactically very well and just caught some of the horses fading badly in behind.
Yes, whereas when you've got a lot of horses who won the races by dominating and they all want to go forward again, something's got to give with those, and a lot of horses who when they're not able to dominate, they tend to disappoint and drop right out. So the horses who are ridden more patiently, who are just there to pick up the pieces, can end up picking up some valuable prize money by doing so.
Shamila is in the parade ring. I'm sure you've seen some absolute stunners in here.
I have indeed, Callum, but one horse that particularly stood out to me is the highest rated horse in this field, rated 105. Number 12, Mafrood. When this horse came past me, I literally said, wow, out loud. I mean, I tried to be very unbiased and look at the horses all in, the same way, but I could not take my eyes off this horse all the rounds of the parade ring, so this has to be my paddock eye catcher. And he was first last time out. He's a 5-year-old gelding, and the White Stables have 3 beautiful horses in this race, so it was quite a difficult toss-up between all of them, but wow, Mafrood, it looks absolutely gorgeous. And another highlight I wanted to say is horse number 2, though Al Attalal, also a really nice looker.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Are there any negatives that you've seen in there? I can't imagine there would be. These are all quality animals.
Like you said, Callum, there are absolutely no negatives. I mean, I do try my hardest to look at each horse individually, see if there's anything moving a bit weird or getting a little bit hot behind the saddle, acting up in the parade ring. But all of these horses are absolute professionals. They are absolutely stunning. But I think Mafrood's the best horse of the night. I think he's going to be my paddock pick of the night.
Thank you very much, Shamila. And a paddock pick of the night, only in race 6. It's a very big, bold call there from Shamila.
It is, but you've got to say it as you see it. And again, we know that Shamila is not putting Mafrood up because he's the top-rated horse in the race. It's purely on looks, and he does look magnificent, doesn't he?
Let's see Mafrood in action. Looks gorgeous, getting mounted up out on the racecourse just behind us, and we'll go down nice and gently with the pony. Well, I hope nice and gently. It's going to give the pony a little bit of hard work, but it's gone down nicely, the jockey without the eye, and that's Mafrood, who we'll see in action right now. This was a run on August the 24th. Now, this was the first place finish, and it was an absolutely dominant display. Interestingly enough, the jockey on board on that occasion, Rayan Al Taraish, does not stick with this horse.
No, but then again, we're not sure that Rayan has had the choice of sticking with him or not. He comes home a long, long way clear. This was, on paper, quite a good race. It was a local open. He's absolutely torn them apart here. Very, very good performance. But This is a horse he probably needs to dominate. He was able to do it here, and clearly he's very good. He does justify the 105 rating based on the sort of weights and measures approach, but this is a different kettle of fish.
Yes, here might be Sayodad, who's a non-runner in this. I'm just making sure. I think it might be him. It is Sayodad. And the only reason I know this is because I tipped him on this day, and I was very excited in the way that he ran. This is a good form line, though, for me, because Sayodad in this race, the reason why he's probably a non-runner is because this is his ideal trip. He's not got the best of form over a mile, despite winning 3 times over this trip.
Yeah, he's not... He has one of the trip. I think he is best at side. That's not why he's a non-runner, though.
The late withdrawal. Yes, the next one we'll look at is Motta Bane. This horse is the one in the red cap in the white stable colours. Looks to be able to win this race comfortably, but watch out for Daddy Queen rattling home down the outside.
Yeah, he gets caught astride after the line, Motta Bane. But again, if you take the view that he was warming up for this as his main prize for the season. Then you don't forgive a winning run, do you? But he does need to do better if he's going to win this race. And he only just held on from Daddy Queen, but he'd be fitter for that. I think it's just a bit of lack of fitness that got him out, or nearly got him out that day. And
we'll look at So Al Atlal as well here in second. Looks to be set up to win the race, but just can't get by this tough horse on the outside, which is Edifar, if I'm correct.
It is, yeah, and Edifar's been beaten since. Was game here, but I just thought there was definitely an element of So Al Atlal not wanting to put the head in front, and you see that the next 3 begin to close, both of them down near the line, so that's a little bit off-putting. On the plus side, Arras is a horse that's finishing well to get third, and he was a very good third in a cup race last night, so that's backing that form up.
Korba, who was in fourth in that position as well, the grey filly, she's a very talented individual herself. And then you saw the other white stable runner was quite disappointing yesterday. That was Ajin Al-Kid or something along those lines, if I remember the name correctly. As we just see the horses coming down towards the start, really big, strapping animal there.
I was going to say it was Faz, but I could be wrong.
Yes, no, it's not Faz in that one. They just keep popping up in the form lines on these occasions. Yeah. We just saw number 8 coming through there. That's Bama Allah. That's my selection for the race. I think this horse is primed for a big run here. I'm not too disappointed with the 5th place last time out, and I think this horse is really good. And remember, that 5th place was behind Badr Alalia, who has since gone on to win yesterday, so I wouldn't be too concerned with that form at all.
No, that has worked out, but of course Motta Bane has actually beaten Badr Alalia this year, so if you're using Badr Alalia as a clue to the form here, then you've got to give Motta Bane a big chance, and he's the one with the best cup record. He has won 3 cups in his career. Bamarala has won the King Abdulaziz University Cup early in the season, so we know that he races games for cup races. The one who's got the questions to answer in this grade is Matru, who's run twice in cup races and finished 12th both times, despite the fact that he's able to show better form than the other 2 according to the form book in other races. So we'll see if he's able to show it. The fact that we've lost Sodad from this race and we don't have a maximum field is probably a help for Mafrood. And this gives him more chance of dominating the smaller field. But like you, I fancy that one of the other stables runners will win at the white stable horses. But it wouldn't be a surprise to see Mafrood get loose on the lead, and if he does, we know that he can put in a tremendous performance, and he is the highest rated of these.
They would be crazy, the jockeys here, if they let Mafrood get loose on the lead. They've seen what he's done. They've seen how he dominates these lower class of fields. He's a bully, and he'll try and bully his rivals. And if they let him get away, he'll bully them tonight.
We discussed this yesterday about when you think, well, they're not going to let him get away. Who are they? You know, the question is, whose job is it to make sure that he doesn't get an easy lead? Because if you take it as a collective responsibility of the other jockeys, then the question is, have they discussed it themselves? Are they all going to press forward, or are they expecting 1 or 2 of the jockeys to act as spoilers? Because unless someone has been appointed to be a spoiler, there won't be a spoiler.
Well, here's the thing. I've heard this point that you've made, and I actually agree with it. But I think we do have a spoiler in this field.
Okay.
It could be in the shape of either Al Wahif or 4-way. I'm imagining it will probably end up being 4-way if Al Wahif comes here off the back of a run. Both owned by the same owners, and I think 4-way has got speed. And I think there'll be a real good chance of 4-way trying to take on Mafrood and trying to run the stuffing out of him and act as a spoiler. Your only concern, he's drawn in 12.
Now, again, I'll go back to
11,
that idea. If either of those 2 are acting as spoiler, what's in it for them?
Well, I think it's setting it up for the stablemate, isn't it? It's giving the it's giving the owner mate a better chance of winning if one of them goes, and that's why I'm saying Al Wahif is probably the better of the two. Four-way comes here rated 77, not off the back of a win. Al Wahif comes here rated 91, off the back of a win. That horse settling in behind. We need something to soften up the long-time leader Mafrood. Four-way, enter the story.
Okay, that does make sense.
And drawn on the inside. I'm convincing myself now he's going to be anchored out the back as soon as they jump off.
You should be with Al Wahif then, shouldn't you? And again, if you can visualise how a race is going to pan out, it's a massive help to getting to the result. Whereas often we get to the result by going, this is the highest rated, therefore it should win. But you really need to be able to visualise how a horse is going to win before you can have confidence that they are going to win. And knowing how it's going to pan out will help you with that. Now, you think four-way will be a spoiler to Mafrood. I think Mafrood, if he gets to the front and nothing gets him out of his stride pattern, will take the beating here. But I do think there's a chance that happens. So.
Right, let's get selections in nice and quickly before we hand over to Enzo. I like Bama Allah. Shamila likes Mafrood. Who do you like, Rory?
See, I like Bama Allah as well. I was kind of hoping that you would stick to your plan and go for the upset with Al Wahif. But I'm with you with Bama Allah.
So myself and Rory, Bama Allah. Enzo, over to you.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, I'm going to make it two apiece. I'll stick with Mafrood. I'll stick with Shamila's selection here. Yeah, I think he just does get to the front and can be a hard horse to peg back. But obviously Bamarala, a worthy adversary. Right, they're loading. Couple to go in here. Down the 1,600 metres for race 6. One at the back still to go forward there. That is Mafrood, who's still to go in. So here comes Mafrood, the grey. He'll complete the line for our 6th race here today. Time 6 rounds, 6:35 local time. We're set, ready to go. Flag up, set, and they're off. Jumped away. Bit of a coming together, leaving the stalls. Toal Atlal was the meat in the sandwich there between Al Hafif and Rayed Al Sarrar as they break away. And towards the outside, Mafrood has to be ridden along to gather stride, the grey, but he's right up there, Mafrood, coming forward now to take it up from Shagmoum Al Khail, who's racing in 2nd place. So Mafrood's gone on. Shagmoum Al Khail is racing in 2nd, the red and black towards the inside. The front two are pressing on. A&O Zayn is racing in 3rd place, wider out to by Moaz, and then comes Bamarala, who just drops in behind the speed. Behind Bamarala is Motta Bain, who's got the maroon cap and the blue and black colours further back in the field to find A&O Zayn, and also Toal Atlal, who's quite far back at this stage. Another one towards the back is Al Wahif. They're well strung out here, and this leader is blitzing on in front. The grey Mafrood, number 12, has gone clear. So Mafrood tries to put 4 or 5 lengths between himself and his rivals. His nearest chaser is still Shagmoum Al Khail in 2nd place. That gap's about 5 lengths. Ridden along to try and get closer to the outside. Bamarala is trying to get into it now, but this leader's going great guns. Mafrood off the turn, leads still by about 6 or 7 lengths. So Mafrood, the grey, is set a scorching gallop, has got 400 metres left to last. Still in 2nd place, Shagmoum Al Khail, that's not really changed. Trying to stay on from the back of the field is Toal Atlal towards the inside. He's running on the blue and black, and the leader's getting a few reminders here. Mafrood, he's still in front by 5 lengths to Toal Atlal, who's the closer in 2nd place as they enter the final 150 metres. Then comes Bamarala in behind the green cap as they go close home. Mafrood getting a bit tired. The lead's still 2.5 lengths, but I think the post will rescue him. Mafrood is the winner. Toal Atlal was 2nd, and Bamarala was home in 3rd place, and they were clear of Shagmoum Al Khail, who gave chase to the winner for much of the journey. 12 the winner, Mafrood. That early speed, that real powerful galloping nature he has. He had them strung out at halfway, and he's kept up the gallop. 2nd, number 2, Toal Atlal, who did close. Had a good race for Naif Abdelnazi. And Bamarala, number 8, was 3rd under Camillo Ospina. But a nice performance by this horse. Wins in a time of 1 minute 40.82 seconds. Quite a fast time, that. Not a million miles outside the track record held by Shokran. Mafrood, the winner. 2nd, number 2, Toal Atlal. And 3rd will be Bamarala, number 8. The winning margin was 2 1/4 lengths, confirming 12.28. The numbers in the frame. Mafrood does it from the front and holds on to beat Toal Atlal. Good performance again from our winner.
sometimes you just have to admit you get things completely wrong. I thought Mafrood was overrated at 105, but he's run right to his rating in an impressive performance in the JCSA Challenge Contest over a mile. Very happy jockey on board as well, and certainly plenty more to look forward to with this horse, who's finally done the business in a big race, Rory.
He has, yeah. He's clearly getting stronger all the time, and he's the kind of horse, given his physique, he's always going to take a little bit of time to reach full maturity. He was massively impressive last time out. The question was, could he bully horses at this sort of level, a cup level, the way he was able to in open company last time out? Smaller field may have helped him a little bit. The lack of a spoiler certainly helped him, because he actually missed the break.
Yeah.
And he had to come from behind to get to the lead. Now, if something showed cheap speed to get in front of him in the early stages, might have been a different story, given he was tiring late in the day. And the reason he tired in the last 100 metres or so was because he'd done that extra work to get himself to the front, having just missed the break. Right thing to do, because that's what he needs to dominate his rivals. He's got the speed to do it. But when he's not been able to get to the front in really good races before, he's ended up finishing nearer last than first. But, you know, his rating of 105 was justified in terms of how far he beat good horses last time out. He had Helmy back and forth, for example, that day. Absolutely stuffed. Helmy was a good fourth in our cup race last night. So, you know, the form is working out. But we thought if there's something to take him on here, he might be in trouble. In the end, there was nothing to take him on despite that, despite him missing the break a little bit. And he's shown himself to be a very, very good horse at this trip, which we knew anyway. It was just a case of whether he could win a cup race, which he hadn't done so far, but now he has.
Well, that was it. It was the concern for me with the fact that if he was allowed loose on the lead, he'd be hard to catch. He was allowed loose on the lead, despite missing the kick. Four-way, where were you? You were drawn inside. You jumped out well. Why didn't you take him on? And it was amazing that Four-way and Outward Heath were both anchored out the back of the field early. And for me, it raises questions.
It's almost like they were running on their merits, wasn't
it raises the question to me, is that, did you believe that if you ran to the best of your abilities, you could beat this horse rated 105? No. Like, you need to get this horse out of a rhythm, and we've seen it with lots of white stable animals. When they're pestered on the lead, they can sometimes blow up, and they just gave this horse an easy lead, and he was coming back to them in the finish. But the 1, 2, 3 in the race, winner Mafrood, Bama Allah, and so Al Atlal, well, the 1, 2, 3 all the way around.
Yes, and the speed has held up again as it tends to. But yeah, we had that discussion before. It was a really interesting discussion to have about who will take him out of his rhythm. But yeah, again, the big issue with that is anyone who does try to take a horse like this out of his rhythm is going to beat themselves as well. Yes. So they have to be a sacrificial lamb. And the one we see it again in Europe, you see it. People don't mind making their half-decent horses sacrificial lambs, but
here they're trying to run to win. Yeah.
Here in Saudi, everyone is running on their merits, and although it made sense maybe to have Four-way, who didn't have a great chance of winning the race, just to use his speed early in the race to put the favourite out of his rhythm, that wouldn't benefit Four-way, it wouldn't benefit the favourite, it wouldn't benefit the race as a spectacle. It would potentially benefit the Four-way stablemate, but clearly Connection's not thinking that way.
And what was great to see is that we're seeing this now. Once we get to Riyadh, and we'll get much more eyes on what's going on in Riyadh, there'll be lots more European interest. The fact that we understand that team tactics aren't really going to come to play here will be really useful when looking at races in the future. So I think it's great that we can see this now, and we understand what's going on, and we're seeing horses run given the best chance they have of winning, and we're seeing the true ability come to the fore. Mafrood got to run the race how he likes, and he won how he liked in the end.
He did, absolutely. Now, if we see a race of this quality in the middle of the Riyadh season, we're not going to see a field of 12 runners. We lost one of the more interesting, one of the speedier horses in the race as well, in the shape of Soda just before the start. If this was a 19 or 20 runner race, then however you think it's going to be run, you're going to see early pace. Now, we see the replay.
Four-way puts the brakes on.
By the time we join it, the leader is just getting to the lead now, but he was slow out of the stalls and had to be asked to move forward early. We see the only one looking to bother him in the pace is Shamum Al-Khail, who'd run well last time out, but that was a not 85 handicap. He runs a decent race for a long way, but we see immediately there's a gap between the leader, the highest rated horse, and the others you expect to see in the finish. In fairness, I'm not entirely sure that Bamarala or Motaban can go that much faster at this stage.
No, I think that's
whether it would help them. I think they've got to run their own races and see the race out as they normally would. And you know, it's not a case of, oh, you should have sat closer to the pace and you might have won. I think I'm looking at Bamarala now, and as far as I can tell, he's all out to hold fourth position at this stage, and he gradually gets a little bit closer, but he's going as fast as he can.
Yeah.
He's more of a stayer. Again, he would be suited by a deeper track, or he'd be suited by the stiffer track, and he's a horse with winning form in Riyadh as well. But in this occasion, we've got the track really playing to the strengths of the winner, Mafrood, who's a horse who's able to show really strong early pace over this mile trip and sustain it. And the fast track and conditions that suit front runners today have played into his hands, and no one's tried to spoil it for him. You can see in the replay again, he is getting tired.
He's getting weary in the final stride, isn't he?
Tawal Atlal we see in the blue colours with the black cap, gradually closing the gap. But the winner's done enough. He's done enough mid-race to get himself far enough clear that he can afford to get tired in the last 100 metres or so.
Well, let's move forward to the trophy presentation here, and the white stable are going to get another prize, and it'll be great to see everyone involved in the training, the ownership and the riding here. One of the younger white stable riders picking up the prize as well, which is great to see everyone involved, and that'll be one for the mantelpiece.
Yeah, that's Mohammed Al Shurima, who's the winning rider, and it's good to see different names on here. It's good to see a stable with 3 runners in the race giving all the jockeys a chance. It's not always top rider gets the best horse.
And that's it. We talked about it yesterday, but Rayan Al Taraish was on board this horse last time out and was riding Badarala today, and I thought, is that a sign? Clearly it's not. They believe in the strength of their young jockeys, and they have another win today.
And it's not a case of Rayan getting chalked off either. It's neither he's chosen against this horse or he's been chalked off. Because if you're going to do that, you say, oh, you know, Camilo Ospino would come in for the best ride. But I don't know. They might even draw them out of a hat for these races, or they pick the riders who suit the horses. But it's not a case of seniority counting or anything like that. And it's lovely to see Mohammed get a big winner on a night like this. He's not a regular winner on the circuit, but he, again, like a lot of the young jockeys here, he will take his opportunity when it comes.
Oh yeah, when he gets a chance, he's not going to blow it. And you could just see the earplugs, the blue earplugs flashing around by his leg. They came out early. Mafrood was having none of that. He was all about galloping to the front and doing the business. We've kicked off again behind us. This time we're doing more of just the instruments and the drumming, less of the dancing, but it's still a cracking atmosphere, Rory.
It is, yeah, and as we see, the crowd's beginning to build as well. That's one of the features of a Saturday here at the racecourse, that you have a small crowd to start with, and people start to flood into the track as the evening wears on, and the carnival atmosphere builds gradually through the night.
Yes, you can certainly feel that carnival atmosphere here tonight, and here come the boys as well. They're in. They were thought for a moment that they weren't going to be involved, but it's great to see that all the dance at the back. We've got a large Saudi flag, we've got the swords in the sky. We're celebrating, I imagine, yet another victory, and plenty of excitement for all of those watching.
Absolutely, yeah. Again, look at the smiles. You know, you talk about the training that must go into this to get these dances right. But what really strikes me, look, they haven't picked people to be the same size. They haven't picked them to sort of fit a catalogue. Yeah. All shapes and sizes of people out here doing the dance, knowing exactly what they've got to do, but absolutely loving every second.
They really are. We can just see the drummers in shot here now. You just won't be able to see it at the moment, but to the left, the boys in white are on their way through and the dancers are coming through. But the drummers here are looking very comfortable and cozy. They're in their own special position. And they've got that rhythm going, haven't they? When they get into the rhythm and they build up that atmosphere and that volume just continues to rise.
You love a drum, don't you?
I love a drum. I'm a sucker for a drum. I'm not going to lie to you. Enzo, the man in the sky, can take us through the runners and riders for our 7th race on the card.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, looking forward to this one. You get a great view of the action here from the commentary position as well here at Taif. Right, this is races due off at 5:05 local time. It is race 7, 2,000 metres going up in trip here for this race. 3 rolls and up. Number 1 is Thalip for Tariq Al Mansour. 2 is Masrood, Khalid Al Mamoni. 3 is Latoja Del for the double-seeking Mohammed Al Shurima, who gave that last winner a great ride. 4 Bin Ramthan for Rayan Al Tawesh. 5 Ibn Laboum, Naif Al Anazi. 6 Al Fakir for Camillo Ospina, looking for a double. 7 is Modbek, Osama Al Sharani. 8 is Bihan for Abdulaziz Al Yayesh. 9 Mustafi, Mohammed Al Yami. 10 is Hilal Najd for jockey Ahmed Al-Shra. 11 is Intajin for double-seeking Luis Morales. 12 Alahas for Abdullah Al-Kradis. 13 Raji Al-Ramam, Abdullah Al-Saidi. 14 Abo Al-Nawamis, Adel Al-Faredi, 15 Kari Hom, Nawef Al-Mudiani. They are the runners. 15 of them going to post. We have all going here ahead of our next. Let's go back to Callum and Rory for their thoughts on this one.
Yes, Enzo, they're already in the parade ring. The music has died down and the atmosphere continues to build. And we're looking at Sarlik, horse number 1 in shot right now. Rory, what do you make of this run? Gorgeous chestnut.
Yeah, below form over a variety of trips this year. It looks like Connections are trying to find the key to him. His only placings have come in a 0 to 75 handicap over, again, 6 furlongs and 1.25 miles. So he's effectively able to range the trips, but he's not firing on all cylinders.
Yes, in behind him is number 2, Masrood, who was really out of form before last time, rattling home just to be denied by Abu Al-Nawamis, who we'll see later on in this card.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Finishing strongly against the tiring Abu Al-Nawamis last time out. His defeats before that have come in shorter trips, and clearly he stays this trip well. So I would ignore his earlier form this season. It looked to be getting him fit, and then he bounced back to his best last time out. He's got a rating of 84, gives him a fair chance here.
And remember who's on board, Khalid Al-Mamoni on board in the saddle. He's a jockey in fine form right now. I wouldn't be surprised to see him make it 4 wins in only 3 days.
Yeah, he's riding at the top of his game, and he's looking very confident in himself as well at the moment, isn't he? Number 5.
This is one of the true gorgeous horses, Ibn Laboon, the talented runner.
He's a talented runner. He was a very good second in the King Khalid Cup, beaten 3.5 lengths 2 starts ago. Clear of the third that day. That was in Riyadh. He makes a seasonal reappearance here, having been well beaten on his final start. But if he's back to his best, he's got a big chance. It's always a question mark with horses coming back from Riyadh. I think he's a bit short of peak fitness. It looks really well, but when they look really well to us, it's usually because they're big and well, and maybe they could afford to be a little bit thinner, a little bit fitter. But he's rated 96. He's joint top rated in the race.
We've got 3 more white stable runners in this contest. We've got La Tojadel, Bin Ramtan, and Al-Fakar. Who would you like out the most of this lot?
La Tojadel doesn't look like one of the stable stars. Only 1 from 15 in his career. His last 3 runs have come in 0 to 70 contests and over a mile. So he's stepping up in trip, and he might be here as a pacemaker, or a spoiler.
Yeah, we can't do that again. Can't do that again.
He's just not very easy to fancy on form.
We see Sarlik right here in shot number 1.
Yeah, he's not easy to fancy in what he's done this season, racing a 0 to 75 company. This being a Jcsa award contest, so it looks a little bit out of his depth. Although on his best form, he'd have placed claims.
Yes, and now we'll look at number 2, Masrood. I was saying this horse was really out of form, but came banging back into form and hasn't been seen since. I think they've found this race and have targeted it.
Yeah, with meeting 37 when we last saw Masrood finishing second to Abu Al-Nawamis. Bit disappointing that the winner didn't do better last time out. He was running in a race that he'd won last season, a big cup race, obviously.
National Day Cup, the big cup race. Cup.
And he was disappointing, having won that race by 12 lengths the previous year. But still, that was a good run from Masrood. He's going in the right direction now, and he looks fit and ready to go.
This is a cracking little contest. The more I look through it, the more excited I get. La Tojadel is horse number 3, who we'll see just shortly. We're getting a good old look at Masrood. Again, remember, not a full field here, only 15 going to post on the JCSA YouTube channel. This is number 3, La Tojadel.
Yeah, not easy to fancy. He represents powerful connections, but he's only 1 from 15 in his career. And a mark of 70 is in no way flattering to him.
Here's another white stable runner, Bin Rantam, quite weak in behind, but certainly has all the ability here, 96 rated.
Yeah, nice shoulder on him. Maybe more of a turf build there, Bin Rantam. But he's a course and distance winner last season, a half-length second to Tathbil in a course and distance open on his return. Back to his best trip today, so 1 to consider.
Ibn Laboon is the next horse we'll look at.
Yeah, again, the question with him is whether he's fully fit on his seasonal reappearance. As I said, his penultimate run was a cracking contest, finishing at 3.5 length seconds in the King Khalid Cup. That's a local Group 1, very, very strong contest. He was clear of the third that day as well. And if he's ready, then he'd have a chance. But I don't think he's quite ready.
This is number 6, Al-Fakar, and number 7, Modbeck.
Looking at Modbeck now, 9 lengths behind Masrood, went 5th in a course and distance open. That was a few starts ago, been below form in better races since. His last 2 have come in non-winners of 4 twice. So he's been in tough company, but he's still hard to fancy from a win perspective here.
Bayhan and Mustafi are the next two.
Bayhan's a long-standing maiden who has got little chance here on the ratings. Mustafi was a wide margin, 12.5 lengths wide of a course and distance maiden last time out, and he's taken a jump from 55 to 77 in the ratings, but that wasn't a strong contest last time. It's a bit of a culture shock to be racing against these horses now.
He duly bolted up that time. Hilal Najd and Intergene. Intergene's an interesting runner, isn't he?
Yeah, Intergene's very interesting. Bounced back from a poor effort over a mile. Win a half-length second and a non-winner's a 3 over course and distance last time out. The winner that day, Kuthni Mack, well above average performer. That was a good run. Just ignore his run at meeting 42.
Alahath is horse number 12. Now, they've had 5 career wins, one back in meeting 28. Couldn't quite match it in meeting 45.
Yeah, well, his latest win came in a 0 to 70 handicap over a mile 2 starts back. He was 5th behind Arras in a 0 to 80 last time. I think that's as good a run as his win, to be perfectly honest. This is tougher again.
Raji Al Rahman is horse number 13.
Still a maiden, beaten in 3 maidens and a 0 to 60 handicap this season over this trip, so he appears to have no chance at this level.
This is Abu Al Nawami. This is a really interesting horse. I thought made too much of an early move last time out.
Well, he moved up as if he was going to clear away, and in the same race last season, he won by a wide margin. He warmed up on meeting 37 with that win when looking like he wasn't entirely fit. He's a big horse. It takes a bit of getting fit, and I thought it was a wee bit disappointing in the National Day Cup over further. Drops back in trip. You can't say it's his ideal trip given how far he won the National Cup last season, but maybe worth forgiving that one run.
We're looking at Abu Al Nawami's right now, and he's a lovely big type of horse, but he was just so poor in the National Day Cup, having made that move early. But this was his first run of the season. He's coming out here looking like the good thing and falls into a hole and nearly gets caught by Masroud.
Yeah, he had this race won on the home turn, and you see in the last furlong he gets very tired. Masroud runs on very strongly and next to the rail to run him close. But although it's a narrow margin, you'd say that Abu Al Nawami is clearly the best horse. But whether it was fitness that's cost him late in the day, because he's run the same race next time, and fitness shouldn't have been the problem.
Ibn Laboon here, a really gorgeous looking type, will probably struggle for fitness here, but this was one awesome run. Second in a local Group 1 in Riyadh. Yeah,
this is the strongest form in the race. Ibn Laboon gets a rating of 96, and this is the second in the King Khalid Cup. I should say a local Group 1. Just gets done by the winner coming up the inside. The horse that won the race came out and won again next time out. I think he'd won 4 times that season. Was a revelation last year. And you can see they're clear of the third. Now, Ibn Laboon came out once after that and was very disappointing on his final start. He's not been seen since. That's the question.
Let's take a look at Intergene as well. Now, this horse comes from the clouds to get close to Kuthni Mack, but Alex Moreno on Kuthni Mack can put the brakes on very early here.
Yeah, the winner looks very good. He'd run up to a very good horse on his previous start as well in Al Marmoum Gate, and he improves to win this. Yeah, the race is in the bag with 200 metres to go, but you'll see that Intergene starts making relentless late headway, having been in a bad position on the bend. And you'll see he actually goes pretty close in the end. He's beaten less than a length, but the winner's been eased down markedly before the line. But it's still a good performance from Intergene, and that's a sign that he's back in form.
Yes, Intergene will enjoy every step of this trip. I often feel that this horse often gets left behind. Well, he's got no speed, Intergene, so you'll need this horse to be a little bit more involved in this class affair.
That's a big worry tonight, isn't it? Because although we've seen one horse who lacked early speed winning a race, he was different class, and it's going to be difficult, I think, for Intergene to do that in this race tonight.
Shamila is somewhere on the racecourse. We have no idea where you are, Shamila. Where are you at? And tell us who you like in this one.
Thank you very much, Callum. And if you know me, you know I am at the 2,000 metre start inside the stalls yet again. I'm just hanging around waiting for all of the horses to come and join me here at the 2,000 metre start. They're so slow. I mean, I've been everywhere on the racecourse. I've been in the hospitality, in the parade ring, and now I'm down at the 2,000 metre start, hopefully not spooking too many of the horses while I sit here on the stalls. I think that Abdullah Al-Bada could be in for a quick double with horse number 6, Al Fakr, under Camilo Espina, and they've just come over now, and honestly, this horse looks really, really good. And Abdullah Al-Bada has been having a really good weekend, hasn't he?
Really but I'm flying along.
But another horse that I'm just waiting to come down to the start is one of my favorite horses in Saudi Arabia, Abu Al-Nawamis, rated 101, was 6th last time out on National Day. I think very unlucky. Has had a jockey change. Asil Al-Sahani is on a ban at the moment. However, they now have Adel Al-Faradi on board, which isn't a bad jockey change.
Certainly not a bad jockey change at all. Adel Al-Faradi on board, one of the best judges of pace here in Saudi Arabia, and I think a good judgment of pace is exactly what this horse needs after what happened in the National Day Cup.
Yeah, he doesn't race right up with the pace, but he shows his speed mid-race, and yet expect him to be looking to press on from the home turn, which is what he tried to do last time out. He moved up on the home turn, gained places quickly, and then flattened out remarkably quickly from that point.
Now Shamila, who is down at the start. You're right down next to them, Shamila, so tell us, what can you see down here? Who's catching your eye? Who's handling the preliminaries? Who's not?
Well, as we've seen in the previous race, all of these horses are very professional. They're all cool as ice down here at the start. There are a few horses getting their tack readjusted, but we've seen that loads of times. That's absolutely normal. A horse that initially caught my eye, as I've just seen, all of the horses are now down at the start. The gates are closed, and that is horse number 8, Mustafi, looking really, really nice. And they've pushed the gates together. As you can see, I am not squashed, and my cameraman is fully intact, so it's going to be a good day.
It's a positive day all round as you're not squashed, the cameraman isn't squashed, everyone is happy. In this race, you've mentioned a couple of your eye catchers early, Al Fakr and Abu Al-Nawamis. Which of those would you say is your selection today, Shamila? You have to pick one.
I'm definitely going to go with horse number 6, Al Fakr, ridden by Camila Ospino. Just looks like a really nice, intimidating horse out of all the horses here at the start. And actually, Naif Al-Nazi's mount is looking really nice as well. But you know what? I can't do that. I can't choose more than one horse. I'm going to stick with Camila Ospino's ride.
Thank you very much, Shamila. And one final question for you. Ibn Laboon is the horse number 5, making the return to the racecourse, having run so well in good races last season. We thought this horse looked a little bit out of fitness and looked gorgeous, but have you got other signs of that animal? Did he look better now he's got the jockey on board and is down at the start?
Callum, as we've seen in the previous races, like horses that have, it's their first start here, they're just getting their fitness ready. But honestly, Ibn Laboon looks fit and ready to go with Naif Al-Nazi on board. You wouldn't be able to tell at all that it was his first run of the season.
Perfect, thank you so much, and hopefully Naif Al-Nazi can come back with a winner, because he's had quite a good week this week. He had a good winner yesterday, and he keeps ticking away and seems to be in good form with himself.
Yeah, he's been hitting the frame a couple of times over this weekend already, and yeah, he always looks in good terms with himself, doesn't he, does Naif? So it'd be nice to see him again in the winner's enclosure. Wouldn't it be nice to have Naif join us at the end of the day, for example? So
wonderful.
If he does manage to get his head in front, that would be a remarkably good omen.
Absolutely. Now, we know there's a field of 15 in this contest. There's 18 stalls, which means Shamila should be able to stand in one of those empty stalls. Do you reckon she's going to do it, or is she going to run away and come back up here quickly?
I think she will see that discretion is the better part of valour.
I think she should be brave and just get right up in there. But that's very different opinions on where our paddock reporters should be reporting from. And it's so great having her down there and getting right up close and personal with them at the 2,000 metre start, which is just over our shoulders.
Yeah, we saw her up in the starters podium yesterday, just a little bit further away from the horses. And listen, for all we love to see Shamila out and about, the horses are the stars here. I mean, she's close to the horses. That enhances everything. Yesterday, maybe a little distanced from the stars of the show, but today, looking tremendous.
She'll be right back riding them sooner rather than later, no doubt about it. Let's go through our selection for this contest. Who do you like here? We haven't actually gone through all of them, so let's just quickly rattle through all of them before they load. I think we stopped at Modbeck, and Mustafi was horse number 9, the horse we hadn't talked about yet.
Yeah, Mustafi. No, we did talk about Mustafi. Yeah, he bolted up last time in a maiden when he was rated 55, but he's been put up 22 pounds by the handicapper. But even then, you think he might struggle at this level unless he takes another big step forward, which he did last time. He's very lightly raced.
Yeah, sorry, that was it. There was only 15 in this field. I thought we had another 3 to do. But Mustafi was the horse I wanted to mention anyway. Didn't just bolt up, absolutely ran away from his rivals last time out. Got an uncontested lead, ran clear. Will not get that today.
No, he's not going to get that today, and obviously that was just a maiden race last time out, not the strongest of maidens, but he won by a wide margin. It was the first form that he'd really shown, so he gets a rating to reflect that. But even if he were a solid 77 horse in this race, you probably have to raise your game against well, you've got horses rated in the high 90s. Abu Al Nawamis, he's 101 on the card, but he has actually been taken down to 99 after his defeat in the National Day Cup, sadly.
Right, let's look at some selections here. We know Shamila likes Al Fakka. Rory, who do you like here?
Well, I'm going to give Abu Al Nawamis, because like Shamila, he's one of my favourite horses here. I'm going to hope that it was just a lack of fitness last time I saw him beaten, and on his third run I expect him to see his best form. I'll be disappointed and saddened if he's not able to run a lot better than he did last time.
I am going to go for Bin Ram Tam. I think he'd been absolutely laid out for this race. The last run was over an insignificant trip. He's back over his ideal trip today. He's had a run under his belt, and I think it'll be hard to beat. So I like Bin Ram Tam, number 4. Shamila likes number 6, Al Fakka. And Rory likes number 14, Abu Al Nawamis. Now, Anthony Ennis, over to you.
Thank you, Callum. It's going to be 2 votes for Bin Ram Than. I'm going with the 4 here as well, this colt by Constitution. Quite impressed, actually, in his slower paces on the way down. A few different caps. You can see red cap for Bin Ram Than. The green cap for Taja Dell. The runners load up here. Yellow cap Al Fakir for Camille Ospina. So only a couple to load here. We're almost set race 7, 2,000 metres. We're up in distance this time. This Equestrian Club Cup, it's a race with a lot of prize money. Last one's going in. That's Naif Al-Anazi in the red and white. Ibn Laboon. If he's completed the line, he has. They're off. They're racing. Off they go. Great start made by Al Fakir in the centre. Also showing breakneck early speed is Mustafi as well. Look at Mustafi go early on. Bin Ram Than's up there as well. The red cap towards the inside in second. These two race on, but right down the outside. Look at this Curry Hom, who's coming with a real run on the outside to come and head them off at the pass here as they go around the turn. So it's now Curry Hom who's gone on to, in second place, Mustafi, who's racing up on the outside of Bin Ram Than. They're second and third. Thalik is next in the field. Ibn Laboon isn't that far away. Further back to find Masrood, who's racing ahead of Al Fakir, who's back in about 7th place as they make the turn towards the back straight, or the home straight. And up front, this leader is still in front by a couple of lengths. Carry Hom comes around that turn into the back straight and leads by a length. So Carry Hom's in front past the 1200. Sets a decent pace as well, being chased by, up on the outside in second place, Bin Ram Than is right there, the red cap on the inside now racing in second place. Behind Bin Ram Than is Mustafi, who's now back in third, the green and white. Behind those I can see Ibn Laboon, the red colours getting a little bit closer. Al Fakir is wider out, the yellow cap, and they're being followed towards the inside by Thalik, who's just getting a bit of a squeeze on as they continue their journey. Now Taj Odell's ahead of him in the green cap under Mohammed Al Sharima. Making the run then towards the home turn. Still pressing on is Carry Hom here for Nawef Al Mudiani. He's by about 4 lengths around the turn. Bin Ram Than is under pressure in second. Here comes Ibn Laboon, red colours, making stealthy headway on the outside to go off in chase of this leader as they make the turn back towards home. And still in front here, Carry Hom is out in front by about 2 lengths, but now comes back to the field. And here comes Ibn Laboon, the red colours, to throw out a big challenge on the outside. Carry Hom surely must get tired soon, and looks a sitting duck now for Ibn Laboon on the outside. And Ibn Laboon has swept to the front, has gone on. Carry Hom very game in second, but surely Ibn Laboon has too much now as they enter the final 150 metres. Staying on is Intergene, who's not given up this chase yet. It's could all change. Intergene is flying down the outside, number 11. Oh, look at this, the yellow and blue. Intergene has won. Ibn Laboon in second place. Carry Hom so gutsy back in third, and they were clear of Abu Al Nawamis and the others. Wow, that changed again up the home straight. Intergene has won it. It's a double for Luis Morales. 11, Intergene has run down 5, Ibn Laboon, who looked poised to win when he took it up off the front running Carry Hom. How game was Carry Hom? Came back again. Was actually closing down Ibn Laboon for second near the line. Extraordinary run. Winning time 2 minutes at 12.16 seconds. Fairly slow time. Intergene the winner. The Fawaz stable. Luis Morales, a good day for him. Second, number 5, Ibn Laboon in the red, who threw it away really. Third, number 15, Carry Hom, and they were clear of Abu Al Nawamis back in fourth. 11, 5, 15, 2 3/4 lengths the winning margin. It's Intergene's day. He lands the 7th race.
A double on the day for Luis Morales. Congratulations, Luis. That was such an impressive race.
Yes, thanks God. Thanks God. You know, it's funny. Last time he lost, I lost, not him. You know, I stayed back too far, like today. But that day I get stuck inside, and I just refused to move outside, trying to get the inside rail, and I just came late. But today, I tried my move before the 600, and he just fly, you know, in the last 200.
Were you confident in those last 200 meters that you could go and beat Ibn Laboon?
Yeah, sure. When he switched legs in the last 300, he showed me that he had a lot of power still, you know. So I said, oh, probably. I wasn't sure, but I knew I could, and we did it.
Very well done, Luis, on your double on today.
Appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Well, 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 they don't call him Big Race Luis for nothing, because all he does is operate on the biggest of days. He had a double on King Faisal Cup Day, I think it was, and I think he had another double in National Day as well. He's just relentless on these big occasions, the man for the big occasion.
Certainly is, yeah. We don't see him that much in the winners' enclosure on our Thursday cards, which are fairly low key. But as you said, he has a temperament for the big occasion. And again, you know, like all good jockeys, he doesn't blame the horses when he gets beaten. And he was clear there in the interview afterwards. It was his fault when this horse was beaten last time at Indogene. You saw on the VT finishing like a train from a poor position to be second to Kuthni Mak. I think the rider of the winner might differ from that. The one thing you don't see when you're finishing like a train is the confidence of the guy on the horse in front. I would say Kuthni Mak looks like a really good prospect, but it's good to see that form frank, because we've been talking about Kuthni Mak. We've been talking about Al Marmoom Gate, who beat Kuthni Mak prior to that, as two really impressive horses going forward to the Riyadh season, and now Indogene has franked that form. And this is a really interesting race in terms of the future, because Indogene showed that he might have won last time out if he was produced a little bit earlier. I do think that connections of Kuthni Mak are more than entitled to debate that. But he got going in time here today, and he's won in good style. The one thing I would say, though, Ibn Laboon, you could argue she looks to be travelling really well halfway up the straight, or rather he has. I think he's blown up. I think he's got there to win the race and blown up, because the horse he's come past, he's actually sailed past, hasn't he?
Yeah,
Carry home, and then that one's ended up getting close to him again on the run to the line. That's because this horse isn't fit.
Right.
Coming back from a long absence.
What a race tactically. Now let's talk about this. Karahom is horse from 15. Now this horse has been readily out of form in his last few starts. Last time out, he led all the way, very gutsy, stayed on for 5th. The second place horse, the horse that would have looked like he was going to win, but eventually the second, Ibn Laboon, I think you're absolutely right, Rory, blew up in the final strides. Your race winner, Indogene, is still only 3. And has plenty of room still to grow and build with that performance. I think that was a really, really good performance, and we'll see the winning connections coming up very shortly to collect the prize. Luis Morales being up there as the winning jockey as well. Congratulations to all involved, and they'll really enjoy this moment. Hopefully Luis can enjoy it with them too as they collect their prize. And it's not colours that you see very often here in Saudi Arabia, but they've clearly got a good one on their hand in the shape of Indogene, and a nice trophy to take home too.
Yes, it's good to pick up a valuable trophy like this, and Indogene clearly stays very well. And although he's got a fairly moderate win record, he's 3 from 18 now. If you're a genuine 2,000-metre horse and you're a late runner at that trip, you've got limited opportunities to show yourself off in the best light. And Indogene just happened to have seen the perfect scenario here with a really strong pace set by Carry Home. You see going up from the widest stall to take the lead here. Indogene's already out of our shot towards the back. Then we do see the runner-up in the red colours, Ibn Laboon, in about 5th place now, looking to move up and take a stalking position. And Ibn Laboon looked to be in the perfect position throughout the race. On recent form, you wouldn't necessarily have expected Carry Home to stay in there, but he bounced back from a poor run 2 starts ago when running in a 0-85 handicap last time up, when going from the front and keeping on well. He stepped up again on that to stay in front for a long way, but it did look, from this point, that he was there to be shot at, given that he's stepping up in class and he's going very hard in front. And the horse, at this stage, he looks best placed to take advantage, is sitting in 4th place, that being Ibn Laboon. And as the race draws on, you will see that Ibn Laboon moves up, stalking dangerously, and looks to have a big chance.
I think right here, this is a crucial part of the race. What's the rider aboard the horse of Edgefade's rider, Bin Ramtan? This horse is in second. He panics and he starts realising, I've got nothing left, and Karahom is swinging along in front. Now, obviously, we know he's not got the class to win this, but we've seen how this track has been riding. We understand that front runners are getting loose, and Ibn Laboon, Naif Al-Anazi, does exactly what I think is the right thing. He's like, I need to close this gap. Now, he does that. Look at Intergene, just appearing at the bottom of our screen.
Now he appears in the yellow and light blue colours into about 7th place now, into 6th, looking to take a gap there between runners, and bless him, he's got the guts to come through that narrow gap. Lovely bit of riding from Luis Morales. He said he came with a rail run last time and he waited too long on the rail for the gaps to open, but he's got the gap at exactly the right point here, and he comes out in pursuit of Ibn Laboon. Ibn Laboon appeared to have the race won 300 metres out.
He just dives out, doesn't he?
But that's why he's dived out to the right, because he's got very tired.
Yeah.
He's just, for me, he's blowing up.
Yeah.
And we talked last night about Bid Far winning after a long break, having run really well in Riyadh last season, and how she's had to be very game to keep her head in front. Narrowly held on last night. This horse, she should be easier to get fit as well. I thought Ibn Laboon looked really well beforehand, but for me, he looked
too well.
When you say big and well, you think, oh, hold on a second, probably needs a run. I thought he could have been tightened up, and he certainly shaped that way in the race. Shaped as if he was well and in really good health. He was glowing with health before the race, but he wasn't glowing with match fitness, and the lack of match fitness has lost him the race today. Take nothing away from Intergene, who's young and improving and can do better still, but that's a really big run from Ibn Laboon, bearing in mind how well he ran when second in the King Khalid Cup Group 1 company last season. He'll be heading back to that sort of race before too long, with fitness coming along in leaps and bounds in his next couple of runs.
Shout out to Mustafi as well, who's there in green and white. Tried to make all last time out and did it to win, but this time, as we mentioned, was unable to get the lead, ends up fading. Karahom has run an absolute belter again, just seems to love this trip and is able to dictate can. And again, this track is suiting front runners. Look at where our winning 3 came from. They were all front ranked as they swung into the turn. Nothing was coming from behind Intergene.
No, but Intergene's come from a fair way back.
A mile back, absolutely.
But that is very much his running style. He is a late closer. They don't tend to flourish here, but when you get the right conditions, they can look very good.
Is this another horse to add to the 3-year-old 2,000 metre ranks with the likes of Al Mamoun Gate, Kusni Mark, now Intergene? This division looks really exciting as we go into Riyadh, and we've got plenty of horses who we've not seen yet.
We've seen a lot of precocious horses here this summer who look very good. I like horses who have the stamina for a little bit further in terms of further development. And Intergene, yes, he does come into that. Obviously, his form ties in with both Kusni Mark and with Al Mamoun Gate, because those two clashed the start before he was second to Kusni Mark. Yeah, they're all horses to look forward to for next season and should continue to progress.
Oh, it just gets very exciting the closer we get to Riyadh. We've seen a really good performance there. We've seen a fascinating tactical race. Tactics may be out the window for our next race because they're racing for $500,000 Saudi Riyal. It's a penultimate contest, and Antti Ennis will take us through the runners and the riders.
I will do, Callum. And I've got plenty to go through, so let's start off. 1,400 metres for this big sales race then. Valuable prize, 300,000 to the winner for the fillies. Number 1, Wahija Al Dareya, is ridden by Abdullah Al Khamis. 2, Lafia, Nawaf Al Madiani. 3, Wahayej, Ahmed Al Shra. 4, Amadora, is ridden by Muhammad Al Shamari. 5, Bidawa, Camillo Ospina. 6, Nawira, Eddie Castro. 7, Mifarasa, Alexis Moreno. 8, Katana, for Adel Al-Faradi. 9 is Doa Al-Thakrin, Wigberto Ramos. 11 is Dreamcatcher, Fawaz Wanas. 12 is Wash Al-Kurashayat, Turkey Alofi. 13, Tasho Wat Alayan for Al-Anazi. And that's number 13. 14 then is Naya, Luis Morales again. 15 is Lam Al-Aziz, written by Tariq Al-Mansour. 16, Ayaz Al-Shahab, is Ali Al-Mamoni. 17 is Mayayir, Abdullah Al-Hussein. 18, Wadat Fada, Iyad Al-Tarisi. And 19 is Wamd Al-Barouk for Khalid Al-Mamoni. So we have a full field of 19 runners here. They'll be charging up the course here. 1,400 metres, big pot on offer. Let's have a look at the runners.
Haja Alderea, number 1, looking absolutely gorgeous and red hot fit here. Should be. He's had plenty of runs.
Yeah, well, I had 3 runs today and hasn't shown a great deal. 5th, the best we've seen so far, but does look a picture in the paddock, doesn't she?
Lafia is number 2.
Half sister to Abu Al Nawamis. She does look quite weak. She looks like she might be one for further down the line, but it's a good pedigree.
Here's something that doesn't look weak. This is Wahaj.
8.5 length third to Gashama in a 6 furlong maiden last time out. That's his best effort in 4 starts to date. A bit more needed here.
This is Amadora, number 4, looks to be well out of her depth.
Shown very little in 2 starts to date, 16th and 17th. The latest one was over course and distance.
Bidawa has plenty of experience.
Yeah, has 7 runs and hasn't finished any closer than 5th in maidens over 6 and 7 furlongs. Vulnerable to less exposed rivals. Gets a rating of 72, but must be vulnerable.
Nawera, number 6.
Half sister to Trident, who's a maiden, but placed over this course and distance.
Mifarasa, number 7.
Mifarasa, runner-up once from 6 starts, 4th in a 6 furlong maiden last time out, and is trying a new trip. Not easy to fancy, but has a bit of form.
I like this. Katana ran really smart race second time up.
Yeah, much better effort when 3rd to Adhar in a 6 furlong maiden last time out, with Bidawa behind that day, up to 7 furlongs since, and the form of that race last time out worked out well. The runner-up has won since.
Doa Al Fakrin is horse number 9.
6 furlong maiden winner at meeting 5 and was in the Taif Cup 2 starts back, so you can forgive that run. But then disappointing in a non-winners of 3 last time. I beaten 24 1/4 lengths.
Yes, we miss out number 10, who is a non-runner. We go straight to also number 11, Dreamcatcher.
Best effort wins 6th in a 6 furlongs fillies maiden last time out, but plenty to find on that form and has been well held over course and distance in the past.
Number 12 is Wesh Al-Kesha.
Rated 45, poor on balance and hard to see this one stepping up to win a race of this nature.
Tashwok Alain is horse number 13. I think this horse was a massive eye-catcher last time.
Yeah, certainly a fair degree of promise when 10 3/4 lengths 4th in a 6 furlong maiden in July behind Lei Oyun Mashael, who's a dual winner this season. Off since, has it been laid out for this race?
Yes, this is 14, Naya for the treble-seeking Big Race Louis.
Yeah, she caught the eye last time, Naya. She beat 5 lengths by Seiboot in a 6 furlong maiden early this month. But Seiboot was a really impressive winner up to 7 furlong earlier this week in a good race. And Naya met all sorts of trouble last time out, so should progress markedly for the step up and trip.
She looked like she'd love this trip as well, didn't she? She
Yeah.
was finishing with a nice finish. At number 15, Lam Al-Aziz.
Has shown very little in either start. 14th both times. Doesn't take the eye in the paddock either.
No, not really taking your eye. I thought Naya looked gorgeous in there. I'm sure
Yeah.
Shamila will have a lot of good things to say. Number 16 is Aid Al-Shahab. This horse has had 6 starts, but has struggled in the last 3.
Yeah, that did show a fair degree of ability when 2nd in a 6 furlong maiden a meeting 10, but hasn't gone close to that form in 3 runs since in similar company, so a bit disappointing.
This is Meyer, horse number 17 on your race card. Lovely dark grey, but looks a little bit weak and babyish.
Yeah, could do with a bit more strength behind. Midfield and a non-winners of 3 over a mile last time. I was beaten over 30 lengths in that race, so not easy to fancy.
One who's got plenty of strength behind and not much strength in front is Wadat Fada.
Yeah, another one who's been racing, is eligible for maidens, been running in better races, not disgraced. But 9.5 lengths, 6th and a non-winners of 2 over 6 furlongs last time out. There were 3 previous winners in front of her that day. This is an easier task.
Khalid Al-Mamomi will be looking to build on his good week on number 19, Wanda Al-Barok.
Best efforts to date was when 12th in a maiden last time out, but her mark of 45 does tell its own story.
Yeah, she finished 17th in her first 2 efforts and then built to a 12th place finish. Not enough, really. There's Camilla Ospina, there's Alex Moreno as well, and there is Louis as well. There's lots of big name jockeys in shot. Shamila is in the parade ring.
Thank you very much, Callum. It's the 8th race of the day and one of our features worth 500,000 rial. Now, that is absolutely amazing. A great incentive for people to buy horses from the auctions here. And my eye catcher is horse number 8, Katana, 2-year-old grey filly by Commend, 3rd last time out. She's looking really, really nice and confident in the parade ring. Now, a lot of these horses are fairly unexposed. They're only 2 years old, but I really think she can do the business. Another horse that I really like is another 2-year-old grey filly, Naya, ridden by Louis Morales. So he is looking to get a hat-trick today. And also to just bring you some news, Fawaz Wanas has been given a 6-day suspension starting on the last day of the Taif season and the first 5 days of the Riyadh season. He will miss after a slight collision with Naif Al-Nazi in that race we were talking about before.
Thank you very much, Shamila, always keeping us updated with everything going on the track and off the track. As we can see, there's no surprise that Naya and Katana are her 2 eye catchers. In the words of Love Island, they are her type on paper.
They are. In the words of Love Island, right up her street, as she said the other day.
Don't bring it back.
Words that have never been used. Apart, not that I've ever watched Love Island, but I know better men than me who say it's great TV. Well,
I am one of those better men. It's cracking television. And that is Naya in shot now, who's a cracking grey filly. Let's have a look at her in action. She's a really good performer, and I think she'll relish this trip. You'll see she had a lot of trouble in running coming up the rail, but she keeps on plugging away and doing it in a fashion that suggests she'll do better over further.
Yeah, she doesn't look like getting placed for most of this footage. You see her way back in the field, the grey filly, with about 8 horses in front of her and quite a long way behind the winner. But she begins to weave her way through. And I think she'll probably finish closer. But as you see, as she goes for a gap here, it takes her a while to get between the 2 horses immediately in front of her, which is understandable in her first run that she didn't go flying for a gap. And that seemed to check her momentum briefly, but she keeps staying on, out of our picture at the moment. But as she hits the line, she gets up for 2nd place. Now, the winner of that is a very good horse, Saybout, who won over 7 furlongs here on Thursday and looked like a horse who might be Saudi Derby material.
Exactly. Let's have a look at number 13, who is Tawasok Alain. Now, this horse is a gorgeous animal, really exciting horse on paper. Naif Al-Nazi in the saddle as well. And just look at this race. Now, right at the back of the shot, you can't miss the big white face of the white cap. When I say this horse fell out the gates, I truly mean this horse fell out the gates, gave them about a 15-length start.
Yeah, and he's done incredibly well to get involved in this race. Tawasok Alain it keeps running on. I mean, you'd normally expect a horse making this kind of big run early in the race to get into contention to fade late on, but he keeps running on into 4th. He's beaten 10 3/4 lengths in the end, but the fact that he's still passing horses at the finish is a big plus given how badly he started that race.
That hasn't been seen since, so she's clearly got a lot more to find fitness-wise. She was beaten by Leo Yoon Mashael, who looked to be one of the 2-year-old superstars here in Taif. She's since been stuffed after the running in the Taif Cup, so I don't think that race's form was quite as strong as we may have thought it had been at the time.
In fairness, Leo Yoon Mashael was a winner subsequent to that, so she won too early. She looked very good, and she sort of gone backwards mid-season for whatever reason. But the early form was strong enough. The time that the Tawasok Alain put up last time out was pretty poor, but then she's entitled to put up a poor time given how poorly she started that race. But loads of promise in the circumstances and should come forward. You would like to have seen her run one more time since,
yes.
Especially if you got a filly who started slowly on debut. You want to make sure they're not going to do that in the future. But Connections have clearly decided that this is a valuable prize and they will train her at home for it rather than stick her in another race. And I'm guessing there is a penalty structure. I can't see the penalty structure. Most of them seem to be on 58 kilos, so maybe it is a straight level weights contest, whether you won a race or not. So, in that scenario, if you can win a race and still come here and be eligible for it, I'd rather have done that just to boost her confidence a little bit. But, as I said, she showed lots of promise, despite plenty going wrong for her in debut.
Here's a factor for me that I'm quite intrigued by. This series as a whole, sales races, as we know it, only go on to boost not only the bloodstock side of things, but also the racing side of things. One of the things that interests me is that, for me, if I was to buy a horse to race in Saudi, I'd be wanting to buy for these sales races. These horses are rating for 500,000 rial, and none of them are what we would call superstars.
Not on what we've seen of them so far. No, I mean, you're looking at horses, those who've got ratings are rated high 60s. low 70s, so they're not. Yeah, they're not certainly not superstars on that basis. It may well be that one or two of them step forward and show themselves to be very good running for this big prize. And again, if you're laying your horses out for the better prize money, then you'd expect to see improvement from a few of these in this race. But yeah, on paper, it doesn't look like a if you knew nothing else about the race other than what you see in the form lines there, you'd assume it's just a non-winners of two.
Well, let's do the selection nice and early. We've still got plenty of time to talk about them, but we were rushed with our selections last time, I felt, and let's try and get them in early. We know Shamila likes Katana and Naya. Are you going to go with her on any of those, or have you picked something else?
I'd like. I don't know. I was going to say I'd like to see what you go for first here, because
I know my choice very early. I know my choice.
Are you going to go for Tashawuk Alain?
No, I'm not. No, I'm absolutely not. I think the horse ran a really eye-catching performance, but I think a more eye-catching performance was Katana. I thought Katana was mightily impressive on second start, so that will be where I'm going for. I'm going to go with number 8, Katana, one of Shamila's eye catchers, one of the grades in this field, and certainly for me, if she can put together an effort that she did last time, where she went from the front, travelled really nicely, the step up and trip shouldn't be a concern. I quite like her in this race.
Well, I like Naya. We've seen her run already. She was a good second to a horse who's frank the form. A lot of these have run promising races, and races where the winners haven't actually gone on to do much since. Whereas Naya was second to Seibut last time out, and Seibut came out and absolutely dotted up in a really strong-looking race the other day. So there's no reason why you wouldn't want to be with Naya. Her debut came in meeting 38. That's a lovely gap. That's exactly. If I was aiming at this race and I wanted to give a filly one run before, that's the race I want to run her in. So everything seems to be going to plan with Naya, and she really should be going very, very close against what looks like lesser opposition than she met last time.
Yes, yeah, I think it'll be really interesting to look at Tashawuk Alain as well. I think she'll be a fascinating runner to keep an eye on. She comes out of stool 13. She's in shot now. She's got that gorgeous white face. She's so flashy. She looks like such a pretty pony, and hopefully she'll run a good race and a more complete race than she did last time.
Indeed, but again, it was nice to see her actually see that race out, given what happened at the start. You don't see that many flashy white-faced horses in action
seen too many.
here. Very few of them here. But yeah, she very much catches the eye. You won't miss her in the race, and hopefully she builds on that debut. But it's going to be Naya for me.
As we see the horses circle up at the start, I think now would be a great time to make an appeal to the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia. Could we get two things, please? Could we get the first thing, sales results for this race, or somewhere where we can find the sales results for this race, because it would have been intriguing to see what these horses would have cost at the sales before they made the race course. And also, when is the next sale happening? Because we're intrigued. If we're still around in the country to view it, we'd love to visit. I think it'd be an ideal opportunity to get there. And if it's happening recently, we can get Shamila down there to maybe do a feature as well. I think the yearling program is something that's very intriguing for all of us involved in the sport, and it's just another avenue of this incredible growing sport in this racing nation.
Yeah, that's agreed, and we're keen to get involved more. I mean, we feel more involved here than we do in racing at home, even though we go to races quite a lot. But we feel that we're really in the middle of things here, especially with all the horses being trained on track. We're going to come on Monday to see them work.
Bright and early Monday morning.
Very early, slightly concerned about that, but we'll give that a go. And of course, if we could go and see the sales in action as well, and see what goes on there, that'd be terrific. So the more we can get immersed in the sport here, the happier we'll be. And again, that's a point that I think is true of everybody. The more you can immerse yourself in anything you're interested in, the more likely you are to have a permanent love of that thing.
Absolutely. Now, finally, just to go through the selection one more time, myself and Shamila like Katana, Rory and Shamila like Naya. It's the battle of the grades. Anthony Ennis, over to you.
Much indeed, Callum. Yeah, I liked Naya. I liked also Wahayij as well, and Bidawa. I thought there were three that looked well on the way down, and obviously some big improvers in this race. You'd imagine lightly raced horses, these 2-year-olds, and see which filly steps up to the plate, because they're loading up for this valuable sales race. A lot of prize money involved here. 500,000 Saudi Riyal win and place, 300,000 to the winner, and they're going in, and they are going 1,400 metres here. So 7 furlong distance. Coming forward there is number 15. Now, just to confirm that non-runner that you mentioned, number 10 doesn't go, Sinar. So means we have 18 runners here. So stall 10 will be filled by Wamd Al Barouk, who is the 19 horse here, gets in is that kind of red and white jacket, jockey with the black cap. So 10 is out, replaced by 19. So they're going forward, light green and white there for Dreamcatcher. Getting through the loading up process, aren't we? This is number 13, Tashawak Alayen, the white face, the yellow and green kind of halved colours. Naif Alunazi on board. Goes forward. I think it's just 1 or 2 out of line. 2 and 14 to go in. Lafayette and Naya is going to be the last one, the grey. Black and orange with jockey with the blue cap. Treble seeking Morales, which is about ready for the first of our big sales races. All in for race 8. Keep an eye on things in the stalls here. He shouts, but they're off, they're racing. Oh dear, one just took a step to the right there. Bidawar, I think it was, leaving the stalls and certainly hampered Nawira in the yellow and red colours. But they are racing away over 1,400 metres for this sales race for the 2-year-old fillies. Showing bright speed is Wahaij towards the inside. Also up there too is Lam Al Aziz. Number 15 is right up with the gallop in the orange colours with the green cap and coming forward now. Bang there too towards the inside of the group is Mifarasa and also Wahaij as they settle down now on the outside. The leader though is still just about Lam Al Aziz. Lam Al Aziz is going on to Mifarasa, who's racing now in second place. Just in behind them is Wahaij, who's racing on the inside, the blue and white colours. And then to that one's outside, we have Katana, who's also in blue colours. Racing behind Katana then, we have Naya, who's getting into it now, the grey on the outside. Taking a step forward, Naya. She's 4 wide, but she's making up mighty ground on the outside. Jockey has a look in behind already. He's feeling confident, isn't he? Louis Morales, they head towards the turn. Still 400 metres left to go. Naya, she goes for home early on the outside. She picks up the lead now and goes ahead of Mifarasa on the inside, the white colours. Naya, though's got a kick, and she's got away by 2 or 3 lengths to Mifarasa in second. Sticking it out well for third is Wahaij. From the back, there's a horse really picking up down the outside. Doa Al Thakrin, that is, who's flying home. But up front, the leader is Naya. Can she last home? Naya in front. Doa Al Thakrin's flying late. Naya needs to post badly, but she'll just get it from Doa Al Thakrin in second. They were clear of Wahaij in third place. She's held on, Naya. Number 14, it was pretty desperate the last 100 metres or so because the Wigman was getting a real tune out of Doa Al Thakrin, number 9, who's finished second. But 14, Naya is the winner. It's a treble for Louis Morales. Big race, Louis. What a day he's having on this Super Saturday. A treble for the rider. He's in irrepressible form today, Morales. 14, Naya the winner. Second, the fast finisher down the outside, Doa Al Thakrin, that's been confirmed. A quarter of a length the winning margin. It was mighty close. Third, number 3, Wahaij. Winning time, 1 minute 30.99 seconds for Naya. 14, Naya just holds on by a quarter of a length from 9, Doa Al Thakrin, the deep closer in second. They were clear of Wahaij third, number 3. 14.93. It's Louis Morales' day, all right. 3 on the day.
Very impressive hat trick for Louis Morales, this time on Naya. Well, I don't know what to say to you anymore, Louis. I've run out of questions.
Well, ask me if I'm happy. No, everything is okay, alhamdulillah. She did a really good job today. She broke well. A little bit up going to inside. I control her and sit behind the pace, make one run. And in the end, someone coming outside, but I don't think who would be able to beat her, you know?
Were you aware of Wiggy coming up here outside? Were you ever worried in those final stages?
Well, I didn't saw him because he was so wide. But you know, I was worried. She was missing something. She was like waiting for them, but she was so wide, and that's why he come very strong at the end. But alhamdulillah, you know, thanks God.
And were you worried about stall 14 before the race as well?
Well, I was happy because the last time she finished second, she was stuck inside. So outside, I wanted to be just clear, and she did it great today.
Well done, Louis.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Big race, Louis at it again, and that is 3 winners on the day. He doesn't do it on Thursdays, he doesn't do it on Fridays, he saves it for the Saturday, Rory, and he saved it with a really good ride on Naya. Big mid-race move.
Yeah, well, she was a class act in the race. I think she's a little bit better than the bare result as well. But actually, we saw the form come to the fore. We said, you know, we're expecting improvement to come for some of these, judging by the ratings of those who were towards the head of affairs, thinking, well, for the prize money and all, there must be lurkers in there. But actually, 2 of the 3 highest rated horses finished second and third. Wahij was rated as 69, looked fairly exposed, but ran a decent race. And Doha Althacreen was running in the Taif Cup a couple of starts ago and was a winner in meeting 5, rating of 73. That's come to the fore. Maybe it's just aside from the winner, maybe not the strongest race. And of course, Doha Althacreen ended up getting reasonably close to Naya in the end. But I think Luis wanted to put the race to bed pretty early. She lacks experience, Naya. She went to win the race, went clear, and then she got a little bit lonely, a little bit tired, and she's idled quite badly. I think she's a bit better than the bare result. But again, if they want to take the handicap route with her, that's ideal to win narrowly when you're the best horse in the race. And given that the second and third are quite tightly tied in together, you couldn't end up giving her a rating of much more than 75 or 76 for this win. And that might, you know, that might be workable in handicaps if connections want to go down that route. I suspect they won't.
Well, no, I'd agree with you. I think you've made a really good point there, because 300,000 Saudi Real to the winner. So you've got that in the bank already. So you bank 300,000. So you don't need to go chasing big prizes at this point. I'd be looking at notching up race wins, because not only is she going to get a decent, it's not particularly black type, is it, this race, but it's going to be a race you can put straight down onto a page when she eventually goes into stud. The fact that she's won the big sales race worth a lot of money. And also, on the same token, and we can see the 4 races, they jump away there, and Wari's got a very big start and ended up trying to stick there all the way through. But I think the handicap route, you can really work with the rating that you'll get. What do you think she's going to get rated coming out of this?
Well, as I said, the second and third have got ratings of 69 and 72. You've also got Mifarasa, who's up there all the way with a rating of 68. So that you tie them all together, you go, well, you've won fairly narrowly. Maybe you knock the second up a few points. So you're still looking high 70s at the most. Yeah.
I'm about to say, I couldn't see her in the 80s. I think that'd be really harsh. Yeah.
No, you can't be in the 80s for this performance based on the collateral form. Interestingly, she jumped out of stalls very well, but a little bit crooked, and she's gone across left and right actually in the first 100 meters of the race. And I thought, just looking at her, that she was over racing slightly for Luis in this race. But clearly, he believes in her. He believes she's got a lot of ability. I think he mentioned that to us. When we spoke to him the other day, he couldn't remember the name of it, but I've got one in this race. Yeah. She'll go fairly well. But she's come here to win the race, and looked like she's going to win pretty well. But I think she's ended up expending quite a lot of energy in the early stages. It's not always that easy to tell from above, but I thought she was not as relaxed as she could have been in the race. We saw her jig jogging on the way out. She was jig jogging still on the way back. So she's a bit of a ball of energy, and I think some of the energy's gone in the right direction, but I think some of it hasn't. And as a result, she's left herself a little bit vulnerable in the finish. And you see the runner-up, Doha Althacreen, coming really strongly at the finish, and from our vantage point made it look very close, because we're
look at the check
just before the line, and there is a massive check for 500,000 Saudi Riyal, which I wouldn't mind getting myself, but My contract says I've got to wait a couple of months for that.
Yes, what do you mean? You're going to get a million, aren't you? That's what I heard. But no, we look at the start here, and I think this is big for Louis as well, because like we said, he's not the jockey that gets all the big days. And he's not the jockey that gets big rides in all the races. He tends to be in the big days, and he does well with the opportunities that he gets. And this is just another example of Saudi Arabian racing taking that step up. 500,000 Saudi Riyal up for grabs in a sales race.
Well, again, yeah, it's not so much the prize money. The prize money is important. It's the fact that you have a sales race at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, obviously in Britain and Ireland, we're used to seeing sales races on a regular basis. We see auction maidens, and then we see the big sales races come the end of the season with the incentives to go to particular sales. And you need to have the prize money to provide the incentive in the first place. And sometimes the whole thing about the sales races is the prize money is more than enough for the quality of horses who run in it. That's the whole point. The point is you can have a 75 rated horse and win a big sales race and pick up a big pot. And this is what's happened here. And that's been happening in Ireland and England for a long time. These days, you've got to be verging on group class to win one of them. But plenty of times in the past with the big races, or something like the Super Sprint at Newbury, because of the conditions of the sales race, you don't have to be absolutely top notch. You're avoiding the best horses because of the type of sales that they're promoting, and therefore you don't have to have an absolute superstar. It's not just for the big guys to win these pots. The small owners with a small outlay can win them as well. And if you know exactly what the prize is, you know where the race is, you know what the conditions are, you can plan years in advance for the right kind of horse to buy for these sort of races. This is very much in its infancy in Saudi Arabia, but it will grow. And all you need it to grow is to have pots like this, because it's kind of a tail wagging the dog scenario, but everything catches up pretty quickly. Once you get people looking to buy horses to win these big pots, you can look at them and go, this is an obscene amount of money for a race of this nature, but it drives the industry, and that's really important.
Yes, and I think one of the things that we have to mention here is that instead of looking at just Britain and Ireland and France, I look at other smaller racing nations. I spent a lot of time in New Zealand working in the studs out there, and the Karaka Premier sale is based on the Karaka Million, which is worth about £500,000. So it's worth a little bit more than what we've seen here, but obviously the prize money here will only increase. But what was fascinating about that is that you see that the market supports itself, because if people send a horse to the sale and there's no interest, the breeder or the consigner buys it back, because they know they want to have their name on it in case it turns out to be half decent, and they can get an entry into these big sales races. So not only does it support the industry as a whole, but also it supports consigners and breeders who are taking horses to the sales to say, well, if it doesn't work for you, I've had a horse which gone through the ring, didn't work, but hopefully we're going to get something back for him when he ends up hitting the track. We can still dream. It keeps that dream alive.
I feel a literature lesson coming on again here. Apropos of nothing, I'm currently reading Catch-22, which is one of the greatest novels ever, possibly the greatest novel ever written by Joseph Heller, who pretty much, he did nothing after that. For about 50 years, he wrote a follow-up, like years and years and years and years later. But basically, he poured his entire self into Catch-22, which is the perfect novel. It's a war novel. Talking about consigners buying horses back at the sales, one of the characters in Catch-22 is a guy called Milo Minderbinder, whose shtick is, it tells you at one stage of the race that he buys eggs for 2 cents a piece and sells them for 1.5 cents. You think that makes it's crazy. He's selling stuff for a loss deliberately, but it turns out he's buying them from himself in the first place. So all the profit belongs to him. And Milo really knew what he was doing when he was buying and selling stuff during the war years. Reminds me of some people who go to the sales. They breed a horse under one name. They race under a different name. So they take the horse to the sales. The horse is bred by one entity. It's bought back by a different entity, but the entities are the same person. And every time I see this, there's a particular owner who does this, and I always think of Milo Minderbinder when I see that. If you know who I'm talking about, you can let me know off air.
Yes, I will let you know off air. I think I know exactly who you're talking about. But one of the great things is the fact that it is allowing these owners to support themselves, and it only works if you can own and breed yourself. And there are plenty of people out there that breed and can't own, and there are plenty of people that breed to sell and breed to raise. There's so many different strategies, and we're only seeing the beginning of that here in Saudi Arabia. I think this will only grow. As the racing industry grows, the rest of the industry as a whole grows itself too.
Absolutely, and of course, it's interesting that the colours that we're seeing of the first two are not necessarily the most popular colours that we're seeing. So again, this is not for the big boys. This is for the smaller owners to give them a chance of getting a big winner on a big racing day, and that's also a good thing.
Well, that man right there is a big day person. It's Louis Morales. And let's hand over to another big race superstar, Anthony Ennis. Take us through the runners and riders for our lucky last.
Will do, Callum. Yeah, will do, Callum. Thanks very much. Thanks very much. Yeah, here they go. One is Mombaha, who's ridden by Camille Ospina, looking for a double. This is the other sales race. Again, 500,000 Saudi Riyal up for grabs here. 7 furlongs, 1,400 metres. 2 is Fiber, Fawas Wanas. 3, Yanub, Nawaf Al-Madiani. 4, Ayan Al-Wala, Tariq Al-Mansour. 5, Barik Al-Fuz, Naif Al-Anazi. 6, Khalid Alaiz, Wigberto Ramos. 7, Yabri. Can you do it again? Louis Morales looking for 4 on the card. 8, Ala Al-Badi, Ayad Al-Tarisi. 9 is Al-Masir. Al-Masir for Eddie Castro is number 9. Number 10 is going to be Macho Boy, Abdullah Al-Hussein. 11 is Out, so scratch Anna El Sayef. 12, Adhari, Adel Al-Faradi. 13, Besht Alakem, Alexis Moreno. 14 is Hamadna, Ali Al-Mamoni. 15, Latim, Jose Rodriguez. 16, Yakil, Abdulaziz Al-Yayesh. 17, Mohib Al-Durayat, Abdullah Al-Khamis, who's had a good day as well. 18 is a runner, that's Hakimi, Khalid Al-Mamoni. And 19 runs as well, Hasur, Thurb Al-Tamat. So take out the other reserves, 20, 21, 22, 23, don't get in, but we've still got a field of 18 without number 11 for our 9th and final. Back to Callum and Rory.
Thank you very much, Anthony, for taking us through those runners and those riders, and it gets just as good because we're going over 7 furlongs. We're racing for $500,000, and we've got Mombaha, who's horse number 1.
Not disgraced when 9th in the Taif Cup last time out, behind Ibn Al-Areen, but up against it with a rating of 67. Did run pretty well in 3rd in his previous start, so place claims, I suppose.
Fiber, number 2.
Form has gone the wrong way. Is rated 65 in the race card, already downgraded to 59, and just seems to be regressive at the moment.
One of those who we can probably look away from. Number 3. This is Yanub. Has had the 2 starts. Can he make it 3rd time lucky today?
No. Was dead last over course and distance on debut and was beaten over 30 lengths when running in non-winners of 3 last time. That was a tough contest for him, but beaten a long, long way.
Look at this gorgeous boy on debut. This is Ain Alawala.
Ain Alawala looks maybe a little bit too much on his toes, given this is the debut, but he's a half-brother to winners Makan and Jama Al-Muhammadiyah, above average type, the second one.
Barik Al-Fuz is the one they've all got to beat on paper.
Yeah, won a course and distance maiden on debut and has run even better since. Better ever since when 3rd to Ibn Al-Areen in the Taif Cup the last time out. That's a really good performance. We'll see that shortly as well.
Khaled Alez, horse number 6.
Better effort to date, went 4th in a 1-mile maiden last time out, although was beaten 12 3/4 lengths. Needs to step up a little bit on that.
If Louis Morales gets 4 winners, we'll all be on the track. This is Yabri.
Well, made an excellent start, Yabri, when 2 1/4 lengths second to Al Shah in a course and distance maiden. Was 5.5 lengths clear of the 3rd, so shortlisted certainly.
Ala Al-Badi is horse number 8.
4th and 6th furlong maidens in the last 2 starts, but lots more needed if he is going to make the frame here.
Here's one for the shortlist. Al-Masir, a really nice winner when he did win. Hasn't won since and was a bit disappointing last time out.
Had Ala Al-Badi and Anna Al-Saif behind when taking that course and distance maiden 2 starts ago. It was a Taif Cup last time, again, disappointing effort, but this is a little bit easier, I would say.
Yes, Macho Boy, horse number 10, has had the 3 starts.
Had 3 starts, best effort was in 5 3/4 lengths, 4th to Sabout and a 6 furlong maiden here last time out. Obviously that form is working out. Longer trip should suit Macho Boy as well. He looks like he wants this kind of trip.
We don't go with number 11, so we go straight to number 12, which is Adari, who ran a good race behind some potentially superstar horses.
Yeah, better effort to date, as I said, when 3 3/4 lengths 3rd to Tawi Al-Bayed in a course and distance maiden last time out. I know you like the winner of that race. That was a decent time as well, so one to bear in mind.
Besh Alakem is horse number 13, the definition of consistent, and should relish this step up in trip.
Rated 77, 6 furlong maiden winner already. Probably came out just about the best at the weights when 3rd to Sahar in a non-winners of 2 last time out, because he was giving weight to pretty much everything in the race there and wasn't beaten far. Ease close home as well. One to bear in mind, and looks on really good terms to himself in the parade ring.
Hamdana, number 14.
Hasn't really gone forward, rated 65, but no progress last 2 starts, and behind Adari over course and distance last time out, so I wouldn't fancy his chances of turning the tables there.
Latim, number 15.
well held on 6 furlong debut, and then 22 lengths behind Khalid Alayez and a mile maiden last time out.
Yakil, 16.
Beaten 44.5 lengths, went 11th of a course of distance on debut. That was a decent enough race, but beaten a hell of a long way.
Yes, Mahab Al-Dareya, another one who's struggling for form, although showed promise on debut.
4 lengths third on debut over 6 furlongs. That was the messy race that was won by Fell.
He was taken out on that occasion as well, wasn't he?
Was.
Yeah.
So that was so, I don't know, maybe ignore the last run. And certainly there was enough promise on debut for you to give him another chance.
Hakim is the debutant here, number 18.
Hakimi by Belmont runner-up, commissioner, who's obviously the sire of Commissioner King as well, and is related to winners, so one to bear in mind, an interesting newcomer.
And Hassor is the one who sneaks in at 19, but let's have a look at some of these in action. The first one we're going to take a peek at is Barik Al-Fawz.
Barik Al-Fawz was seen winning a course and distance maiden on debut. You see the big white face of Barik Al-Fawz here. He stepped up to finish third in the Taif Cup here last time.
This is the Taif Cup.
This is a really good performance. Third to Ibn Al-Areen. We knew this was a very strong race. The fillies race also a strong race in the day, but he's run really well to be third, and this is an easier task for all. It's a big prize.
Yes, and the first two actually raced each other beforehand, so it just gave that form another boost because we knew them all quite well. Best Alakem we can just see in the paddock here. Gorgeous looking animal, quite on toes and ready to go, just actually coming out right behind us. Has spent a little bit of time in the naughty corner, which isn't too much of a positive, but this horse should relish stepping up in trip.
Yeah, I thought so. You see him finishing third, but plugging on really well. He doesn't lose. He's done for two by the winner of this race, but he keeps plugging away to the finish. It looks like a real trier, I thought, this day. No, he was giving weight to the first and second, and you just see that he's eased about 50 yards from home to finish third. If you sort of calculate the weights from that race, he comes out as pretty much the best horse, or on a par with the winner. That's a good run from him.
Here's your Brie. Now, this horse is owned by the same owners as our winners in the last race, but completely different running style. Does it from the front and tries to say, catch me if you can.
Yeah, finished. You see him getting caught here in a course and distance maiden last time out, won by Al Shah, but he does keep going really well to the line, and he ends up being 5.5 lengths clear of the third. So this is a good performance. Just gets tired late on, but the fact that he's still maintaining a gap over those in behind is promising, and I thought he would come on for the run as well, so he definitely has to be shortlist material. It's remarkable to think that Luis Morales might be in line for a four-timer.
Four-timer here would be some feat, especially on a big Saturday, and especially for a jockey not known for rattling up the winners. The final horse we can look at is Adhari. This is the other horse we'll take a peep at, running a really good race in behind some other runners. But before that, we'll go to Shamila, who should be in the parade ring.
I can see her.
I am in the parade ring this time, Callum. No need to worry. It is the last race of the day, this time for colts for $500,000 reals. Now, wasn't that last race so impressive by Naya? I honestly, I was blown away by that performance, and I really think that Luis Morales could go for a four-timer now. I really liked his ride in this race. Number 7, Yabri, second last time out, by Maximus Mischief, and just looked really, really stunning in the parade ring. I mean, I think that, and we know he's big race day, Louis, and he's absolutely more than capable of winning 4 times in a day. I also really liked horse number 10, Macho Boy, 4th last time out, and Barik Al-Fawz, Naif Al-Nazi's ride, 3rd last time out, and the highest rated in the race at 91. There were a few horses acting up, horse number 4 and horse number 13. However, they are 2-year-old colts, so I suppose we can forgive them for that.
We certainly can, Shamila, and I think it's interesting that we've already got one paddock negative in the shape of Ain Alawa. Now, I thought that horse looked gorgeous in the preliminary. Looked a bit big and bold and will probably come on for the run, but as a debutant, looked nice. And I think you've got some pedigree notes on that, Rory, which we didn't quite get out last time.
Yeah, by Biz Blitz out of a mare called Wid. That makes Ain Alwala a half-brother to 2 winners, Makan and Jama Al-Mohammadiyah, who's not a bad performer at all. So, yeah, I thought he's maybe a wee bit keen, given this was his debut, and maybe inclined to over-race as a result. But the pedigree's okay, and you certainly have to make a note of him.
He looked a wee bit chunky as well, didn't he? That was one of the other things I noted. He looked very well, but big and well. Some of the other debutants that we have to mention is also on the other side of your race card. It is Hakimi, horse number 18. Pedigree notes on that one, what do we think?
He's obviously very decent. He's very Commissioner. Now, Commissioner is best known as the sire of Commissioner King and won the Saudi Derby last year. But he's
As a 2-year-old.
Indeed. He was runner-up at the Belmont Stakes himself, Commissioner as a 3-year-old. So a very good performer, a decent sire. This one, Hakimi, is a half-brother to a couple of winners as well in Amal and Bakea. So again, nice to see winners in the pedigree. A sire who's got a proven record of producing high-class winners in Saudi Arabia. So one you've got to bear in mind. Still 18, not easy for a debutant, it has to be said. Particularly being just wide. I mean, a wide draw's tricky for a debutant, but widest of all is always tricky because they do have a tendency to sort of duck that way in the first place. And if you go out to your right when the stall's open here, you're going to struggle to get back on terms again.
Yes, they are going to find themselves a little bit out on their own, out wide. Mombaha for the White Stable. It's interesting, they don't have a big hand in this race. They're looking more like the American sales and breeding their own.
Yeah, exactly. So it's unsurprising that there's not much of a representation here from the White Stable. Mombaha wasn't disgraced in the Taif Cup, finished 9th there, which means he was just in front of Al-Masir in that contest. But obviously quite a long way behind Barik Al-Fuz, so not easy to see him turning the tables there. But a lot of horses, when they're stepping up to top company early, it's just a bit of a culture shock for them, and some of them will learn more from that run than others. So it may well be that Mombaha will come on for that run and for the experience. Was in the frame in his first 2 starts. Not looking an absolute superstar, but the fact that connections who knew the time of day thought he was worth trying in the Taif Cup is interesting enough.
Yes, I can't get away from Al-Masir. I think he's a really impressive winner, improved with each start, placed at the 4th effort within a tough race. Obviously, he's got to turn the form around with Barik Al-Fuz, but I'm going to say yes. I'm going to go away from Barik Al-Fuz. I think that horse is clearly the class angle of this race, got the rating to go with him, but I'm going to go with a little bit of a more under-the-radar selection. Al-Masir. I think that horse has got a big chance. I really like the way it won. It was under Camille Ospina that day, doesn't get that jockey today, but Eddie Castro is no slouch.
Yeah, I'm going to keep it simple with Barik Al-Fuz. I don't disagree with you that there was plenty of promise in Al-Masir's run, but sometimes, you know, the obvious answer is looking at you in the face, and given that Barik Al-Fuz was 3rd in that contest, Al-Masir was 10th, and Mombaha was 9th, I'd expect him to confirm that form. He does. I like the way he went about that. He was in the white heat of the race as well. He wasn't just running through beaten horses.
And he came there swinging as well, didn't he? He came there really on the travel.
He looked like he's got quality. He's getting on his toes at the start now, which is a tiny bit of a concern. And you don't want to see him burning too much of that nervous energy. He wants to save that for the race itself.
Right then, let's go through the selections one more time. Barik Al-Fuz for Rory, Yabri for Shamila, and to give Louis Morales a 4-timer, Al-Masir for myself. And Shamila also liked Macho Boy, horse number 10. Plenty of horses to look out for. And remember, it's 2-year-old colts, it's 7 furlongs, and it's for 500,000 Saudi Riyal. Anthony Ennis for the final time. Over to you.
Cheers, Callum. Yeah, looking forward to this one. Yeah, I've got to be with Barik Al-Fuz as well. I agree with Rory. I think this horse just has got the ability to win a race like this. Naif Al-Nazi, he's been a bit quiet, isn't he, of late? Certainly when I've been on the last couple of Saturdays, but being at Naif can burst into life here aboard Barik Al-Fuz. Right, they're at the start and about to go forward for our last race, 1,400 metres, race number 9. First place will pick up 300,000 Saudi Riyal, 90,000 for second, and it's then 60,000 for third place, 32,000 for fourth, and 18,000 for fifth. Sponsored by the Jcsa for horses sold at auction in 2022 as yearlings. These 2-year-old colts and geldings are going 7 furlongs or 1,400 metres to be precise for this race. They're about to load the runners up then. There's one there without a rider in the centre. Could be Keel. I think that might be in the middle there. So just a slight delay while we get that one to be cleared. Certainly plenty of horses that we don't know a lot about. The likes of Ayn Al-Wala and horses who haven't run before. Horses that have only run a couple of times as well. The likes of Yakil and Hakimi. Very inexperienced horse as well. And give some of the jockeys a chance for a big payday here. Of course, Louis Morales has probably earned enough money today, hasn't he, already with a treble? Can he get a 4th winner on the card on Yabri, number 7. He rides his son of Maximus Mischief here. Ala Albadi in the race as well for Ayad Al Tarisi. Runners then just beginning to go forward now. So we are at post time for this 8:05 local time sales race, 1400 metres. We took about 1 minute, I'd say about 1 minute 25 seconds on for this race. And they go anyway. There's the light blue of Khalid Alayez, the wigman, Roberto Ramos. He could do with a winner as well, couldn't he? He's been a fairly quiet afternoon. He's got a place in one of the races earlier on. Ain Al-Walar is in. They normally load up pretty quickly, despite the fact these are inexperienced horses. Fiber going in the 2. That's going to leave 5 or 6 to go in. Barik Al-Fuz, the horse who probably would be most people's choice for this race, is still at the back. Also 13, Besht Al-Akem hasn't gone in yet. Jockey's off one now. Red and white, that must be Adhari. Adel Al-Faradi has just jumped off that runner there. Trying to get that one to go back in again. That is Adhari, number 12. It's now been taken out. See if this horse is okay. It'll be checked over. I think the jockey's all right. I'm going to call the other runners in the meantime. Ala Al-Badi hasn't got in, and also 18 Hakimi in the white colours. So the noseband, one of a few of the noseband in this race. Hakimi is in. Jockey's in the stalls still. I can see Adel Al-Faradi in the red and white there. Here's 7 in the meantime. Yabri for Morales, looking to ride a second one in these colours today. She's kicking out though, or he's kicking out I should say. Yabri, this 2-year-old colt. Of course we had the fillies race, these are the boys. Something's upset Yabri though, doesn't want to go in. Also at the back still is Barik Al-Fuz. 13 Besht Al-Akem hasn't gone in yet either, and Adari as well. 7's now out of the stalls. Has been taken away from the stalls, hadn't gone in yet. Yabri was kicking out. So the up process is taking a bit of time here. You might expect that with the 2-year-olds though. Monbaha next. He's going to go forward hopefully quietly, which he does. So the problems we've got now are trying to get Adhari in. They put the rider back on now. And the 7 is the other one causing problems, Yabri. So they are the 2 culprits at the moment causing this delay, Yabri and Adhari. Still to go forward, Barik Al-Fuz is wisely going to go in as late as possible here. A few of these have been in the stalls now for a good 3 minutes. So we try again with Yabri. Besht Al-Akem hasn't gone in yet either, you can see in the background there. There's the black colours, white cap of, or light grey cap of Barik Al-Fuz yet to go in. This horse doesn't want to go in. Yabri. So we've got the 12 in. Adhari. Trying everything with Yabri. Blindfold now. Barik Al-Fuz is probably having the best preparation of all, having yet to go in. And also 13 Besht Al-Hakem. Still got 3 to go in. Kicking out again, Yabri. This horse has had a run before as well, but he's not having it at the moment. Not sure how many more chances he's going to have, Yabri. There's a lot of discussion down there, a lot of chat about what's happening. Right, I think Barik Al-Fuz, who's been so calm in the prelims so far, is going to go in next. And we'll see what happens with Besht Al-Akem. Still trying to get Yabri to calm down here. And Yabri has gone in. Great effort. So there's 1 to load. Besht Al-Akem. Well, it's been quite a difficult loading up process for the stalls team. This horse has got really warm now, Besht Al-Akem. Very sweaty, you can see. We are late in the evening now, as you can see. Floodlights well and truly on for this last race, and we are almost 5 minutes now, or almost 4 minutes past post time. Waiting for Besht Al-Akem to come forward. Looks most reluctant, but we said that about Yadri, and they managed to get him in. Is he going to run this horse? They'll try again. They'll try everything to get this horse in. Number 13, Besht Al-Akem. Still resisting. Now the horse in stall in 14, and Madness getting worked up. No surprise, some of these horses have been in for about 4 or 5 minutes now. Besh Dalakem, very reluctant to load here. Still not in. Going to go without him, and they're racing. They've gone without number 13, Besh Dalakem, refused to go in the stalls. The others race away. Yanu broke well towards the inside. Also, good start. Ayn Al Walar is up there as well. Just off the pace is Hamadna. A good start too for Barik Al Fuz. The chestnut with the white face is very prominent too as they race through the first 300 metres. Ayn Al Walar leads Barik Al Fuz. Just off the pace is Macho Boy. Then behind those is Yanub towards the inside. Then comes Hamadna, who's a bit wider out. Further back in the field to find Monbaha back towards the inside. Then comes Adari in the red colours as they quicken the tempo towards the halfway point. And the leader is now Barik Al Fuz. Naif Adanazi has taken Barik Al Fuz to the front. Leads a length clear at this stage. Ayn Al Walar is giving chase. The outside Macho Boy every chance. The black sleeve. One's on the move here. It's Morales again, who's making up ground now on Yabri as they go towards the home turn. The leader is Barik Al Fuz. Leads by 2 lengths to Macho Boy in second. Yabri, who got upset beforehand, has got into third place. The blue cap is running on for Luis Morales, and then behind those in fourth comes Hamadna on the turn. The white-faced Barik Al Fuz leads by 3 lengths and is getting away here for Alanazi. Barik Al Fuz has the lead to Yabri giving chase on the inside. Macho Boy is wider out, but it's all Barik Al Fuz. He's now stretching out. He's opened up that stride in the final 100 metres, and he'll win going away for Naif Alanazi. He's too good. Barik Al Fuz lands the big prize to Macho Boy in second, and third place will be Yabri. Luis Morales has to settle for third this time, and the horse got really worked up beforehand. But well done to Barik Al Fuz. He looked the standout beforehand. I think he had a big advantage by going to the stalls very late. Some of those were in stalls for a long time. He wasn't, and it's worked in his favour, this colt by Stratford Hill for Naif Alanazi and the Al Subai barn. Well done to number 5, the winner, Barik Al Fuz. Second, number 10, Macho Boy ran well. And third, number 7, Yabri, despite the antics before the race, and a decent race to finish third. The winning time, 1 minute 30.33 seconds. First, number 5, Barik Al Fuz, has won this valuable race, race 9, this sales race over 1,400 metres. Lands the big pot, 300,000 Saudi Riyal for first place as well. Goes his way. Second, number 10, Macho Boy, and third, number 7, Yabri. 5, 10, 7, 1 minute 30.33 seconds, 5 1/4 lengths the winning time. That's all from me for this Saturday. It's been a great day's action. I'll leave you with our top team trackside.
Well, there he is, Mr. Saudi Arabian Racing, Naif Alanazi, all the gear and an awful lot of ideas, and he does the business on the best horse in the race in the $500,000 Saudi Riyal open race for Jcsa sold horses. Not quite the title they were hoping for.
No, the class came to the fore in the end. There was a little bit of a concern at the start that one or two didn't want to go in, including fancied horses. And we ended up losing Best Al-Hakem in the end, who got in a muck sweat and wouldn't win the stalls in the end. It looked like Yabri wouldn't go in the stalls for a long time, but eventually got him in. So the race went off late, which is unusual here, having said earlier on how races always go off to time. But a good performance from Barik Al-Fuz, who kept his composure at the start, was one of the last in the stalls, and then always handy under Naif Al-Anazi. Went to the front. The good horses were always tracking him. Yabri was on his tail. Macho Boy we mentioned as well. Good effort to be fourth to Seyboot last time out. That form has been frank
Form
since.
just keeps getting boosted.
So the right horses who were left in the race ended up coming to the fore, but that third in the Taif Cup last time out was the best piece of form on offer from Barik Al-Fuz, and he never looked like giving up that lead in the straight. He's gone clear in the end. Tough little horse. He won in good style. Macho Boy confirmed the promise of his last run by running on for second, and Yabri did as well as he could have, given how upset he got at the stalls. He's run a good race to be third. I think he's a little bit better than that, but he spoiled his chance a little bit by getting upset at the start and probably wasted a bit of energy he should have saved for the race.
He ran his race far too early. Special shout out to our paddock expert Shamila, who said Macho Boy was her paddock positive. She also had a very good word for Yabri as a positive, and Best Al-Hakem with a paddock negative for her. So again, it's crucial having her down there.
Yeah, she really does her job in the paddock, does Shamila, and she gave you all you needed to know there. You saw Best Al-Hakem a little bit above himself in the paddock and just got worse. I thought he was okay when I saw him earlier on. When we saw him coming into the parade ring in the first place, he was on his toes, but I thought in a nice way. But then he got taken to the naughty corner because he boiled over a little bit, and he continued to boil over at the start.
Yeah.
And it's nice to get a word on that from the parade ring, from Shamila, that it was liable to happen.
And that was it. If we hadn't seen it, it would have been a nightmare, because we would be saying along the lines of he looks jig-joggy and ready to go, but in reality, he's blown up and he's got over himself.
Yeah, he got worse and worse. As I said, he started off with what you wouldn't mind saying if they were like that, leaving the parade ring, just getting on their toes. So that's a good sign that he's ready to go. But he started off like that, and then he gradually got more and more wound up. And by the time he was standing behind the stalls, he was awash with sweat.
But let's take nothing away from Naif Al-Anazi giving all the kisses and cuddles to his mount, which he always does. He's such a big figure in Saudi Arabian racing. But this was a pressure ride, because he's on clearly the best horse, and they're running for an awful lot of money, and he's come in and he's done the business from the start.
He has, yeah, and you've pointed out that sometimes Naif, compared to someone like Camilo Espina, isn't always able to get his mount straight out there in front on the front foot. But he was always handy and took over fairly early on Barik Al-Fuz here, made no mistake. And listen, he's the poster boy for Saudi Arabian racing. He doesn't need to win races to be the poster boy either. His personality is what makes him the poster boy here. It's not about that sort of selfish desire to win races. It's the fact that he embraces everyone and every horse that he rides as well. That's what people love to see with him. But at the end of the day, if you're a jockey, you need to be winning big races to continue that. And he's got a big race under his belt here, and you could see the delight on his face as he was pulling up as well. A big roar from him when he won this race, and you love to see it because he's such a likeable character.
Yeah, he is, and you could just see how much it means to him as he crosses the line. He's looking back at his rivals saying, where are you? I'm in charge. I've got this win. And like you said, Rory, the roar, the pure ecstasy as he crossed the line was just wonderful to see. A few horses breaking out slowly from the start. Remember, we went without Best Al-Hakem, and there were some disappointing runs, but there were also horses with form who were bang up there from the start.
Yes, again, the race largely has made sense. Looking at the start, I think Luis Morales has done really well to get third on Yabri here, because Yabri, having been difficult at the stalls, was slow away from the stalls as well, and he's managed to nurse that colt into the race at an early enough stage without bursting him, and he's stopped him over racing as well. I thought he's done a good job of getting the horse to relax, which the horse clearly didn't want to do beforehand, and has finished third. He's got him up in a permanent position after a bad break there, and that was a good bit of riding from Luis.
You can just see at the start of the bend, he tries to dive down the road, and Louis like, no, you're not going down the road. We're going around the outside and we're taking our time. He knows Ain Alawa is going to fade, and that's exactly what that horse has done on debut. And he's run a really nice race, but they've got nothing on the leader. But Shamila, you're up with us now. Macho Boy runs an absolute stormer, paddock positive. Your other horse, who was it? Yabri, paddock positive, run the stormer. Your paddock negative, don't even get started. Well done to you. Congratulations on those selections.
Thank you very much. I'm absolutely delighted the first 3 horses home were paddock selections. And, you know, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, but those horses were looking absolutely magnificent in the parade ring today.
Yes, they looked really good. And Rory, what do you make of this winner? He's done this very well. This isn't the strongest race he'll ever go in. I can't imagine his rating going too much higher, but certainly a good race, as we can see the trophy and the check being handed to the winning connection. And there's Taif, over the moon with that success.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what the handicapper does. I'd imagine Macho Boy is rated in the race card 61, but given the form of his run last time out behind Sebe, it was handsomely boosted by the winner next time. I'd have thought he would be going up retrospectively because of that. But even if you do bid him up £10 for that, Barrique Al-Flouis had a rating of 91 for his run in the Taif Cup last time out. He's only had to run to that or close to that to win the race, so he shouldn't be going up any higher in the weights because he's only doing what he's done before. I thought he looked a little bit light today. I thought I wouldn't want to see him racing again in a week or 2 weeks' time. I thought he probably looked better in the Taif Cup last time out, but he showed his class here by winning the race. He could probably do a little bit of break to grow into himself. And he might not be the easiest to place given that high rating, given that he's pretty precocious. There are 1 or 2 in this race who might have more physical scope to improve. But listen, he's won a massive pot for his owners. They won't really mind if he's a bit difficult to place for a few months after this. He's done exactly what he was intended to do.
Well, Luis Morales is the story of today. He didn't quite get the 4-timer, but he did get the hat-trick on a big Saturday. Big race, Luis. But one of his big wins was on Intergene, and Rory, that was your highlight.
Yeah, I thought I didn't have my eye on Intergene at the start of the day as a horse who was able to light things up, but I think it was a really interesting race. Luis Morales blamed himself for being beaten on Intergene last time out. He came too late. That was in a race won by Koothny Mac. He said he waited for a gap on the inside, waited too long. It's interesting to hear a jockey criticise himself, but on this occasion you see him with the yellow cap coming after the leader, Ibn Laboon in front, and the cameraman's convinced that Ibn Laboon's going to win. But late in the day, in the gym, we know he can finish off fast. He's a grinder. The grinders aren't particularly suited by this track, particularly as it's riding at the moment. But Lewis has given him a really good ride. He franked the form of the race he was in last time behind Koothny Mac. Love Koothny Mac. Love the horse that beat Koothny Mac a few runs ago. That being
Alma
Moongate. And I think both of those are going to do really well. And Intergene is throwing his hat in the ring as well as a 3-year-old going places over a trip. And he might even do better when he stepped up to 2,400 metres because he looks like a proper stayer. The runner-up, though, deserves a lot of credit. He had the highest rating in the race, or one of the highest ratings in the race going into this. Looked like he should have won when he went to the front in the straight. But for me, this is his first run of the season, and I think he got tired. You can see that he almost blew up with just a furlong and a half to run there. And although a weak finish is very easy to excuse on that basis, he was an excellent second in the King Khalid Cup on his penultimate start in Riyadh. That's a local Group 1, a really good contest, and he's clearly going to go back to Riyadh with the benefit of this run behind him and looking to do some damage.
Yes, it was a really good performance coming from near last to win. Shamila, you liked Abu Al-Nawami's. Tell me quickly, what do you like about that performance and where could he go next?
I think they're going to wait till Riyadh. He is definitely a cup horse. I'd like to see a seal back on him, take a few pounds off him. And I do want to say, Louis does send his apologies. He wanted to join us here, but he literally has to catch a flight back to Riyadh in about half an hour. So he had to run.
I suppose we can give him an excuse for having to catch a flight now. It's been a wonderful week here. We're back again one more time next week. We're here Thursday, Friday, Saturday, as per usual. Now, we're all going to go home, and Rory and I are going to test out that hospitality and try and get ourselves some free food.